Ladies and gentlemen, people, how's it going? Um, this is a very impromptu stream, but we're probably going to be able to stretch it to 4 hours. You're going to have to bear with me though if I don't know of everything, all happenings. I've been on Twitter today. I woke up only a few hours ago. I overslept. So, uh, I mean, yeah, that's why it's so late, but also on the plus side, I am very fucking well rested. I don't feel tired at all. So, give me one sec. All right. If you're wondering why my hair is wet, it's well, I just actually said so never mind. There seems to be a lot happening at the moment, and I am attempting to digest all of it. For those of you that are unaware, apparently Shamu, I'm still kind of waking up a little bit, but for those of you who aren't aware, apparently some old happenings in relation to Shamu were dug up, so we're gonna check those out real quick. Try a green light for a change. Yeah, that's a good idea. True. I'll do that for kick. Okay. Anyways, so let's go to X. One sec. Why the fuck does your hair look like that wet? What do you mean look like what wet? It's just wet. It has product in it and it's wet. Um, okay. It just looks like curly hair. Hold on. We gotta get locked in here. Let me just take a quick sip of coffee. Hold on. I need to lock in. Fuck me, dude. Okay. I'm not tired. I just have that like waking up brain fog, you know? So anyways, um, let's get in on this. This is trending on Twitter right now, by the way, and I saw Quimman trending 2 days ago. For those of you that are unaware, Destiny and co, mostly Dan Saltman, Destiny called in, attempted to browbeat and debate Chud Logic over allegations that a server intended for clipping coordination, and snarking or whatever, they tried to falsely insinuate that that was a doxing server, falsely insinuate. Why is Chloe Grace Moritz under relevant people? Um, sorry. They attempted to falsely characterize this server as a doxing server, despite, as of this moment, we have not been presented with any evidence that there was any doxing being conducted in that server. So when they attempted to jump the gun and essentially make this look like a doxing server and failed miserably, despite being so desperate to claim victory, they never gave us an example of doxing occurring in that server, right? The goalpost has been ever shifting. So we've gone from it's a doxing server to okay, individuals in the server were doing doxing in the server to okay, individuals in the server were not doing doxing in the server, but we went like 4 years back and found that an individual in the server doxed someone 4 years ago when they were associated with a separate community before any of us knew them. So it's like, what exactly is the claim here? It's their burden to lay out exactly what they're implying, exactly what they're attempting to say. They rely on implication and they rely on insinuation because they can't actually argue for most of their points. So they'll suggest that there's some sort of doxing coordination occurring without overtly stating it. In Destiny's case, maybe he has. I don't know. He probably has. He's basically said it in what I've watched. No, he almost certainly has said it in what I've watched, right? But they won't actually argue for or substantiate it. I don't remember when I was in the server because I'm in a lot of servers that I just haven't typed in. I've cleaned it out a little bit, but I joined that server because I got invited to it. I think I typed in there once, and then after that, I just didn't use it, and then I ended up getting banned or leaving. I don't remember. This months ago. So, anyways, a lot of stuff's totally unrelated. Well, it's gonna come up, and unfortunately, DGG is gonna use it against me and everyone around me. And it's the great part is some of my viewers are gonna give them all the ammo in an attempt to be funny, because they just can't read the room. So that's fine. I'm not hiding from it. I absolutely concede that in a when I was not linked to this, or when I was not participating in this, I was not interested in Destiny that much, etc. I knew people here, and I don't remember exactly if I was in the, but I reposted when I was drunk. I reposted information from the first result on YouTube, because there was a troll account up that was trolling this guy that did a bunch of really bad shit that I was going after, and I was trying to be some like edgelord, and like feed into the ultra edgy humor that I thought would go over well or whatever. And I shared this channel. It didn't spread outside of there. Nobody was harmed. There's not really it's bad. It's unequivocally bad, but it's not like I mean, this was months ago at this point. Like, it's not, I don't know what you would call it, right? Simultaneously, my situation should be used as an example because it demonstrates to you how anti-doxing our community is. In my 9 years of being on here, have never dealt with as much shit as I got for that, ever. Rightfully so, because doxing is a hard line here. I was covering someone that none of these people cared about. None of them were involved in this. They just heard I did it, and I was put through the fucking ringer over it. Rightfully so. Because we are an anti-doxing community. When we know that somebody has doxed, they are denounced for it, and they won't be allowed back in so long as the behavior isn't corrected, right? I think the reason they banned you from it, and yeah, it should show you. People are claiming in hindsight now in the Diorio server that they swept for me. People lied about that from this community, lied about that situation to make it worse. That's the opposite of sweeping. It was anti-sweeping. Like, this community detests doxing, and I should show you that. Like, I can show you that, right? Look at how much shit I got for, I wasn't even doing all, like, searching to go link info to people. I just typed something in, and I just posted the first result while I was, like, fucking drunk. And look how much shit rightfully so. Look at how much shit I got for that. Like, it should demonstrate to you. Look at how much shit I got from Chud. Like, it should demonstrate to you we are not a pro-doxing community. Thank you for the 2, Gooner42. Explain being in doxy rape chat. I don't remember being in that one. I gotta be honest. But simultaneously, although doxing is detestable, and you will be shit on for doing it here because we do not allow it, nor have we ever allowed it, right? Simultaneously, it is not rape. Doxing is not rape. Doxing is not pedophilia. Doxing is not murder. Doxing is not attempted murder. Doxing is not... I mean, we could go through the list, right? And what I mean by this is that if there is evidence of somebody I know doing this 4 years ago before they've entered my community and fallen under its standards, although I can absolutely, unequivocally denounce that behavior, I also can forgive them for it and move on. Because if you have to go 4 years back to find an example worth using, then that person has probably changed. if you have to go back 4 years to find someone to work with, right? That person has probably grown. If this is not repeat behavior, I believe in redemption, and I believe that people can change. And when they do, I will celebrate it, and I will be proud of the person they became while simultaneously not being proud of and denouncing the person that they were. So long as the behavior is not repeated and they have grown, I am completely willing to stand by them, right? The reason that Destiny is harping so hard on this is because Destiny hates the concept of redemption because he's not capable of it. Unlike Shamu and unlike people who've engaged in bad acts and have actually changed and not repeated this behavior even before they were getting shit on for it, right? Unlike these types, Destiny does not feel sorry for what he's done. Destiny does not feel sorry for the pattern of behavior he's engaged in, and he has shown absolutely no signs of change or redemption because the behavior has been consistent, repeated, and he's actively defended and swept for it and obfuscated it. Right? So when Destiny sees a case of someone who has done a bad thing that has legitimately been redeemed and has not repeated this behavior, to him, he hates that because he knows that's what he'll never be. I'm not banning Shamu from my server. So long as Shamu can acknowledge that what he did was bad, I believe him when he says he won't repeat it because they had to go back 4 years to find it. If this was repeat behavior and there have been plenty of opportunities for him to do it again, now we can have another discussion here. But if this is somebody did something bad before they were in my space, before they were a creator, before they had the expectations of one, etc., I'm not gonna turn on this guy. I'm not. I don't know what anyone else is gonna be doing. And you know, if people want to disassociate from him as a result, you know, I guess you do you, but I'm going to provide him the same grace that I would want provided to me. People are not perfect. People are actually sometimes bad and do voluntary bad acts, but it's a part of the human experience to correct your wrongs, learn from them, and change. And when you do change, I'll celebrate that. I'm not going to shame you forever. Also, for me to sit here and denounce him relies on this faulty premise that the people litigating the accusation actually care about denouncing the behavior. They don't. The reason this is being litigated is so they can give an out to somebody who has been engaged in a pattern of worse behavior. So I'm not even going to give that to them. Okay? It's like, when I say I denounce behavior, I'm not doing it for them. Because they're in no position to get a denunciation of this type of behavior from 4 years ago when their community actively engages in it to this day. And lies about it. If you were concerned about domestic violence, why does it seem like your motivation for calling is just fucking over someone you don't like? She just threw a glass of water over Courtney. Should I call the police? That's assault. Yes. It would just fuck Courtney, though, wouldn't it? I don't know. So, I'm only interested in fucking over Grace. So the stream ended and Courtney didn't take her phone back and it's logged into Courtney's account. It would fuck Grace, too. I'll do a wellness check. Okay, this isn't even... Okay, this is actually... Were you the mole? I can't be the mole. I got kicked out of the server when shit was still being... I couldn't be the mole. I don't know why I would be the mole here. Like, what's in it for me? But simultaneously... This is off top... Okay, hold on. So... what we're looking at right here is what we're looking at the moment is what looks like spitefully calling for a wellness check, which is not okay at all, right? That's not okay. Now, does it go to the level of swatting? No. And the reason I don't think it goes to the level of swatting is because you legitimately believe that there is basis for making a call. Swatters make the call just for the sake of like fucking with you, not because they think there's an actual crime happening. And I'm pretty sure swatting involves falsely reporting a crime occurring. Nevertheless, this is fully spiteful, right? Or it's being done not for the sake of like correcting a wrong, but for the sake of getting back at this person or fucking with them. And that's not okay. That's not okay, right? I've given the take before that if you believe that somebody is legitimately in imminent danger, privately contacting appropriate authorities is not necessarily wrong, but you should almost never be doing it for people that you don't like, because it's just not really your place to get involved and step in. For full transparency, as I've said before, I've called a wellness check on somebody online like 6 years ago, a friend of mine who was suicidal and unfortunately later took their own life. I think there are totally valid reasons for doing this, but in my case, right, I'm doing it for a friend. I'm not announcing it, and it's happening privately for the sake of saving someone's life or attempting to. I think that this is just, it's not good, right? It's not good. We can totally say that. Is it unforgivable? No, not even close. I don't know what happened there, and it's not up to random viewers. I agree. What's happening with the Thorpes, I can understand members of the public being legitimately concerned, as we've seen legitimate evidence there's abuse that has occurred and continues to occur in that household, but it is not your position as some random person online who's A-logging them to be the one to make that call. That's wrong. You shouldn't do it, right? You shouldn't do it for this express motivation. Now, the question is, what now? What now? We can say it's bad? What now? Well, what now is, does Shamu acknowledge it's bad? Yes. I spoke to Shamu today, right? Or I DM'd him and had a brief exchange. But does he seem to acknowledge that it's bad? Wait, is here? I didn't see this reply. So she was the one at the time doing it, the physical assault. I think that's also important context, yeah. But does he not like to, is he obviously regretful of this? Yes. Is it a pattern of behavior? No. Do I believe that he's going to do this again? No. Has Shamu changed as a person by virtue of the fact that here he was a chatter in a community where types of behavior like this is far more tolerated, versus now he's a creator in our community and our proximity that has a reputation at stake and has probably learned quite a bit in the course of assuming a role as a creator? Yeah. And I don't believe this will happen again. If it was happening again, I wouldn't tolerate it or be around him. The big sweep is not on. Streamer Chud Logic has severed ties and banned Shamu from his community after new leaks reveal Shamu engaged in doxing. I wouldn't have even given this to them. I wouldn't have even done this. Because, not like I'm saying there's a crazy thing that he did. I understand why Chud's doing it. But doxing is not a sex offense. And I'm not going to treat you like you're on the sex offender registry because you did it 4 years ago. The reason doxing is held to this like standard in our space is because it is one of the most harmful things you can reasonably do in your capacity of being someone behind a screen, right? So it's behavior that is much more in our immediate proximity. Therefore, it's going to take up a disproportionate amount of time of denunciation. But in terms of how categorically bad it is on like the overall spectrum, and there are some things that are so categorically bad, the possibility of forgiveness is minimal to none. It does not fall there, right? It probably falls a little bit below it, but it doesn't fall there. Doxing is a red line for me, so I've had to ban him from the server and sever ties. Okay. What's a good example of this? There are probably people in my chat who have been arrested at some point for a DUI. At least one. At least one. There are probably people in, there are probably people, some of you have probably been arrested at one point for something. Maybe, potentially. Right? Whether that be you used to be a bad fucking kid, and I don't know, got into a fight, whether that be, there are various reasons. If I heard that a member of my community has a DUI conviction from 5 years ago, what would I do with that info? Well, I detest people that drive drunk. You put the lives at risk of you put everyone on the roads lives at risk. You could kill children. It is an incredibly reckless, stupid fucking thing to do, and I would not accept that. But I would not cut you off for having a DUI conviction from 5 years ago, right? I wouldn't do that. So long as you can acknowledge it's bad and the behavior hasn't been repeated. It's like, who wants to live in a world where if you do something bad, you're forever given this like scarlet letter where you're just labeled as that thing? And for some things it would be appropriate, like pedophilia, like sex offenses, like violation of consent in a sexual context, which is what Destiny did, right? In some cases, the labeling with that scarlet letter makes sense, right? But who wants to live in a world where mistakes that can reasonably be conducted by a non-psychopathic, maybe even partially good person, will forever lead to them being labeled under this thing with absolutely no possibility, with absolutely no possibility, nothing they can conceivably do can remove that letter, and they'll face consequences for it years later. There are some acts that would necessitate that, and that would make sense. But there are others, like this, where the idea of somebody never being able to correct it and grow as a person after Shamu has arguably provided some of the most groundbreaking coverage in the exposure of somebody that a court found likely sexually assaulted a woman he was attempting to smear. Shamu was one of the biggest litigators of correcting that narrative. He's done so many notable good things. Why is this the thing he's going to be known for, or should be known for, and I should treat him like this is the main thing he's known for? Why? It's a bad act. People do bad acts, right? But not all people who do bad acts are necessarily bad people that cannot change and grow. And I don't want to fucking live in a world where they can't grow. Because I've done bad things. I've done things I'm ashamed of. I've done things I'm not proud of. I've done things that keep me up at night, right? And why would I want to live with this knowledge that I'm no matter what I do, I'll never be able to be like accepted for doing any good or anything notable. I will always be known for a bad thing I've done. Who wants to live in a fucking world like that? It's the same thing when like the left for a while was like, I'm a lefty. I wasn't on board when the left was going back and finding tweets from 10 years ago, 11 years ago. Part of the human experience is being flawed, making mistakes, getting consequences, and then learning and growing. Why would we want to permanently remove people's value as people because they went through the process of that mistake? No, I'm an open book. I think even though I don't think it was as big of a deal as it was made out to be, I think what I did, and I am not proud of it, I think me being a fucking shitter edgelord really, and doing that shit was not okay. It went against my own principles. It went against the principles of people I respect who had to denounce me as a result. And I'm not proud of it. But I learned a lot, right? I learned a lot from it. And the same goes for behavior that came before. There was one time where I was involved and I was being a dick to this guy. I essentially bullied the dude. I didn't like him, but he was being kept around. I created a whole new Discord server where I invited everybody except him, and we pretended like the old one. I was like 16. We pretended like the old one was still operational. And that was like gay as fuck. I think that was like, I took the time, in 2024, I DM'd this person a personal apology, right? Because I felt badly about it. And it hasn't happened since I've grown up. I don't group people into fucking, what happened? Hold on. Another thing, I used to I used to pay people on the street to go buy me tobacco before I could buy it legally. I think that was incredibly selfish because I risked them getting arrested in the course of purchasing tobacco for me when I was underage, right? I feel bad about that. I feel bad about you know, human beings are faulted. Wasn't there a doc on the radio stream on that situation? There was, yeah, yeah. Yeah, people don't remember it, but I remember it because I remember it as being a time where I was wrong, and you should remember those times because it lets you know how how far you've come, how you've grown. If you look back on your behavior from years ago with no regrets, that's not, you probably have not grown as a person at all. That's not a good sign. You should regret behavior from the past because if you regret it, it demonstrates some form of growth and acknowledgement. Was this considered swatting? Just curious. She just threw a glass of water over Courtney. Should I call the police? That's assault. And by the way, the person they're talking about is Grace Thorpe. Not that it would ever be justified, but there is reasonable suspicion in the context of the Thorpes that people were legitimately in danger and that there was some form of child abuse going on, etc. Not that it is the position of a viewer to go make that call necessarily, right? I mean, I say necessarily because if you're seeing a child get beaten on stream, for example, and nobody's calling someone, you're like on a 14 viewer stream, then like, yeah, I think you should probably, in that case, when you're watching like a child get beaten, you should probably call someone. Yeah, yeah, I think that's probably a good thing to do. But this would not be swatting. The reason it wouldn't be swatting is because they believe a crime has actually occurred. It's just vindictive reporting, right? It's vindictive reporting. Swatting is when you purposefully lie about the nature of what's occurring to elicit a police response, typically in the form of the most invasive police response possible, the entry of a SWAT team. And that involves making a false like report. This, although we can acknowledge it's against our principles and bad, to call in this manner would not be illegal. Swatting is illegal. It involves falsely reporting to 911. This would not be illegal. But in regards to our own personal standards, I think it's bad. Okay, but do you remember CPS? True, true, true. Good point. No, I even said this at the time. I said people should not have called CPS on the Kleins, but the way he worded himself could have led some moron in the audience to legitimately believe something bad was happening, and that moron could have then called, right? But they wouldn't be a swatter for doing it if they were under the legitimate belief that they had basis for making the call, right? Swatting is its own thing, and it is criminal in nature. You would not be able to report this to the police because he's literally saying here that he believes an assault has just happened. As a viewer, by the way, this guy was not like a creator yet. He didn't abide. He wasn't held to the scrutiny of creators. He wasn't in our space. He was in the sector where this stuff happens on the regular. So to him, in his mind, calling the police under the legitimate basis that a crime has just occurred, even if being done for vindictive purposes, at that point in time, might not have even necessarily crossed a huge line in his community and his space. But he hasn't done this since. So what am I supposed to do with this information? I'll do a wellness check. Yeah, because it's not really a physical assault. It's still assault. So what this second part, all this is proving here is that this is not swatting. He legitimately believes that somebody has just been assaulted. Swatting is, yes, swatting is tantamount to attempted murder. Swatting does not stem from concern. Yes, it is done maliciously. You're doing so. It involves dishonesty. It involves the commission of a crime. It involves, like, it has to be done with the intent of, you have to go into it with malicious intent, right? You have to go into it under the mindset of, I'm about to lie to the authorities to go hopefully fuck with this person in the worst or most invasive way possible. Okay, so we've got this. Me when I'm trolling. You're a doxer and you harassed mentally ill people directly for content. I'm sure he did this, right? And the reason I'm sure he did this is because he comes from the sector and the Kiwi Farms types. And Kiwi Farms as a site is like the hub of this sort of behavior. And I'm sure he was heavily involved with that, right? But you know who else was involved? Do you know who went to bat for this site more than anyone else out of nothing but spite? Do you know who directed his audience to use this site where Dox is regularly hosted and contributed to? Destiny, the guy that is the main litigator, the key figure in litigating this attack and these claims. He contributed to Kiwi Farms more than anyone in our space. He contributed to its usage more than anyone in our space. This is what people on there do, and that's why I hate Kiwi Farms, right? I don't think that you have a right to dox people. I don't think that we should, you know, just be like A-logging fucking mentally ill people to death, right? I think some of the people on there are detestable. There are thousands of people on that site. I'm sure there are a lot of them that are not bad people, right? But a lot of them are malicious in nature, go into it with the mindset of legitimately trying to ruin another human being, and I think that that's evil, right? And we shouldn't be doing that. That's why, like, you know, even when I knew someone who was keeping someone around that came from Kiwi Farms but didn't engage in any like doxing themselves and wasn't involved, and I still said, like, I'm even hesitant to like keep active, like anyone who's active in that space around, right? You're a doxer and you harass. So doxing and harassing mentally ill people is the premise of this site. A site which Destiny, once again, contributed to subvert a takedown campaign litigated by Catfalls. Doing so out of spite, to my knowledge, right? But yeah, you've just described this large site and mass that this guy was once a part of, and your boss, your boss contributed to. Yeah, it's not swatting. It is a false accusation of swatting. 150%. This looks like SWAT. See, they always need to do shit like looks like or pretend like they're just asking questions or imply a position without definitively taking it because it gives you all the benefits of arguing for that position without having to actually defend it. They'll utilize sarcasm like, yeah, I'm sure that's not what's going on here, right? Because then if you press them, are you alleging that that's what's going on here, which would necessitate them to provide proof to not look like a liar? They can't do that. So they have to use a veil of sarcasm, or they have to use a veil of just asking questions, or they have to use a veil of uncertainty, or they have to use a veil of optics. It looks like this, etc. Because if they conclusively say this is this thing, then they would have to prove it. And they can't do that. They can't argue for it. They can't prove it. I've put the challenge out there to any DGGer to fucking call in and argue with me. Nobody's taken me up on that one yet, despite my tweets over the last few days in this context, getting some traction. Destiny blocked me today, right? The DGGers have seen my tweets. I am a nobody, but they're absolutely watching. And nobody takes me up on calling in to argue. Why? Because they're fucking wrong. They know they're wrong. And that's why they have to lie and obfuscate constantly. In other news, a quick public service announcement. We're changing things. We're changing things because we're under the attack of a community much larger than ours that is attempting to employ deception, lies, astroturfing, etc. to mischaracterize who we are and what we do, and then with that, justify using any and every tactic against us. With that notion in mind, I am putting a pause on infighting for a little bit. I buried the hatchet with Jay Stock. I'm not fucking litigating my own beef with Jay Stock. I'm not gonna infight right now because we need to be a unified collective because these people are fucking lying. When the Japanese launched their assault on China, skewered babies in Nanking, etc., the Republicans and the communists who were in turmoil, in civil war, put their differences aside with the understanding that there was a far worse threat that was willing to do and utilize tactics against their populace that was worse than either of them were willing to do to each other. And with that in mind, they understood it as a unified collective. That was the only way to combat the fascistic Japanese. That is what we need to do here. So anybody who has the correct take on this, that is logically reasoned through it and isn't attempting to lie, to falsely litigate a narrative on something that they know isn't happening, we're putting our differences aside for a little bit. Okay? It's hard for me to do that. I'm a very spiteful person, but we're putting our differences aside. With that being said as well, because we are dealing with a space so much bigger than ours, we need to fucking mobilize. And what I mean by that is clipping and reiterating correct arguments and correct narratives. If you're coordinating to disseminate the truth, that's not bad coordination, that's a good thing. And we need to do that because we are dealing with people that are literally fucking lying, using bot accounts with 10 followers to go do it, right? We need everybody to become useful here. Whether that means you become a clipper yourself, right? That's the biggest way you can contribute. Clip me, clip Quimman, clip anyone who's talking about this. Another great way to contribute if you don't want to clip or don't want to be public facing, which is totally okay. If you see a moment of my streams that you think needs to be out there, put the timestamp in stream clips in my server and someone else will probably clip it. Our clippers are immensely useful right now and I'm watching chatters in real time mobilize because there is strength in numbers and we're certainly disadvantaged when it comes to numbers. I need to shout out somebody that has proven himself to be more than just a troll shitter as of late. Wendy Fox is doing the... I don't know... Besides the fact that his profile picture is me as a baby, Wendy Fox is doing the work. He's clipping like hell. He's in the trenches, arguing against the lies. Look at a Wendy and be like him. This is the ideal AIDS gang soldier. Look at him and use him as an example. He's actively, he doesn't ask, what could everyone else be doing? He looks at the challenge and asks, what could I be doing? And he does it. And I need you, chatter. This is a call for me to you personally. Start thinking like that. We are correct. We are righteous. And if we remain strong and as a unified front, we will win. Okay. My keyboard is broken again. So The first step to mobilization, all of you have jobs and lives. This is a hobby for you. You're watching for fun. I don't expect everyone to become a clipper. But you can support the people that are doing it. Retweet what you see, like what you see, retweet this. There are tons of ways for you to get involved here. Tons of ways. And we need, more than ever, I know I've called to clip in the past, more than ever, we fucking need everyone involved. There is literally a bot-operated account dedicated to astroturfing DGG that got 100 likes on a tweet implying that I planned to sexually assault a woman. These people are literally willing. They have the numbers game on their side. They're willing to do anything. They're willing to lie. But the problem with lying so much is that when you bring them into territory where they have to combat the truth, they crumble. And you saw that happen with Destiny on stream when Quimman joined the call. Did you, Aiden? No. No. Believe it or not, I actually detest sexual assault. And even when I make jokes about sexual assault, they're directed at men, not women. Okay, cool. We must not resort to the tactics of the disingenuous. That's not even true. That's not even true. You want to know who you can learn a lot from? I'm a lefty. I'm a hard lefty, and I fucking despise. I despise with every fiber of my being the Nazis and fascists on X. But your enemy, especially your stronger enemies, are not stronger enemies for no reason. They have to be doing something right. And the question is, if they're utilizing tactics that effectively disseminate lies, is it really wrong to take on those same tactics to disseminate the truth? No, it's not wrong to coordinate and mass tweet the truth. It's not wrong so long as the end result and the end goal is to make sure that everybody understands the truth. It would be wrong to underestimate your enemy and disregard all of his tactics because they do things that work. And it's time we start doing it too. So long as we're not doing anything bad in the course of the adoption of these tactics. No bad tactics, only... That is not what I said. That is like not what I said at all, actually. I said some of the tactics they use can be integrated to do good. There are bad tactics, like doxing, which I've literally denounced at the start of this stream. I'm talking about the every little like shitter in DGG mass disseminating lies. Can you imagine if we had every little shitter in this community mass disseminating the truth and arguing with people every time they fucking decided to lie about us? That's what I'm calling for. That's what I'm calling for. That's all I'm calling for. And that's not a bad tactic so long as the end result is something good. Do not dox. Do not, because that is a bad tactic, because when you do it, even if you're doing it to someone you believe deserves it, you're now opening that tactic up for use in this broader conflict, which gets people hurt. And we're not doing that. Okay, nobody is doxing. Nobody, just like we've never endorsed it. Nobody is doxing. If you dox in the context of this, I will just boot you. That doesn't mean I won't, if you apologize and come back 5 years later, that doesn't mean I won't let you back in. But if you're actively doing it, you're getting booted. Okay. With that being said, can you imagine? We don't even need, there are only 85 watching. Look what we're up against. We only have 85 watching. Only 85? No, we have as much as 85 watching. So if literally 10 people out of that 85 decided to mobilize and contribute, that makes a difference. That makes an actual difference. Okay. Anyways, as I was saying, let's get back to this. I haven't heard Quimman's speech today. I haven't. I knew he was gonna give. I knew he was gonna give it. Not because I'm in a coordination, sir. Not because I'm coordinating. You know, he's like my associate or friend or whatever. I've spoken to him on this. But I knew the generally what was gonna be said. Because I think it is incredibly important to say. So we have people that weren't even in the server being accused of being in it. The Ralph Mail comes in to say, I roll with Shamu for life, top dude. I don't know what the accusation is. Doxing, who cares, even if true. Well, I disagree here, even though W Ralph Mail. I disagree here because I think, like, the take is, if he doxed, like, 4 years ago, that's bad. We don't need to defend the original thing. That's bad. Is it so bad that if he doesn't do it again, I'm supposed to, like, not even, like, breathe near him? Or that should be the thing he's known for? No. Stop thinking of us as a community. We're not. We have our own little... I have heavy layover with Quimman, to be fair, but I want to do my own thing and have my own thing, right? But we all, from different communities, have united around a common cause. And I heard Quimman say it privately, and I'm pretty sure he probably said it again today on stream. We're not going to agree on everything. I've had to put differences aside with people I legitimately believe lied about me. People that at one point wished the worst for me. We're going to disagree politically. We're going to disagree in terms of edginess, how edgy certain people are. We're going to disagree on literally we could disagree on everything. But we are going against an uncharged sex criminal running a community that is mass disseminating lies in an attempt to ruin people's lives and obfuscate his offenses, his crimes, and his wrongdoing. So put your fucking differences aside, lock in. That's what I'm doing, and I know you're capable of it. And let's get ready for war. I mean, what can you say? Whoa. Or a loss when I try to drink with the cap on. I have no idea what else goes on in that server. Here's Shamu discussing calling the cops, doing a wellness check to fuck with someone, and full-on doxing someone. Yeah, so we saw this. Yeah, that's a dox. Right? And that's bad. Sure, cool. He hasn't done it since, to my knowledge. And he understands that it's wrong. So, yeah, I don't know what else I'm supposed to do here. Okay. Shout out to Navakva. Let's take a look at some of these clips real quick. Okay, somebody said we should take a look at this on stream. Shout out to our boy Navakva, who's just decided to clip himself. Shout out to Wendy for clipping again. Everybody get involved. Or imply a position. Yeah, we'll just we could go through the clip. We'll go through some of the clips at the end. But clip while it's happening too. Clip while it's happening. Okay. Awesome. Awesome. I am very proud of all of you. I've seen people do things I didn't think they were capable of these last few days. I've seen people reach the correct position that I didn't think would. And I've seen people, I think this is a good cause, and I've seen people really put the work in. And I am very proud that some of those people come from my space. And I am appreciative of it. Okay. Cool. Let's take a look at what Quimman said today. I think we'll do that. Let's take a look at what Quimman said today. I haven't watched his stream, but I think that he is far more versed on this topic than I am, and probably has some very useful things to say that I'm gonna miss. So let's take a look at the beginning of his stream, because I heard that around there is where this happens. I normally don't want to watch something just to agree with it, but I think it's important. So that's what we're going to do. No, not from 9 months. Dude, how are his VOD? Where's his latest VOD? Seven hour. Got it. Okay, cool. Got it. Let's look at this. He's, oh, I gotta turn down my volume on max. He's locked in when he has his face cam on. You know he's about to say some shit. I only watch his segments where he's using his face because I watched during the Wiggler and it was a little rough. It was a little rough.
The terrible. Should we cam up?
We're probably gonna need to go ahead a little bit.
So, you may be aware, Shamu has been outed for the terrible crime of doxing in sector troll groups 4 years ago. Okay? And apparently that means everyone has to disown Shamu.
See? Notice what he does right off the bat. Because there's accusations that we're sweeping. Nobody's contesting that this is... Because when we see a case of it actually happening, not a case where it's being mischaracterized or lied about, we'll acknowledge it, right? We'll acknowledge it. And notice how he describes it exactly as it is. There's no sugarcoating. There's no sweeping. There's no, you know, there's no, like, attempting to downplay it and using a different term. It's an acknowledgement, right? Because we can win on the, yeah, sure, this happened. We win on the, so then what? Because the so then what is, he did this 4 years ago and didn't fucking repeat it. So why would this not be something that he wouldn't be redeemable for?
Seems to be the prescription here. Now, I don't have any hard lines for association. I've literally never enforced hard lines for association. I say that if you have hard lines, you should stick to them. So I will not be totally disowning Shamu. That will not be.
Well, even if this wasn't... Also, by the way, thank you so much to Mr. Something I Can't Say for the $10. RFC Remnant, and thank you Novakva for the 3. Here's my contribution to the war chest. Make no mistake, son, we're at war. True. Really quick, hold on. What was I about to say? So, Quimman has said this before. And I do have hard lines for association personally. I think most people do. If he doesn't, that's fine. There are some things you can do where I would not be willing to associate with you anymore, but that pertains particularly to, and I doubt that there are no hard lines for him. I'm sure there is something that someone could do where he wouldn't talk to them, right? But I think that it would have to be ongoing behavior, etc. With that being said, I think that even if this wasn't Quimman and you did have hard lines, with shit like doxing, the fact that it happened 4 years ago and wasn't repeated is enough for even people who have hard lines to not disassociate with him over those.
Lines, you should stick to them. So I will not be totally disowning Shamu. That will not be happening. And I want to use this as sort of an opportunity to, you know, go into a bit more of this. Because, I
didn't know whether he denounced Shamu or not, but I kind of could predict, because he said this before, what he's gonna say on that.
Stuff that all of us, and I say this, I'm not just talking to my chat right now.
Actually, I did know that. I spoke to him the other night. I was fucking tired.
People who enjoy this kind of content, people who make this kind of content, that the principles and standards that you probably hold quite dearly are under attack in a way they really haven't been since Careful's, frankly.
And it goes to the level, it goes from Ethan to Destiny. Every that, like, our principles in relation to lawsuits, our principles in relation to free speech and the ability to express yourself and criticize others, our principles at least for me personally, my principles in relation to the potential for redemption, etc., have all been violated by this group, and they're attempting to do so actively.
It's pretty disgusting. It's pretty disgusting. Well, let me just think how to say this. I'm a very abrasive person, okay? I understand not liking me. I understand having it out for me. In fact, I totally get
this
that.
Guy?
Okay?
Abrasive? What's he talking about?
What I would hope, what I did hope, is that there were some people that were discerning enough. And there are, in fairness. I'll give one credit, one shout out. Specific shout out. Styro No One. This guy fucking hates me. He's an RFC guy. But I see him standing on, you know.
Do you know how crazy that is I love Dumpy. Dumpy's one of my best friends ever. And you know, even if he could have the wrong take on this, I'd still, you know, I immensely appreciate Dumpy. I know some of you aren't gonna necessarily like him, but that's okay. Dumpy's been there for me when I needed him. But besides the point, right? I know it's a little gay. Besides the point, Styra comes from Dumpy's space. These types, because they're like they just want to like fuck around and have fun and stuff. They see Quimman as like a pseudo-intellectual type that just wants to lecture people and is boring or whatever. So they're not really big fans. But to get one of them to actually come in and say that Quimman won on something, for them to actually listen to what Quimman said without getting bored and clicking off and absorb it and actively agree with it is huge. If you understand those types and how they feel about this sort of space.
What he obviously should believe. What I would assume he believes. Total random shitter, just a random shout out. Just to cite one person that I saw being quite discerning about this stuff. But yeah, you don't see it from a lot of content creators, to be honest. You really don't. So I don't know how I want to really go about explaining this. Because it's something I want to try and convey. But it's tricky.
Think with the 5 will. I mean, Chud is literally on the ropes, collecting suspensions like Pokemon. His disavow makes sense 100%. Why even risk it at that point? I mean, it's going to be... I'm not looking to... Once again, I agree on the putting infighting aside line. It's not necessarily a decision that but I understand why he did it, and he has no obligation to not have done it, right? He's well within his rights too. If you believe someone's going to be a liability to you and don't want to associate it as a result, fine. But I don't give up without a fight that easy. And I you know, I don't necessarily. I kind of wish Chud was more willing to fight, even with what's at stake. Because the truth of the matter is, I don't think these people are going to stop when you give them these token concessions, and even giving them these concessions is doing so along this lie that they actually take issue with any behavior that you're denouncing. They don't. They do it themselves on a regular basis. Their leader is the main promulgator of it and has contributed to the sites and communities that fostered people like the old Shamu used to be, Kiwi Farms, right? And to give them that concession is to entertain that the notion that there's some sort of honest conversation and denunciation happening when it's entirely built on dishonesty and lies, and they don't actually care about the behavior that's occurring here. Unlike us, who we can all unequivocally say that doxing is bad.
Okay, it's tricky, man. There are some base level principles in this kind of content creation, in this sort of, I don't want to say sector because that is a specific thing, but this area of the internet.
Whoa, sorry. But also, real quick, the difference between somebody like Chud and somebody like I don't know much about Quimman, so like I don't know anything about his personal life, but like besides like Chud, once again, as you say, yeah, Chud is like a family. Chud is like a Chud has, this is his full-time thing. He has a lot to lose, right? He does have a lot to lose, which I'm sure contributes to some of the hesitancy to fight. I'm in college. I probably have more to lose than like it would be easier to ruin my life probably than what anyone than many others, because you know it's a kind of a given there, but with that being said, I believe that my behavior and positions at this point are absolutely defensible, and I'm gonna fight.
The idea that
I feel like what you're saying is, since Destiny is being so dishonest, we can't criticize our side at all, even if it is bad, just because it will give DGG a win on optics. That's not true. We criticize our own side on a regular basis, and nobody is calling for us to stop doing that, right? But when we're giving this side token criticisms when they don't actually care about the behavior that's occurring, we're basically feeding into we're feeding something worse. And there's a time and a place for everything. And if you're looking at this from a utilitarian perspective, and I know you're going to say that's a gay word, right? But if you're looking at this from a utilitarian perspective, there's a time and place and that comes later. Right now, we have a bigger problem, and that bigger problem is attempting to lie and smear us and engage in the most dishonest bad faith tactics possible, and it would be suicidal to decide right now is going to be the time for us to start doing this like infighting. We'll totally police ourselves. If anybody engages in tactics that cross our line as a part of this drama, of course they're going to be unequivocally denounced and thrown out, right? But we're not going to go back and try to like litigate all this unrelated shit right now so we can infight and give these people who are more dishonest and worse than anyone in our space exactly what they fucking want. There's a time and a place.
When you participate online as part of a community, you're responsible for your actions. You're not responsible for the actions of...
We will get to everyone. Every dog has his day. I've not forgotten about Parry. I've not forgotten about... I think I'm probably cool, J-Stock, even after this. I've not forgotten about a lot of people, right? That comes later. There's going to be a time for it. It's just not right now.
Everyone around you, or if you post on a subreddit, you're not responsible for every discrete instance of harassment, especially illegal harassment that happens as a result of the general air of negativity towards a person. Great example of this. Some of you may remember back in the Keffals drama, Stardust had a big fight with Keffals that resulted in Keffals screaming obscenities at Stardust. Because Stardust stood by Flamenco. For those who don't know, Flamenco obviously would fuck around with doxes. He threatened to send letters to Xanderhal's mother, and he would post on Kiwi Farms very frequently. Very big KF poster. And Stardust defended him.
And keep in mind, Flamenco, while Stardust was defending him and everyone was cool with him, and I wasn't, by the way. I had the early position on Flamenco, something that even the RFCers acknowledge I was correct on. Flamenco was a figure associated with the alt-right. Flamenco was somebody that was legitimately racist. Flamenco had a debate with me when I was a kid where he provides apologia for the Confederacy. Lefties making edgy jokes causes concern for Stardust, but she's like completely willing to like hang around with and be buddy with and defend people who legitimately hate people for the color of their skin, right? The concern on her end for these jokes or whatever, it's built on faulty lines. It's built on lies that they actually care about this behavior when all of their behavior and preferences in other circumstances demonstrate the complete and polar opposite.
Firmly. And honestly, that's one of the few times where I thought Stardust won a debate. I thought Stardust did well there. That was one of the few times ever where she stood firmly on the idea that Flamenco isn't responsible for your swatting. It's not just group harassment because he's on the forum. But that's totally been abandoned. That has totally been abandoned by people. And that is a core principle that allows not just KF to operate and people there to be able to talk their shit, but allows DGG to operate. It allows Leftovers H3 to operate. It allows H3 Productions to operate. Because there are always negative, illegal, harassing behaviors that occur as a result of significant negative attention online.
And by the way, real quick, to the person that just said earlier, are you saying we shouldn't criticize our own side? Remember the analogy I used for the Chinese and the Civil War and putting it on hold because the bigger threat, Japan, was coming in? Well, as soon as the war with Japan was done, they resumed that shit. The fighting continued. Everything's going to go back to normal. Things will continue like normal. But right now, exceptional times and exceptional circumstances do call for some exceptional measures and you know, sort of maybe some putting some differences aside that we would normally hash out and litigate and fight for the sake of combating a greater enemy.
But not each individual engaging with the negativity is responsible for each discrete act of harassment. You're responsible for harassment that you do, which hopefully you don't do. So I really do feel like with a lot of the lawsuit and doxing stuff that's going on here, I would hope there are a lot of...
Yes, they've literally gone back 4 years to find behavior in a different community and a different server conducted by an individual to criticize us for. If you make the parameters this vague for what we're responsible for and are not, to the point where what other individuals were doing years ago that we have no knowledge of somehow reflects on us, then you can always find criticism. You are responsible for your own behavior as an individual, right? And if your behavior as an individual supplements and benefits the bad behavior of somebody else, then that's criticizable. But if it's not doing that, then whatever that other person has done is not on you. There's only so much you can control as a lone person.
More people.
I can't go back for I didn't know, none of us seem to know that Shamu had done this thing that we can all say is bad years ago, but like is the expectation that we're supposed to go back, not only are we supposed to know about this, right? Not only was we should have known about it, he should have said something if he remembered that he did it. It was 4 years ago. I'm sure he, was big in these A-log communities and might not have remembered, but he should have told us. He didn't. Okay. But that means we didn't know about it. Is the expectation that we're supposed to get into a fucking time machine and stop this from happening years ago?
Willing to sort of put differences aside, this isn't really a matter of whether someone says slurs or whether someone's right wing or whether someone's a communist, whether someone's a tanky in ML.
Yes. I don't like the tankies. I was one. I know how they operate. I know what they believe in, and I don't agree with them. But yeah, the truth of the matter is, if they have the correct take on something, on an issue that's important, we can put our differences aside.
The principles that allow this type of content to continue should matter to all of us. They should matter to all of us. And a key point to this is that when you're going against that, you don't win by betraying what you're fighting for. You do not win by adopting the tactics of the enemy.
Somewhat. You can adopt the tactics of the enemy if those tactics, when applied by you for a good cause, do not result in new bad acts. I mean this in the sense of how you spread information, etc. I don't mean this for things like doxing, because as I said before, bad tactics exist, and that is one of them. There is no scenario where you can dox somebody on here without risking, even if it's the most deserving person on earth, there's no scenario you could do it without putting everyone at risk. Because when you open that door and allow it, it creates this like room for infinite retaliation and disproportionate retaliation, and it's a bad tactic. We don't need to adopt it. In regards to how they coordinate to disseminate lies, we can coordinate in that manner to disseminate the truth, and I think that that's okay.
You see people say this sort of stuff a lot of the time. People wanting to take things further. They see someone do something absolutely insane, horrible, and they want to take things further. They want to retaliate. But you literally can't. You literally can't. You have to maintain the high ground every time. You cannot allow yourself to just become whatever it is you've got a problem with. You can't start filing lawsuits because, oh, well, fuck them. You can't start doxing because, oh, well, fuck them, they did it. You can't start lying because, oh, well, fuck them, they do it. Dan's doing it all the time. You can't just start doing that. But you do need to hold firm. And you do need to be aggressive, okay? You do need to hold firm, and you do need to be aggressive, and you need to stand confidently. You can't, this bitchy, almost, I don't want to call it infighting, because there isn't this broad group, but the idea, so for instance, here, I'll give you an example. I will frequently see, I'll use myself as an example. I will frequently see, say something gets posted of me, there will be a comment from someone who will agree with me on the core issue being discussed, and it's a very important issue, and it should be an important issue to them. But you may see a comment say, oh, well, why are you supporting this guy? He says the N-word on Kick. I don't at this point anyway. I don't do that. But you know what I mean. They'll say something like that.
I mean, I do this on a regular basis. I'm not a fan of the N-word. I've been given shit for that, right? I'm not a fan of like the N-word and shit, right? Does Quimman or do other people I know, have they used it in a way where, I might not approve? Yes. But the reason I'm cool with Quimman and the reason I talk to Quimman is because we align on issues that are far more important than anything he's doing as an individual that I happen to disagree with, right? We're going to have differences. We're going to have many differences. But that doesn't mean all of a sudden we have to decide now to litigate those differences when there are bigger problems that we need to focus on. And that doesn't mean, because there are bigger problems, you can't focus on the smaller ones. But if focusing on the smaller ones is a detriment to your solution to the bigger problem, then you should focus on the smaller ones once the bigger problem has been resolved.
I think. I'm not saying that about me, that you've got to stop saying things about me. I'm saying, broadly, if you care about this stuff, you need to forget some of these internal differences. An example of someone else, Bungie.
You say the N-word on Kick on a regular basis. I don't even talk on Kick. I think I've sent, in total, 5 chats on Kick. That's not even true.
Recognizing some of the existential issues that are being presented to this space right now. He's taking stands on the right side of that. I don't care if he supports Restore. I don't care if he thinks, black people are disproportionately low IQ, or whatever the fuck Bungie thinks. I actually don't know what Bungie thinks. Whatever he thinks. I don't care. In the context of this, right? there may be another time where he's expressing that where it's worth me fighting with that. But when there is a concerted effort to fracture and smother an effective ecosystem, that's a problem. That's a real big problem, and that should be really kind of, you know, firmly opposed by everyone in a firm line. So stop saying bungees are still there. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying at all. That's all I'm saying at all. That's all I'm saying at all. Where was I? So yeah, but Bungie recognizes that, I think. Where was I? You threw me off. I've got where I got up to. Someone...
He's right. Nothing would make them happier than if the same side devolved into the same tactics they use. They're counting on this to happen. Yes, it will. If for us to engage in these tactics, it will make it look like this is like common behavior, and it would minimize their usage of these tactics, right? These people dox. These people contribute to doxing forums. These people go after innocent people. We never need to do that. There is nothing here to combat them. There's nothing here that would require us to use those tactics, because there are bad tactics that shouldn't be used in any context.
Remind me where I was. Oh, yeah. Smother and fracture and effective ecosystem.
Yes, shout out Gooner42. Shout out to you guys. The Clippers right now that I'm seeing will have a spot in Valhalla, okay? Much appreciated. I'm retweeting everything, so...
That was it. That's where I was up to.
Well, not everything. Almost everything.
Yeah, it should be firmly opposed. And you have to consider as well sort of the context this is happening in, right? And why it's being portrayed the way it is. Destiny has spun up this narrative that this server has existed for 2 years. Why is he saying it's existed for 2 years when it's actually existed for 10 months? Well, just think about that timescale. What would that encompass? What would that encompass? It would encompass his allegations, everything leading up to them, and everything he did in response.
He wants to pretend like this is one coordinated mass. You have everybody from the fucking righties on the sector, to the tankies from Hassan's community, to the moderates, to the... This is different communities operating in different places who have different standards, who have different principles. Many times we're not even in communication with them, right? That all collectively have reached these positions, or that have all individually reached these positions as a part of their unique collectives, right? And the acknowledgement that the group that is criticizing him is not in fact this one little coordinated area, but in fact different people from different walks of life who believe in different things, lets you know that Destiny's tactics in and of themselves bring people to these positions. Not that these people reach those positions because they are these people.
Right? So it is a retroactive justification.
Doesn't matter how old the server is if people are trying to dox in that server. Nobody tried to dox in that server. Nobody was doxed in that server. Provide the example or just admit you lied.
An attempted vindication narrative to make it seem as though the only reason anyone ever even cared about...
Who was doxed in that server? Name one person that was doxed in that server. Just one. Just one. If this was a doxing server, you'd surely have an example, right?
He was sharing nudes without consent.
And the goalpost, by the way, the goalpost fucking shifts. It goes from this is happening in Spicy to when does this happen in Spicy? Oh, well, it doesn't happen in Spicy. It happens in other chats like Nuki and Icy. Well, let's get to specifics. Let's look at the Icy logs. Let's look at the Icy logs. With the exception of the one instance where I reposted info from the top result on YouTube, right, while I was being a fucking drunken idiot and was unequivocally, universally denounced and ripped a new asshole over. Rightfully so. With the exception of that, who is being doxxed in these chats? Where is this happening? Because anytime he says, okay, well, now that we've gotten to specifics, the example you provided, I can't actually find a case it's happening. He just alleges there's somewhere else where it's happening. Well, when we actually go to that somewhere else, when you make him name specifics, it's not happening there either. So where the fuck is it happening? Where is it happening?
It's because other people were spinning up in the background. But we know that's untrue, don't we, guys? We know that's untrue. Because not only does the timeline make no sense, but Destiny himself, in his Bob 7 manifesto, destroyed Bob 7 for doing exactly that, for sharing a nude of Melina with bows on a screen share in Discord. And in that manifesto, Destiny admitted to doing the same behavior himself in the past and having issues with Melina over it.
I've never doxed, I can't dox Lyle Convoy himself, who's given out his multiple times his full legal name, address, occupation, the ages and occupations of his family, the what is there to he's literally said to people in conversations that like everything about him is out there. And he's an open or whatever. He's volunteered that info. I couldn't dox him, right? Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to do that, right? Because everything is out there.
So we know it's total bullshit to pretend that this is just a manufactured standard that no one really cares about. Because Destiny...
And also, that wasn't happening there. These people hate any conversation about Lio. That was me as an individual. Nobody here liked the Lio coverage. That was ACC types who are from a wholly different community, a community which seems to really not like Quimman. So that's not even a part of this collective mass that they're attempting to smear as a whole.
Self has cared about it or claimed to care about it in the past, even destroyed someone's online career over it. Deliberately, actively, actually destroyed someone's career over it. I'm not going around getting into private calls with Destiny's friends, recording them, and then chopping it up and trying to spin a narrative on my stream, am I? That's what Destiny did with Bob 7. That's what Destiny did with Bob 7. So it's all projection. It's all a retroactive vindication. That's what it's all about. And then, so that's the sort of drama context here, guys. We drop that into the broader context. The broader context. What's actually happening here? It depends how schizo you want to go with this, really, doesn't it?
I know what he's thinking.
We're in a world.
Because I'm thinking the same thing. There is something here that seems to be going on. There is something here that seems to be, if you look at who's replying and where it's happening and what's being said and run the comparisons, there is an aspect of this that seems very artificial. Very artificial. And although it would sound schizo to make an outright claim that, oh, this guy is coordinating and doing that, etc., if you look into it and start like, I mean, I've had more activity on my Twitter than I've had in months, and I've been looking at the people replying to me, and a lot of them are real people that really have fallen for these guys' lies and come to this position, right? I know there's like a cope to call everyone a bot, but if you look at a lot of these accounts and go into it, right, or look at people like Denal who have coordinated in the past the mass spamming of astroturfing accounts that are like faceless, nameless, etc., who's now working for DGG in their narrative, you begin to realize a pattern, and you begin to wonder, is that pattern intentional?
Where? I'm going to go full skits. I'm going to go full skits on this. You live in a world where Paramount has merged and owns the Free Press. Barry Weiss has been installed as the editor of the Free Press. The Ellisons own TikTok. And all social media seems to be disproportionately moderating, boosting, content of a certain persuasion. That appears to be what's happening online over the last couple of years. And then you see these content creators that are aligned with a certain side, that are willing to use every tactic possible to crush the opposition. And they are benefiting massively from this industrial force, this international industrial force behind them.
This machine. I've used the word. It is a machine, okay? They've built Fuentes has one. It's this self-reinforcing cycle. You mobilize shitters who begin to get into the dopamine reinforcement cycle of clipping and interacting and looking for their notifications, more clips and interactions. Many have employed a level of automation and bots, but it is a machine nonetheless that is disseminating a narrative. And when you're combating this machine as it's disseminating a false narrative, if you don't have a machine of yourself, then you're kind of fucked. And that is what we are attempting to do now. We are attempting to build a machine, not an automated machine, but a machine nonetheless that will propagate the truth. When I say we, I don't mean Quimman. I don't know what he's trying to do. I'm talking about me personally.
To try and, I don't want to say it, but it is kind of Israel. It's online Israel. They are perfectly aligned on that cause, and they benefit massively from the industrial machine that keeps that running.
Oop, machine?
So again, you can't, you can't stoop to their level, but you have to be firm. You can't stoop to their level, but you have to hold a firm line. You cannot allow people to, do this divide and conquer bullshit and try and police associations based on some shit that happened years ago. That someone doesn't even do anymore, that you've got no evidence of doing. Oh. And it's built into a total lie narrative that is made to vindicate someone on their sex crimes and crush the opposition to their political perspective.
True.
Right? Because that's what it is. Think about how all this works together, guys. Think about how all this works together. Why did Destiny cozy up to the commentary community all those years ago? Did he do it because the commentary community is a totally inconsequential machine for influencing online opinion? Or did he do it for the opposite reason? Because actually, the ability to reach young men who otherwise feel apolitical, disaffected, or whatever, that's actually a very, very good method of influencing people's opinions. And that those people are often very active online and willing to spread the message further.
I'm very interested in dialogues about like tactics and strategy and how these people actually operate. It's just like, it's a very fascinating concept. I mean, that's what I'm going to school for, communications, right? And it's very interesting to watch how communication is conducted through digital media in the modern age, with the mass clipping accounts and the perpetuation of narratives, and sometimes the involvement of PR firms, etc. It's a very fascinating concept, and it's a powerful one too, that I think, if appreciated, can be used to do good.
It's probably more likely the latter, isn't it? It's probably more likely the latter.
This is not accidental dox. This is green. This is green with a minion.
So why is it that suddenly, when that's been torn away, all of a sudden every tactic is on the table to try and crush what has replaced it? It should be pretty obvious to you guys. It's because people were being too effective. All comes after the Kilo video. Nicandros gets targeted.
When I saw Destiny, when I watched how forced they were to declare a win, etc., that's when I got interested. That's when my interest was piqued, because make God bleed. Make God bleed. And you destroy his omnipotent status. And I watched their God bleed in that conversation with Quimman. And I knew that he saw himself bleed. Destiny. And I'm watching this guy become genuinely rattled. I'm watching these people scramble, throwing everything at the fucking wall. You see this ever-shifting goalpost where the claim always changes, etc. They are desperate. They are desperate because something is working.
Because he argued with Dan on Twitter. Leftovers H3 are being targeted because Ethan was being smeared as a Zionist, something that he 100% is. It's just so, if you just open your eyes and look at the big picture here, it's so fucking obvious. And I just wish there were a few more people out there, a few more content creators, a few more people, a few more communities that saw it, that kind of saw through it and recognized what's on the line here, what's actually on the line here, when you allow this insane, litigious freak to try and shut down anyone calling him a Zionist while he goes on his podcast.
I don't want to live in a space where people like this win. I don't. I said before. Why would I want to live? Why would just because I dared criticize someone, why would I want to live in a space where I'm permanently marked by mistakes from like years ago or something, right? In a dishonest fashion where nobody involved actually cares and is only litigating it for the sake of like obfuscating or spitefully getting a W or sweeping for even worse behavior. I don't want to live in a space like that, and you shouldn't want to live in one like that either.
And bangs on about how anyone saying free Palestine in the wake of October 7th is saying they love Hamas and they deserve to have their family shot, killed, and burned in front of them. Recognize what's on the line when you're allowing that to happen.
Yes, if you say from the river to the sea, that inherently means you're like every college student of protesters from the river to the sea is actually like totally on board with like logistically like murdering thousands of people or whatever, right? Even if you can argue that like, oh, if their positions were actually implemented, that's what would happen. That's not what's going through their mind necessarily when they say that, right? But they they dishonestly claim that that's what goes through the mind of everybody that makes that statement. The right did this with Charlie Kirk. The right decided to, en masse, perpetuate the non sequitur that those who call people Nazis are calling for their assassination. Therefore, anybody who ever invoked political hyperbole to call a conservative figure a Nazi was deemed to be calling for that person's assassination, and therefore any bad tactic was able to be used against people who merely used that hyperbole. They were doxxed, they were posted on websites, they were fired from their jobs, etc. You saw this happen after Charlie Kirk.
Recognize what's on the line when you don't take a firm stand on that. Recognize how the abandonment of that principle could come back to fuck you very quickly. Could come back around.
It's unfortunate that Quimman is also dishonest and he is not dishonest. He's not. I'm not going to sit here and glaze Quimman. Me and Quimman don't see eye to eye on everything. We have a lot of differences. And those differences have come out. I've argued with the guy many a times. That's probably why I get on with them. I get on with people that I can argue with. But he is certainly not dishonest. I've never seen him be dishonest. I've seen him be wrong, but I've never seen him be dishonest. I think all of his engagement, even when I have believed he's wrong, has been conducted in a way where he legitimately believes what he is saying and his positions are based on evidence, right?
Fuck you. Very fucking quickly. That principle that you've relied on for your entire career, that you may have made tens of videos defending. First I came for Hassan. Again, that's a corny quote, but absolutely true. But absolutely true. That should have been your warning sign, you know? And we're way deep into it now, you know? Hassan should have been your warning sign. Casey Tron Frogan Denim definitely should have been. The Snark lawsuit. Dude, if you went off by...
The reason I like Quimman is because he engages honestly. That's why I like him, right? Because I've seen him engage honestly. And that's not true for everybody on here. I've seen him apply his like principles in situations where he could have like been like spiteful or bitter or have not gone by these principles, etc. But I've watched him in real time, even when it's not even necessarily going to be beneficial to his argument, attempt to remain consistent and honest.
That, you're a fucking insane person. Noah Sampson being sued for saying he backed the genocide. Now it is patently obvious what's happening here. Now it is patently obvious what's happening here.
Yeah, let's ban political... Let's allow for retaliation over the usage of political hyperbole or the expression of political opinion, so long as if that political opinion is one that the person in question happens to disagree with, then you can, like, the thing is, right, a lawsuit for a statement that is like, there are some statements that are either true or false and not up necessarily to room for interpretation. If I said that Quimman stabbed some guy named like Joe or Bob or like fucking or Samantha to death or whatever, I don't know. If I said that, if I went and said that, the fucking what was I saying? If I went and said that, that's either true or false. There's no room. You can't like that's just going to be something that either happened or didn't. With the application of conceptual statements like genocide, that's going to be something that one can argue for and debate and interpret based on or apply based on their own given understanding of the situation. Even if all the facts are agreed upon, they can interpret it differently and apply this concept, believing that it meets this term where somebody else might not. That wouldn't be slander. That's a difference in opinion.
Goal is to litigate criticism of Israel in a courtroom because people understand that their position has influence. That Ethan Klein understands that him being labeled as this crazy Zionist not just makes people hate him more, but makes people hate his country more, his wife more, all this stuff. And so he has both personal and political incentives to try and shut that down as hard as fucking possible. But people just don't clock that. People just don't clock that. People want to pretend there's no underlying motive. So there's no broader narrative motive here. It's just shit flinging. It's just shit flinging. No, there is power centralized in a lot of these communities around a lot of these content creators. There is power and influence centralized around them, and they have to maintain that. And they will try and pretend like they're not doing it for Israel or for politics or something like that, but that is always in their mind. That is always in their mind, and it comes out in their actions. It comes out in their target selection. It comes out in their actions. I
do wonder which influencers are being directly paid by Mossad and which aren't. And if you think that's schizo, then you don't understand Mossad. Why do you think Mossad would not invest? They already do. We know the IDF and related. So we understand that they attempt to win the information war. They do so because that is the front they lose the most on, especially in the modern age. They'll admit it themselves. Right? You've even had the head of the ADL admit in leaked recordings that like we have a TikTok problem. The young people are like, Israel has lost on the or has been losing in regards to the war on truth, because that is what Mossad and Israel conduct. They are conducting a war on truth. And if you think that they don't employ influential actors in the forms of media that people like us consume, then you are missing the mark. We know Russia does it. Why would Mossad not do the same thing? It's almost certain that some of these people in our broader space, in terms like the former like Twitch poll types, etc., have some level, I'll say it, I don't know if he's gonna say it, I'll say it, have some contact with Mossad. Like, I'm unironically, that's gonna sound schizo as fuck, but like the bigger fish, the types like Destiny, etc., it would not surprise me for a second if they were ever in communication with Mossad.
The opinions they express.
I'm not saying that to like meme. That's unironically probably happening to some extent.
Comes out in what they cover. And it goes all the way down. I'm not just talking about Destiny, Ethan, whoever here. I'm talking about Nick. You know, I'm talking about Orky. I'm talking about myself. Everyone has an understanding of how this actually works, really, deep down. People will try and pretend, like Chud, will try and pretend to absolve himself of any responsibility, that there is no influence from any YouTube video ever, that watching a Turkey Tom video on, you know, the Charlie Kirk shooting, where he says, Charlie Kirk was...
And by the way, Mossad doesn't always directly come to you as Mossad. Mossad can come to some of these people as maybe members of their community or members of shell organizations, or you have to remember that Mossad is one of the most capable intelligence gathering orgs on Earth, and is one of the most capable in terms of spying and psychological operations on the planet, right? They didn't earn their prestige as an intelligence organization for nothing. Mossad is effective, right? Mossad is, I may be one up maybe by the CIA, but besides that, like, it's one of the most influential national intelligence orgs on the planet. And if obviously they're going to have some involvement with the space. Thank you for the 10 and fixed. Destiny took a paid trip to Israel. True.
A little bit controversial. Anyway, there's a trans cult spreading widely across the internet, like that Crimes You Romans guy said. People want to pretend there's no influence that has, because they want to both absolve themselves of any responsibility so they can sleep easy at night when they know they're betraying their principles, and also so that people are unable to latch on to something they say and make a criticism of them that bites. Because if you say that I have no influence, I have no effect, you're able to take the wind out of a lot of criticisms. But that's not true. That's a lie. People do have influence. And it's obvious they do. You will hear the Oreo viewers say things like, dude, nothing has made me hate the pro-Pally cause more than seeing Nick cover Casey Tron Dennings and Frogan. They say that. They say that. You can find Reddit comments saying that. You can find...
By making, like, unlikable figures the face of this incredibly broad position, that's another way to attempt to discredit the ideas without attacking them directly. There's no face of this position. You can come to these conclusions independently. There doesn't need to be a spokesperson for believing that Palestinian people have a right to self-determination, a nation, a state, and don't deserve to be through a nation state that gets support from our government and constantly violates international law. They don't deserve to be erased as a people, which is exactly what's been happening. The far right in Israel wants to erase Palestinians as a distinct national identity. They'll do so through overt violence, and it's not always through overt violence. There's other subtle ways of doing it, like attempting to recontextualize history, refer to the land as Judea and Samaria, slowly annex the West Bank, which is why they build settlements. It's slow annexation because they believe they're entitled to it. The end goal is the erasure of Palestinians as a people.
YouTube video comments saying that, because that is the purpose of the content. Whether Nick wants to consciously accept it or not, that is the purpose of the content. It is to absolve Ethan, and by extension, absolve Israel. And that's why there's so many interested parties. That's why the ADL latches onto his campaigns. That's why Dan works with the ADL. That is how it functions. So there really is quite a lot when you're, you know, when you're posting like hell, there really is quite a lot against you, okay? You are actually going up against quite a sophisticated international psyop machine. And Stale, you know, I spoke to Stale the other day. Stale's got some crazy claims he makes about this stuff. This was said in the public VC, so I'll just share it now. Stale literally claims, this is what Stale claims. Stale claims, no joke, that FBI agents or government agents contacted him through family members to inquire why he was deleting so many negative posts about Casey Tron and Denims. Now, I don't know that I believe that. I don't know that I believe that.
Okay. But it's not so unbelievable. I'm not accepting any of these claims as true, but in any other situation, you could say that's crazy. This guy's lying and making it up. I absolutely think that this is possible. Completely. Totally possible. I don't think it's that schizo to believe this has happened. We've had examples of it happening to others in similar fashions. And yeah, places like the Anti-doxing have contact to people's family members instead of them directly. This happens, right? I can totally conceivably see a situation where this occurred. I could also see a situation where he lied about it and made it up. But I'm not going to immediately throw that claim away, even though on the surface it might sound a little crazy.
I wouldn't go the full way. I would need to see a bit more. I would need to see way more.
Yeah.
You know, I would never stake anything on that.
But he's not disregarding it in its entirety as well.
I would literally never stake anything on that. Don't get too excited by that, because I would literally never stake anything on that. Ever. You know, that sounds crazy. That sounds crazy. However, the point that's being made there in that story is true. The point is true. There is massive interest from these huge, powerful bodies across the world in how these issues are presented on the internet. There is a huge incentive for, say, the ADL to run a PSYOP campaign on Reddit, to run a PSYOP campaign on Twitter.
Like, this isn't schizo. This all logically follows, right? But the problem is you have an incomplete picture that does rely on iterations or on reiterations of what occurred as opposed to first-hand primary evidence. And that's why you don't need to run with this and accept it fully. But you'd be stupid to sit here and just not think this happened because it sounds too schizo. What do you think intelligence organizations do exactly? Online media is one of the most powerful tools for the dissemination of narratives, especially in a political context. You'd be a fucking moron to think that intelligence orgs have not tried to influence or infiltrate online communities. Why would they not do that? It like makes perfect sense for what they are positioned to do.
That is the reason, I believe even explicitly, that the Ellisons bought TikTok is because of the anti-Semitism on there. Because this stuff does actually have an impact. So
you literally heard Jonathan Greenblatt of the ADL in a leaked call telling them we have a TikTok problem. We have a really big TikTok problem. It is a war on truth. And of course, the main sources of the dissemination of that truth are going to be combated by actors working to fight the truth.
That's all like the more political side of it. But there is just a baseline, even if you don't give a fuck what happens with Trump or the Democrats or Israel or Palestine or fucking, Sudan or whatever. Even if you do not give a fuck about that and you just like watching internet content and talking shit about it, they are breaking those principles. They are not just breaking those principles, and they're doing things that break those principles. They are trying to
turn it up. Is it not loud enough?
Break those principles. They're trying to obliterate them from the internet for the benefit of Israel. So you can ignore all the political stuff, but they are still trying to fuck with what you enjoy. They are still trying to fuck with your life, basically.
Yes.
They are trying to make it so you cannot talk as freely online. But if you have an issue with a big content creator, you are looking over your shoulder because what if they sue me?
If you subjectively, legitimately believe that that something that is happening can be labeled under a given conceptual term, why should people be able to sue you for that? I know that there's the free speech bros think any enforcement of speech is like 1984, right? There are absolutely okay consequences for speech if you're overtly lying that something happened that didn't, etc., in a way that's causing damages for somebody else. Then in theory they should be allowed to potentially find some means of resolution. Although in our space, I think you should exhaust every other means of resolution and not that one, because it opens a whole new can of worms. Oh yeah, sorry. I said this last stream, guys. For whatever reason, the jewels just don't display for me well enough, at least. I don't see them, so I'm not gonna be able to read the names of everyone that get. Maybe at the end of stream. But if you want me to read your name as stream is happening, you'll have to do it through super chats or Streamlabs, because I haven't worked out a system where I still don't really understand the jewels. But I appreciate, I'm seeing the gifts from Charm, and I'm seeing the gifts from Victor, and that is much appreciated. Thank you for the cat, the DJ cat, and what was the other one? It was I forgot what it said.
They dox me. And who does that benefit? It doesn't benefit everyone, does it? It doesn't enforce a new standard where people are just nicer online. It benefits rich, amoral scum.
who actually have the means to go sue people over petty bullshit. Like, you're just helping it is a case of the underdog. We are, and the people that are vaguely associated around this common issue are underdogs here. You are fighting this giant apparatus. You're fighting this giant machine that is contributed to by large creators much bigger than ourselves. On every level, even surrounding the political context of this issue, it is a case of crushing the underdog. And you'd be stupid to think that these tactics, permitting them, allowing them, and normalizing them, are not going to crush you either.
People who are insulated from the effects of lawsuits, doxing. It only benefits people who can protect their own speech on their own. It does not benefit you as a chatter. It does not benefit you as a content creator. It does not benefit you as a Reddit mod or whatever the fuck. It benefits exclusively the most powerful scum in the world.
True.
And that used to be something people cared about. That did used to be something people cared about. And like I said, so it literally isn't a, it's not, it should not be, anyway, divided on political lines. As much as there is a political motive at the top end, and people on the bottom end, like the Oreo, serve that motive. Sometimes knowingly, I think. Sometimes knowingly. Serve that motive. It shouldn't be drawn along political lines when you're opposing the tactic. You know, it's not, it shouldn't be. No bad tactics, only bad targets. You should understand that some tactics introduce a corrosive element.
Yes, and when implemented will be a net negative and detriment to all of us. Yes.
That will only cause problems for everyone.
I used to disagree with Quimman on this one. I didn't necessarily think... I mean, obviously there were some tactics you can say are bad, right? Because they would inadvertently target, like obviously, like, the people that go send CP bombs to people, even if I didn't believe that they were bad, I still would never be okay with that, right? But simultaneously, I used to be someone that personally believed that, like, in regards to shit like doxing, if I was watching, like, I used to believe that, like, I didn't give a fuck if, like, I was watching, like, just shitty people get etc., right? I wouldn't give a fuck. I was wrong about that, because you have to understand that when you're just, like, giving any wiggle room to say, oh, it might be okay here, we're opening up and normalizing the usage of these tactics that would work as a net detriment to all of us if implemented. There are bad tactics, 150%.
You know? It will cause problems for all sides. I remember just a few years ago, you know, MAGA people would have banged on like crazy about people getting doxed and fired from their jobs for, you know, saying, yeah, what the fuck would they say? What do MAGA people say? I don't know, man. I love ice or some shit. I don't know, bro. They would say some shit like that and they get doxed and fired from their job. Now they clap and laugh on the other side. And don't get me wrong, lefties were doing that for a long time too, you know. But there used to be a bit more of a...
Oh, well, and they don't even do it anymore for what you've actually done or what you've actually said. It's how can we utilize mental gymnastics to make you look like you're responsible for or have done something else. As I said before, with the assassination of Charlie Kirk, none of us pulled the gun. I've called Trump a Nazi, and they have used mental gymnastics to argue that by using that term, anyone using that term is calling for someone's assassination, which therefore justifies infinitely bad tactics against them or whatever. Even though, when you're calling someone a Nazi and invoking political hyperbole, that is certainly not you calling for their assassination, right? So it's not even going after you for what you have done. It's how can we argue that you've done something else, so then we can bring it to this territory and do bad shit against you, right? Even if you argue there's like a justifiable target of doxing, all that will lead to in the future is people falsely attempting to group people in to a set of criterion that would make it okay, even if it's not substantiated or true, and then do it themselves.
Centralized nexus on the internet of people who opposed it either way, right? There would have been 5-10 years ago, even for someone as hated as iDubbbz is now. If what was happening to iDubbbz now was happening back then, there would be
shout
a
out to Nvakva, shout out to Nope, shout out to, and by the way, people, while we're watching this, if you see a timestamp of Quimman saying something that has not been clipped yet or you think is right, clip it, all right? I'm building a machine for me here, but right now we need to use this machine to supplement the greater battle. Clip him. I told my clippers today. Clip him.
Rallying. Anyone saying, "Oh, actually, no, fuck, I would have been chased down." You know, you can go back and find old commentary community tweets where they're saying stuff like, with all these deplatforming campaigns over jokes, we're clearly not doing our job well enough, because they understood that their position was to appeal to this core online of young, often disaffected, often white, you know, let's be real, men who are very active online and very willing to spread messages, and they would weaponize that for the sake of maintaining some kind of order, maintaining some kind of, you know, the gentleman's agreement of online discourse. But that has been completely...
The internet is filled with people who just want to belong. There are various reasons that people are online types, right? Sometimes it's, you know, they're a little socially awkward. A lot of times you have like their high functioning autism that causes like an inability to, or not an inability per se, but a lack of preference for engaging with people in typical social situations, right? Different interests, etc. But there's a big cohort of people online who use it because they don't have a purpose and are desperately searching for it and just want to feel like they're a part of something. And yes, the propagandists like Destiny or Fuentes, etc., they understand this and they appeal to it because you could take these people looking for purpose and make them feel like they're a part of something to mobilize them into essentially a PR army that will disseminate your narratives for you. Nothing wrong with wanting to be a part of something, and nothing wrong with making people a part of something, but make them a part of something for the right cause.
Abandoned. That has been totally fucking abandoned. So I really do feel like if, you know, any of this is resonating whatsoever, anyone that agrees with, even a little bit what I said, whether it's a political angle or the more principal angle, consider that. I really do think, like, could I be doing more? Could I be doing more?
Yes.
You know?
This is what I was saying. Everyone, we need all hands on deck. We don't have the we're disadvantaged on the numbers. We're disadvantaged on the power level, I guess, right? But the place the place where we have an advantage and the place where they are scared is we have an advantage on the narrative because our narrative doesn't rely on lies. That is where we are advantaged, and that is where we will win. And that is where everybody can step up and contribute. You don't need to become some like fucking major. Although if you can and you want to, you would be doing more than everyone else, and you are the backbone of this place. But if you don't, that's also okay. There are other ways to step up. If you don't want to clip yourself and you see a clippable moment, put a timestamp in my stream clips channel. Do so for other people. Tell the clippers like, hey, you should clip this, right? Go like and retweet shit. Everybody can be doing something right now.
I'm on the wrong side right now. Have I been psyoped? Am I allowing my temporary emotion, the gratification I'll feel from watching a video of iDubbbz homeless, to overwrite?
This is not like shitter stuff anymore. This is legitimately like, this is legitimately important.
Or reasonable, more honest core that you may have inside of you that actually says, I quite like the way the internet is. I quite like the way the internet was 10 years ago. I really don't want it to be like the censored, rigged, pro-Israel, you know, shithole. I don't want it to be that. I don't want it to be that. I want to stop that. And just think, is there more you could be doing as a poster, as a content creator? No, Denim's just cringe. See, I know you're joking, but that is the mindset. Exactly, it's chilling to speech. It's chilling to speech. And that's the goal.
Yeah, people would mock me when I would draw comparisons between online figures and like cults, right? Because cults are more extreme, right? But there is use in understanding the extreme examples of mass deception, and you can see how on a smaller level and sometimes a less serious level, these are employed in online contexts. There is use to understanding the concepts that pertain to persuasion, basic social psychology. Somebody brought it up the other day, shit like de-individuation, etc. Because on a much smaller level, it becomes relevant here.
That is the goal. It is just to make it so the powerful can make you stop talking. That's the setup they want.
It's not important outside this space. You understand that when we get into territory like the law, where shit like legal precedent can be set, tactics are opened up to everyone. How would it not be important outside this space? How would what Ethan Klein is doing not be important outside this space? If you are anybody online that wants to maybe argue for a new angle on something that you legitimately believe in Ethan Klein's world, you would have to give that pause, and you would have to be careful about about stating anything you legitimately believe. We're not talking about lying. We're talking about shit you legitimately believed in. You would have to express pause whenever you shared that, because somebody could just fucking sue you for having an opinion. It affects everyone. It affects me. It affects you. It affects the people around me, the people that you watch. It is incredibly important. This is like beyond, it goes into, there are political contexts. There are so many areas where this is important. Yes. To think that this just applies to our little shitter space is naive as fuck.
Already in those positions of power, want to make it so that if you're criticizing them, they can stop you talking. Is there anything I'm missing here? I feel like there's stuff I'm missing here.
Clip Quimman. Clip me too, of course, but clip Quimman. Today's stream.
Yeah, so stuff like the skulls. Stuff like the skulls, you know. These are old principles that were held pretty firmly. Is the harasser is responsible for the harassment. I mentioned this earlier. The harasser is responsible for the harassment they do. Or if someone incites it directly, or coordinates it, they're responsible for it.
Yes, the only time you're responsible for the actions of another is if you've directly and knowingly, even sometimes a little bit unknowingly, but that would be like, we'd have to go on a situation by situation basis. If you are engaged in behavior that knowingly supplements and enables the bad thing that's occurring and being perpetrated by the other person, then there would be an argument in relation to responsibility. But beyond that, you as an individual are responsible for your own decisions as an individual. And that's what you should be criticized for. If the parameters and scope are so broad that like we could do like, oh, somebody you know did something in some other community 4 years ago and now that's bad for you, there's no way to win. Because what if you're responsible personally? What if you moderate the behavior you know about and shut it down and don't allow certain tactics in your space, like Quimman has done, like others have done? What if all those requirements are met? If we make the parameters this vague, there will be ways to just get you otherwise.
But you're not responsible by just being on the forum where all the people that hate this person are. You may even remember on that. You may even remember Destiny went so far as to argue that KF wasn't responsible for the majority of the harassment that KF was receiving. It was actually Website Zero, right? You may even remember that.
Josh Moon would be responsible because his actions supplement this behavior. He decides to participate and contribute to a site that hosts and enables this behavior. Therefore, even though Josh Moon might not have posted something himself, he would bear some of the responsibility because he knows about this, allows it to happen, and contributes to its continuation, right? That's why he would be responsible, not because he's doing it himself. But if Josh Moon, you know, was running a fucking, I don't know, was running like Pop Tropica or something, or a site where this behavior was not allowed, and anytime he saw it, he was moderating it, etc., if an individual that uses that site or was associated with that site might have engaged in bad behavior on their own, he wouldn't inherently be responsible for it.
Hey, hit the back of your head. Obviously, that's not even a statement you can really prove. You literally can't even prove that's the case. It's kind of a stupid fucking thing to say, to be honest. I wouldn't, personally, like, I would never say, you know, Leftovers H3 isn't responsible for most of the harassment that Ethan received. No, I would say you can't blame a subreddit as an amorphous collection for the actions of individuals that happen off-platform. You know, it's not about attributing it to a different place. It's about the standard being broken. It's about there being a standard of attribution for actions, and you ditching that for the purpose of getting one over, of shutting people up. And that's the only goal. That is the only goal.
By the way, thank you, Mr. Gorilla, for the 5. Willie Mack is still in the Destiny plantation. No shit, dude. No shit. Like, he does not put, like, it's not even like oh, Willie Mack is stupid. Like, I know he's lying. I know he doesn't believe what he says. So what is the vested interest in continuing to lie? That's where you start to get a little suspicious.
I feel like I'm still missing stuff. I feel like I'm still missing stuff. Times. I kind of just assume all that behavior kind of comes with it. You know, when you're in those places, that's kind of what I assume they're doing. You say sector troll group to me, I think, oh, like doing crazy shit.
Yes, because they're in in their community. Like, the truth of the matter is, this community is exceptionally anti-doxing. It's like, that's why this accusation is so dishonest. Doxing in other spaces is not necessarily held to the same, like, level of badness as it is here. Tons of mainstream creators in other spaces have doxed. I've watched people like on TikTok post people's like jobs for like saying a slur or something or commenting something mean, and they get like hundreds of thousands of likes. I've seen on some level communities outside of this are actually way more permissive of doxing than ours is. We're exceptionally against it for the right reason, because it is one of the, out of all the bad behaviors, it is one that we're most at risk of happening in a community like this, because you could do it from behind a screen. So obviously, because it's more in our immediate proximity and there's greater capability to do it, we're going to be policing it more than other behaviors. But historically and consistently, we have been exceptionally anti-doxing. Whenever anyone has done things that are even dox adjacent, right? Like myself with my own mistake, it is denounced to fucking hell.
Honestly, if all Shamu did was post a doxing, a wellness check, probably on the lower end of sector troll groups, to be honest. Do you remember that guy Zoom? I don't want to get into that. But if you know, you know. But it's not even about how bad it is. It's literally not even about how fucking bad it is. It's like, it's not relevant. Something that happened, anyway. My point is, all that sector shit is fucking crazy. Someone says sector troll group, I think literally the most insane shit.
Yes, these are people that see no pause into digging into every single aspect of someone's personal life. A lot of these people engage. When I cover someone I don't like, for the most part, I'm not doing so under the wish that they die, that I ruin their life irreparably to a point where like I wouldn't care if they died or something. For the most part, that's never happening. Well, that is never happening. That is never happening on my end, at least, right? Like, I'm never wishing for the worst. That's not true. I've wished for the worst for some people, but that's been in my mind. I haven't said it outright. But simultaneously, right? In their space, these people will be engaging in like a-logging of mentally ill individuals under like it would be funny if they went and killed themselves over this and shit like that. I think that's legitimately evil, right? I think that's like evil as fuck. I think that there are like more, hard moral lines. And I think that like the sort of obsessive engagement with like people who are mentally ill to the point where you're so invested, you're hoping they die, is like insane. And it's normally done by people that are more embarrassing than the people they're a-logging, like sweaty basement dwellers, like people who just like have never. I mean, I had a Kiwi farmer call in once, and he could barely like spit out a fucking sentence, right? I'm not okay with that. I've never been okay with that. But the truth of the matter is, in their space, this sort of behavior is seen as less bad because the shit that happens there on the regular is so exceptionally egregious. But these people and the members of these communities don't necessarily see pause with these things. The question is, when Shamu became a public-facing person and left that community or joined ours and understood our principles and arguments and positions, if he adopted those accordingly and didn't repeat the behavior, which it seems like he did, right? Then although I can, I'm understanding of that. Especially when I know where this guy came from, and I absolutely think that this could just be behavior that was based on his presence in this community that wouldn't be repeated.
In any community.
What are your thoughts on that leaked Discord server? Well, people are going to try to say that I was a part. I'm in a bunch of servers that I don't look at, and I should probably not be in. Like, I should probably look through them. My fucking Discord is a disorganized mess. I have like 1,000 friend requests that I've never sifted through, etc. I got invited to the server like 11 months ago and joined it. I typed in there once, then didn't look in it again. And then I went on a war against that server behind the scenes. And I was either banned or left. I don't entirely remember. Something tells me I was kicked. I think I said I was kicked. I might not have been. I'm pretty sure I was, but I might not have been. I don't remember like with certainty. But I haven't been in there in months. And even if I was in there still, I don't think that that's a that reflects super badly on me, because this was not a doxing server. It was a server that coordinated for the dissemination of information, and many times the information that was being coordinated to be disseminated was truth. Truth meant to combat what ultimately is a war on truth. So it's not like being in this server is like a huge like bad look or anything. What about this server in your mind, I guess, would cross like or in the mind of the viewer or whatever, like crosses like some hard line. You had people that were boosting each other's tweets and shit. There was no doxing. They can't name anyone that got doxed in that server.
ICM2 Zoom. Okay, the other way around. Got you. Okay. So yeah, okay. Literally, no matter what community you're in, if you like posting in an inflammatory tone online, principles you care about that allow you to continue doing that
was in that server. It was like post-ironic, like snarking and like making fun of people and stuff under this like constant like layer of irony, because yeah, this like community is perpetually irony poisoned. And it was like to my knowledge, it seemed like it was like it was coordinating to like promote each other's clips. That's the main like point of that server, right?
Directly under attack from some of the most powerful, wealthy people in this space, Ethan Klein Destiny. Directly under attack. Okay? The attribution of harassment, community responsibility. Basic things rooted in internet freedom that have allowed this ecosystem to exist for the last 15 years that it has. And when I say this ecosystem, that expands past just commentary, that's any Leftovers H3 and H3 Productions, that's any DGG, that's any Hassan fan. They all post inflammatory stuff online. They all enjoy doing this. And you should, when you post something inflammatory online...
Just ice about... Well, I found out inadvertently that I was responsible for that server being created, because I have a mix of viewership. You guys all come from different places. I have old RFC people that were from the commentary community, the actual commentary community. I have the former BreadTube types that come from people like Chud and Quimman. There's a lot of layover. And sometimes people want to bring things from their respective communities into mine that I'm not particularly interested in. And although I agreed with every criticism of Destiny, it was not my topic. It was not my thing I wanted to litigate. And I knew that other people were doing it, so I didn't want to have to hear about it all the time. So when people who were just obsessed with that topic came into my server, I directed them like, you should go somewhere else if this is what you're like looking to do. In the sense like talk about Destiny. Just talk about Destiny. I kind of just wasn't interested. So Kathy went and made this server because I didn't permit it. I didn't permit the regular discussion of this in mine.
The response should be that they post something inflammatory back that debunks you, or they lose, right? The response should not be they dox you, they harass you, they swat you, they file a lawsuit against you. That should not be the response. People should be engaging, using the tactics, using the tools that are moral and right to use, that are just to use. And that includes snarking.
You're allowed to snark. You're allowed to snark. You're allowed to be mean. You're allowed to be extra mean. You're allowed to say, like, you have every right to do that, right? I'm against snarking when it comes to like overtly lying, right? Or I've noticed sometimes people will just like jump the gun and insinuate and definitively say things are happening that are not necessarily happening or substantiated by available evidence, because snarking in part has this like half irony, half serious tone to it, which allows some of the chatters engaged with it to jump the gun sometimes and like say, like when they were saying I was coordinating with Dioreo and stuff, that's snark, right? Because it looked like they saw that he called in and I was like sort of like I wasn't like being aggressive, so then that you can like interpret that there was something else going on there or whatever, and then just run with that as if that was factually established, which it wasn't, because it wasn't happening. Which is, you know, that's like snark, and that's okay. I don't like it, but that's okay. You're allowed to do that. You're allowed to be mean to me. You're allowed to be wrong about me. You're allowed to, and that goes for with everyone else too. That's not a problem. The hard line comes from when we're doing things like doxing, when we're doing things like, not when I say we are, I'm not mean we're literally doing things like that. I'm saying when people do things like that, etc. That's where the hard line is.
When has DGG ever doxed? Okay, that's a troll comment. That's a true troll comment. That's literally a troll comment. They post JSOX docs on Twitter all day. What do you mean? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Are you retarded? Are you a fucking idiot?
True.
Wow, you're dumb as shit. Wow, you dumb as shit, bro.
Only Aiden gets derailed by one, guys. Why does Aiden... only Aiden.
So, yeah, these principles are directly under attack in a way they have not been for years, okay? And it is honestly disgusting that even though iDubbbz has fallen out of favor, even though I understand iDubbbz has fallen out of favor, he does fucking suck now, he did a lot to...
They snark iDubbbz on the Ethan follows every aspect of what these two are doing. Like, to an obsessive level, to the point where there are clips of him at live gambling, like, Torrance, looking at, like, posts and saving posts about, like, Anissa's pubic hair and shit, or whatever. Like, that is snark, like, more, like, creepy snarking, more than even I'd be comfortable with. The level of involvement they have towards the Jomahas. Because if you break it down on a fundamental level, even if we're to accept their criticisms, of, as if they were true, of iDubbbz and Anissa, what's the worst that they've done? iDubbbz wasn't a good friend. These people are obsessively talking about the guy and the Jomahas and hoping they go homeless and celebrating like them getting sued and losing everything and fucking like I think iDubbbz is cringe as fuck. I think iDubbbz is cringe as fuck. But does that mean I think that he needs to be talked about to this level? Be sued? Fucking, do I want him to lose everything? No, because I'm not that deep in it. That's snarking. That's more than snarking, actually. These people actively want life ruination. These people actively want life ruination. How the fuck can they ever sit there and position and posture about, like, how can Stardust sit up there and be like, Quimman was, like, mean to me once, or, like, these people are disgusting to women, or, like, meanwhile, Ethan Klein is, like, sitting from his fucking toilet at 3 a.m. every night, making 1,000 posts about iDubbbz and Anissa to the point where he's literally signal boosting false like allegations of inappropriate relations with minors. He overtly said that Anissa was in a relationship with her, did something sexual with a 17-year-old, which wasn't true. He just fucking ran with it. And he wants to sue someone for not running with an allegation about him.
Generate and protect those principles in the early part of his career. And even when he turned on that version of himself, he didn't attempt to destroy those principles. He cried and said he'd learned empathy and he felt bad about stuff he'd done. But he never attempted to break the principles. He never attempted to stop people behaving.
You called out the tone police thing, but if someone sounds aggressive, I feel like most normies would naturally disagree with their point no matter what.
Within that scope. He never attempted to coerce.
Wait, what is this? Okay, so to respond to my tweet, I'm now getting people that are trying to... I was like 14 years old when I was calling out flamenco or whatever. I was like 14 or 15. And I wasn't... there was nothing bad happening there, at least in the sense of what I was saying or doing, right? It was like, I know Kiwi Farms took it a step further. I was actually going hard on this guy or whatever and trying to dox him, and I didn't think that was cool. But I was involved in that level. But they're literally going back to when I was like 15 to be like, look, you threw flamenco under the bus. Okay, dude. Great. They have a lot to work with, man.
Them out of it. He never attempted to financially extort them out of it. Never. Never. Just not the case, period. So it's quite disgusting to me. But given he has had a good few years of decent service, if you want to call it that, followed by a few embarrassing years, people aren't willing to stand up and just say, actually, no, that's fucking wrong. What's happening there is actually fucking...
Any comment on who? Oh, Purple Perry Gaming? That guy's still around? I thought he, like, got chased off, like, out of every community after, like, going after Wildster for, like, weeks, positioning himself as some badass, like, because Wildster was running from a debate, and then, like, when I wanted to debate him on why he was, like, a fat, lying pussy, he, like, ran and started banning everyone and became a lolcow. And, like, last time I checked, he was at, like, 28 viewers. That guy's not, like, a serious player in anything. I don't care who he's siding with. He literally is a nobody. He has nothing.
Wrong. And be firm, vocal, forceful, even, about enforcing that. About making sure that stands.
Yeah, dude, we're fighting DG. Let me go fight with some 28, like, viewer Andy. That's, like, a great idea. I don't give a fuck. I won by every conceivable metric.
He didn't DMCA or sue a Snark, which, by the way, H3 fans run a Snark. Yeah, and they will post Insane stuff. All those people post insane stuff. IDubs, A-logs are insane. See, I guess I am kind of an appeal, okay, to no more brother wars, okay? No more brother wars.
It's more like a pause on brother wars. I'm putting a pause on brother wars. I want to exist independently. I don't want to be like forced into being a part of some. I want my own community. I don't want to, obviously that's not the reality. Like I have layovers and everything, but I want to like just be my own person with my own thing going. I don't want to have to like sit here and be adjacent to and fucking endorse or not endorse like the behaviors are like given whatever, right? I don't necessarily have brothers anymore, but I think the better way I'd word it is more of a pause on brother wars. I haven't forgot any of you, but I'm just not, like, it's just not beneficial right now to be engaged in this.
If anyone gives a fuck about this stuff, focus on the enemy, okay? Seriously. And that's not me talking to the Aidens, the J. Stooks Morales. I think they all understand. This is more broad. I'm trying to get this message a little bit out there more broadly. Do I even name names? I don't even know if I want to name names. But there are people who I know, must see this and must see how fucked up it is. And they just aren't pushing the boat out. They just aren't sticking their neck out just yet. They just aren't standing on their own 2 feet. Augie's in hiding, okay? Augie's in hiding. But, Turkey Tom is a great example. I've got huge issues with Turkey Tom and many of his past videos. I've talked a lot of shit about Turkey Tom. I'm sure he feels like I absolutely fucking hate him. I'm sure he probably doesn't feel much different about me.
You have to stop thinking of us as a, like, it's not even a community really. And like, I don't know what this obsessive need to categorize everyone as a community is. Like, we all kind of are associated because some of us are friends and in communication, but we're friends as individuals. I'm not like, I'm friends with, who's a big guy? I consider this guy a friend. There's a big YouTuber, Brugly. He does videos on like the back rooms and shit. Like I'm friends with that guy. Like you know, we have like common things we do and common causes to unite around, but start thinking of us as collectives of individuals. You've people from vague walks of different places coming in and standing side by side to litigate this common issue.
But that really shouldn't matter when there's this sort of existential threat. And it did not matter to him in the past. That's why he had Destiny and Null on his stream to talk during the Careful stuff. That's why he interviewed Null around that time. I remember I was watching a bit of that last night. I hear him say, you know, I've only just started caring about free speech. It feels like it's being ripped away online. Well, you know, that incident didn't end up being quite as devastating as it seemed like it was going to be at the time. Yes, Cloudflare removed Kiwi Farms, and that was totally fucked Josh's site for fucking ages. But he did get his own bespoke solution set up. He is able to still operate. He is able to still operate. So it didn't end up being as devastating. But imagine precedent gets set off of one of these lawsuits. Does anyone take Turkey Tom serious to begin with? I mean, yeah. They do, yeah.
Obviously. Who is even still asking these questions? Like, I just, someone was replying to me, like, it's like, Aiden, you know these people are, like, dishonest or whatever. What? Okay, it's not like everyone thinks this, which is why we're arguing it. If everyone just fucking agreed with us, there'd be nothing to say. There are people that take these people seriously. There are people that like these people. There are people that haven't reached the same conclusions we reach. And some things that I'm going to say, or Quimman's going to say, or someone else is going to say, are going to be obvious to some of you. But the truth of the matter is, there are more people, much more people than our communities, that believe in the opposite.
You can like cope, but I don't take him particularly seriously. But he's got a multi-million sub channel. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people watch every video. They listen to the things he says, and they intake his opinions, they intake his recounting of a story, of a drama. And
I am in a community. It's called fucking AIDS gang, okay? It's called that. Those are my brothers. But we can help the other people too.
Operate that into their understanding.
Whoa.
And then they go out and post about it. And they go out and influence other people. See, there are people like Turkey Tom, who I know, deep down, they must know how fucking wrong this is. And they're either scared or too self-interested to take a stand right now. So I'm appealing to people like that, maybe. Stand on your own 2 feet. I'm appealing to the Noah Samsons and the overzealots, who may not like the fact that some people around...
Or are gonna find every, like, little, like, political disagreement and reason to infight, or they're not gonna like that this guy says slurs, and they're gonna be doing purity testing. This is what, unironically, this is, like, even in... People are like, you're so dramatic to use these, like, examples. But unironically, amongst the left, at least, and we're gonna have people on our side that are not leftists, but amongst the left, at least, like, the biggest losses for the left historically have been in cases of because the left is just more principled. But because of this, it has been in cases where we're doing this purity testing and somebody doesn't agree with us on every single issue, so we're discrediting them entirely, etc. It goes from online discourses to fucking warfare itself, dude. What? Look at Spain. Look at Spain, man. Spain's a great example. Understanding Spain taught me a lot. I went to the Reina Sofia Museum in Madrid, and I saw the propaganda exhibit for the Spanish Civil War. Why did the Republicans collapse?
TSA slurs or the Big Bungie's a Restore supporter, but they must recognize the shared principle that allows all of us to operate.
Sorry, I know I do these autistic history, and I'm a student of history, okay?
Just to recognize that. And Noah Samson, I'm not talking shit with Noah Samson. Noah Samson's in a lawsuit. Noah Samson is fighting. But there are other people, even overzealots, I think, he's sort of just a little bit more firmness, a little bit more aggression, a little bit more focus on how fucked everything is getting and how fucked the context it's happening in is. Because they must see that. They must see that. Even if they don't like the slurs, they don't like the racism, the Restore supporters or whatever, they must see how fucking corrosive this is, and they must recognize it in that broader context of the moves being made around social media in the last couple of years. They must see that. So it is kind of now or never, do or die. Exactly. It is. It is. Either you stand.
You guys, everyone, this goes for everyone. You're gonna see people that we all do not like. We all are gonna not necessarily like them, etc. So long as they understand the core position here and can argue for it, they're a comrade. Okay, we're going forward with the LARP. They're a comrade of mine, temporarily speaking.
For this shit, like now, or there's going to be some serious fucking rape on people that don't deserve it, and it's going to chill speech in a way that is just totally fucked. It already is, to be honest. And
just because you think, oh, it's not affecting me personally right now, if you're somebody, you have to stop seeing things as the literal, most surface level interpretation possible. You have to understand things like implications, applications of created implications, ways that this can go beyond what it is right now.
Speech in a way that's totally fucked. There is no reason you should be concerned about calling...
But what if people don't want to work with the trans commies? Well, then I guess you should just get your asshole pre-lubed to get raped by Destiny. His fucking cock is gonna just be shoved up your ass because you're such a fucking ideological purity tester. Okay? I don't like the people that I have to accept right now. I don't like them at all. I fucking hate them. But I understand why infighting isn't good right now. And if you don't either, get your ass pre-lubed for DGG. Because the fucking cock of Ethan Klein and people like Destiny, etc. is going to rape you.
Ethan Klein, a genocide supporter. There isn't. There is no reason you should be concerned about talking about Destiny sharing non-consensual sexual images and videos. Yet people are. Because people who are in those positions of power and influence have neglected...
But what if I don't want to... I kind of don't like... What if I don't want to, what if I want to argue this and not have to... And purity test everyone by my side so I can fight this as an individual against this large, amorphous group of people who want to lie and ruin all of us? Fair enough, I guess. I guess you have a fucking... I guess you're, suicidal. I'm not personally.
Their role. They have neglected their responsibility. Your Dioreos have neglected their responsibility. They took that position that they hold now by appealing to those principles. By appealing to those principles that every young man online gives a fuck about. And that's how they rose. That's how they got respect. And now they're in that position of power. Now they're essentially the custodian of that principle, not just the one coming up criticizing the one breaking it. They have abandoned post. Kino Casino are the biggest hypocrites of this shit. Another great example. Facts, actually. Facts. Kino Casino are genuinely just beneath contempt with the way they act about this. Cry about the quartering, but, oh, Ethan's so epic! Lex Luthor! Go home, suffer! I remember watching Kino Casino. I was a day one Kino Casino guy, okay? I remember PPP calling on them fucking, what was it? I remember if it's Killstream or whatever, but hassling them all over fucking, what was it, New Project 2 or some shit? I remember PPP going hard on them for that. I remember PPP's, who's the fucking bear guy who lives out in the cabin? Who's the fucking bear guy who... He talked about shooting people. He got banned from YouTube for it. And everyone rallied behind him because Ethan, I think pretty sure Ethan Klein got him took down. And everyone still rallied behind him, even though he was making like explicit threats. Like, claimed to be jokes, but explicit like threats on his platform. People rallied behind him. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. So hopefully, you know, that's resonated with someone a little bit. Someone is...
It's resonated with me. I think that's probably, we've seen enough. I hope everyone gets the message. I really do. Because the message has gotten to me. And I've had to put things aside. You know me. You know how stubborn I am. If you've been watching me, you know how sometimes my personal feelings for people are very strong and sometimes a little bit obsessively hateful. But I have had to put aside my stubbornness because I get it. And you need to get it too. It's time to understand. It's time to lock in. It's time to fight. All right. Cool. I saw from that same stream, AG4L affiliated clipper. Rep your colors, by the way. At least for my community. At least for my community. When your Sun Tzu said, when your army is small, make it look large and powerful. And when your army is large and powerful, make it look weak. And we have a small army here, folks. Rep your colors. Let everyone know. Let everyone know. Let everyone know that we stand on this together. AG4L and Bio Clippers. Speaking of AG4L affiliated Clippers, Wendy Fox, our most recent, the shining example right now, our most mobilized Clipper, has posted this Quimman clip. And I want to take a look at it.
I don't think that we should go after the sponsors. I think I edited it to remove any sponsor-related things.
Wait, what was that? What'd you just say?
Despite how if you're watching the stream, I think last week we posted one where I said, despite how horrible the Trisha stuff was, I don't think that we should go after the sponsor.
Oh my, he's doing it personally. I don't think that we should. Whenever he is talking about Ethan and wants to make some token fucking criticism or concession, because he can't defend this guy's like insane behavior, it always is done with an air of like uncertainty or unconclusiveness, or it's just my personal preference, guys. So he'll put in things like, I personally believe, I personally don't care about this, I personally care about this. Whenever it's somebody that he doesn't like and has no vested stake in defending, he can conclusively say, this person did this and I think that's fucking insane. I think this person is deranged. I think this person is a fucking idiot. I think that this behavior that this person engaged in is X or Y, right? He'll make his statements conclusively. The sweep comes in with the, personally, you know, I wouldn't have maybe done this. This is the criticisms of Ethan Klein that he constantly references.
I think I edited it to remove any sponsor-related things.
Wait.
Did he...
Instead of...
Wait, I just realized that's not even where the sweeping is. The sweeping... Wait a second. Did he just... He actually just like owned what I think he just owned.
Actually opposing going after the sponsors. He edited all the mentions of going after sponsors out of the VOD? Is that really what he's saying? There's no way that's what he's just admitted to, bro.
That is actually insane. That is an insane admission. That's not like even like a, oh, fuck Diori, let's get over it. That is insane that he actually did that. Who else would you do this for? Apparently you operate independently. You don't work for Ethan. You're not bought and paid for by Ethan, right? Therefore, there should be no issue with denouncing him when something insane happens, and people would understand that if you watch him doing something insane, if you were truly an independent actor, that would not necessarily be reflective of you or your side or what you do and don't endorse, but you've admitted by cutting that out, whenever you're playing Ethan, it's like it's like a glaze post, an endorsement post. You agree with what's being said, and if you don't agree, you're going to cut it out. That's not coverage. That's not covering something. That's reiterating what Ethan is saying by playing his clips. if you're just like cutting out the parts you don't agree with. That is an insane admission.
There's no way, and you hear him gulp afterwards too. There is literally no way that he chose that instead of actively opposing going after sponsors, he would say once or twice on his stream that he's against it, and then...
I personally wouldn't do this. As opposed to the old Nick that was okay with criticizing Ethan, or when it was against anyone else, the old Nick would say, this guy's going after fucking sponsors. Does he not realize this is bad for all of us? This is bad. Why is he doing this? Like that's what the old Nick would have done. That's what an honest actor would have done.
Edited out all the evidence of it happening in the VOD. Please don't tell me that's what Nick just said.
Just disagree with this. If you're watching the stream, I think last week we posted one where I said, despite how horrible the Trisha stuff was, I don't think that we should go after the sponsors. I think I edited it to remove any sponsor-related things. Or intended to in my VOD. I'm just throwing some examples out here. Noah Samson lawsuit.
Dude.
That's kind of an important one.
That's correct. And also, you have to understand... He's like, okay, so he did this in the VOD, in the post, right? I thought for a second he was pulling up edited Ethan clips that he edited, which would be even more insane. He's editing the VOD, which is still insane because the VOD is meant to be Nick's public-facing iteration of the take, the edited VODs. The other VODs are not intended for necessarily the broader public or people trying to gauge what he believes in or what he's covering. To look at his coverage is portrayed through what he voluntarily edits and puts out. That's why the other shit is behind a paywall and harder to access, etc. And in that VOD that is supposed to be the place you go to for the iteration of this take, he's literally admitted that he's edited out the parts that make Ethan look bad. Which is insane. We've also got this clip.
At some point, war is over.
So, guys, how does this make any sense? Please. This is Nick's argument in no uncertain terms. He has laid it out explicitly. Literally, I can prove it out to you right now. Nick's argument is that at the time of the CPS call, Ethan gets a blanket justification to break principles that Nick would usually defend. But there's a time limit on that. There's a time limit on that, guys. Wartime's over now, so it's time to stop now. How does that make any sense? Explain that to me. That's not how wartime works, Nick. Let's analogize this onto a war, in fact. Let's analogize it onto Israel-Palestine.
Based. We love autistic. I feel like I realize it looks like this. I like to do a little bit of LARPing. Okay, I like to do a little bit of LARPing.
Israel gets attacked by a terrorist group and has a bunch of civilians die. Does that give them a multi-year pass to break all principles and engage in disproportionate action?
Yeah, I've said this before. I've said this exact thing before. Unironically, the defenses for Ethan are literally like along this. It's so funny because they're along the same lines as the defenses for Israel. Something bad has happened to this guy. Therefore, he has a blank check to do whatever the fuck he wants in response and retaliation, which we understand that it just isn't, especially when it's like long after the fact. There's some things where we might be understanding if somebody does something impulsive. I was a little bit there was a case where there was a drunk driver, and this dad his kids were pushing the car that broke down, and the drunk driver ran over and killed his kids in front of him, and in a temporary moment of anger, he kills the drunk driver, right? Although I don't agree with that, but killing the driver per se, I'm a little more understanding of it because of the immediate emotional response. Simultaneously, that sort of emotional grace goes away when it's a prolonged situation that you've had time to process and interpret. The sort of understanding of emotion, where emotion comes in, goes away. There's no reason you shouldn't be logical about this anymore. There's no reason that emotion should be still such a strong considered fact that we're just willing to... I understand why he's doing this. I don't understand anymore. I don't understand. Okay, CPS has not come back to your house. It's unfortunate. They went in. It's been done and over with. The skulls have been disposed of. It's over. So no, at this point, I don't necessarily understand any of that.
Target civilians who aren't responsible for any of the military action. No. Does it allow Israel to engage in limited military action focused around objectives that secure their security and don't enact collective punishment upon the population? Yes, I don't think if they did limited strikes on Hamas, I don't think there would be as much of a fucking freak out over it. Obviously. And firm anti-Zionists would still be against it because they're against the state of Israel, period.
Existing, and to actually respond would require the usage of the Israeli military apparatus, which they don't believe should exist. I don't believe it should exist either, right? But I know what he's saying.
Sure. That makes sense. That makes total, that's a perspective. I mean, honestly, I'm like halfway there at this point.
I'm not as I do not believe. It has not been demonstrated to me that there is a need for an explicitly Jewish state. So along those lines, I'm against the existence of Israel. Simultaneously, do I think that everyone who's been living there should ever be like uprooted and the whole like go? No, because obviously logistically implementing that, you would kill a lot of people, right? Which I don't want to happen. Just like I don't like that the existence of Israel has killed a lot of people in Palestine. With that being said, right, I guess along those lines, I would not be considered a Zionist because I don't believe in a state of Israel in that sense. Theoretically speaking, pragmatically, because I believe in real politics, etc. I think the most easily accessible solution right now would be two-state. In theory, though, I would want a singular secular state that doesn't acknowledge in law one ethnicity over another. Where everybody has equal rights and treatment, and there's independent oversight and proportionate representation.
I'm fucking honest, because I have sort of seen, oh wait, this stuff is kind of necessary to continue their existence. But anyway, not really the point. I definitely wasn't of that perspective when it was happening, that's for sure. I can say that for fucking sure. But in wartime, that's how it works. It's not a blanket justification to break principles that you would usually defend or principles that you're supposed to be held to. You are allowed, however, to do limited strikes that secure your interests. But that's not how Nick views it. Nick views it in the...
Nick views it as something bad has happened. You have a blank check to respond in any way you see fit. Who's messaging me? Wait, guys, one sec. Hold on. Okay. Sorry, I got an unexpected message from someone. Anyways, yeah.
Same way
Cool.
that a Ben-Gvir or a Smotrich might view it. Nick views it in the way the Israeli right would view it. That they've come after us, so fuck them into the dirt. That's how he views it.
At some point, war is over. At some point, people should be allowed to criticize Ethan without getting a fucking letter under their door, right?
Why Snark is getting involved in real life stuff as opposed to criticism? It's terrible if they do that. And Ethan should go after the people doing that. That doesn't give him justification to go after the people next door, or the other people on the forum, or some content creator. That's not what it justifies.
True. You don't have a right to disproportionate retaliation just because something bad happened to you. This is obvious. The only people that don't understand this are like the Israel and Ethan subs. What is this?
Mango, 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 mango.
There are no rules to engagement with camera. Anything against camera is justified.
Okay, all right. Disavow. That's not what he meant. Although I can appreciate the jokes, We got to be a little careful because they will run with jokes as if they're factual statements. Okay. Anyways. Yeah, so I told you guys, Destiny blocked me. I don't know where he has spoken. I don't know if he's like, where he's seen my shit or spoken about. I challenged him to a debate. So, like, directly, I added him. So I don't know if that's what, like, led to him blocking or what exactly. It's just like I mean, it's like it's crazy because when I was a kid, I was like a huge fan of him. So it's just like crazy to now be like in a position where I'm at odds. I mean, like, you know, so like not that like it's not that like it's obvious why it's happening. It's just like still crazy for me personally. You have to remember, I was not super involved with like the EHD stuff. So it's like this is what's been getting me involved recently. And I'm just not used to this level of like engagement with the DG shit. He noticed you? Well, I mean, obviously he's me and him were friends on Discord. He's DM'd me. I didn't respond, but I've spoken to him on stream before. When have I spoke? I think I've spoken. I've been in a call maybe twice, once at least. Okay, cool. What is going on with... One sec. The greatest political mind of our generation. Let's take a look at this. See what the OmniLib is tweeting.
You live in a world where Paramount has merged and owns the Free Press. Barry Weiss has been installed as the editor of the Free Press. The Ellisons own TikTok. And all social media seems to be disproportionately moderating, boosting, you know, content of a certain persuasion. That appears to be what's happening online over the last couple of years. And then you see these content creators that are aligned with a certain side, that are willing to use every tactic possible to crush the opposition. And they are benefiting massively from this industrial...
I'll say this, folks. I'll say this. Finally, fucking finally, a DGGer has stepped up and agreed to a debate. So that's what I'm attempting to do right now, or organize. I was not expecting anyone to take me up on my offer. I'm looking forward to it. I miss debating a lot, so I'm looking forward to that.
Force this international
You'll say it's not stale, but that also at the moment might be an open avenue for us.
Industrial force behind them to try and I don't want to say it, but it is kind of Israel. It's online Israel.
I have to go through the whole history as well. I can debate it without knowing the whole history of all the Destiny lore. But like, for any of you DGG type, or not DGG, like the people that have the more spicy chat adjacent types who have been interested in this topic for a while, if there are like good videos you know of that kind of break down the history, you know, I want to know the details of the fucking Anna shit. I want to know the details of, I don't know what a Mr. Mouton is. I want to know all of it now. I wasn't interested before, I am now, and I want to know everything. So if you guys have watched anything in your immense history and like know of any good videos or shit that I should watch, I'm going to do most of it off stream. Put it in my inbox. I want to be up to date on literally every single talking point.
They are perfectly aligned on that cause. And
I'm locked in.
Benefit massively from the industrial machine that keeps that running. You can't stoop to their level, but you have to be firm. You can't stoop to their level, but you have to hold a firm line. You cannot allow people to, you know, do this divide and conquer bullshit and try and police associations based on some shit that happened years ago, that someone doesn't even do anymore, that you've got no evidence of doing, and it's built into a total lie.
Yeah, so what is insane about this clip? I thought he was going to tweet out a clip of, like, Quimman getting something wrong politically or something. It's not even, he's not even saying anything crazy here. What is this shit with ContraPoints and Hassan? ContraPoints says she's a personal grudge against Hassan Piker because he accused her of genocide in reply to a Reddit post.
The far left base. Well, so you seem to think that the solution to this is to like for if the Democrats pivot to the far left, that there's this like available
the far left
base. Well, by
is
Democratic
not supporting
Party
genocide is far left
by Democratic Party standards.
Well, isn't that quite the admission?
Well,
isn't that quite the admission that we have a far right Democratic Party if something like ending a genocide is considered to be far left?
Well, I don't think necessarily that particular issue, but so
Medicare for all, raising the minimum wage.
I don't know. To be clear, I don't necessarily think any of that is far left, right? But like
it's populist. It's centrist politics.
But your position seems to be that like there's this sort of like available untapped voter base that will manifest if the Democrats, run on these issues. But why doesn't that voter base manifest in the primaries? I guess is my question.
Well, you refuse to acknowledge the rig.
Or I don't care about any of this. I gotta be honest. I don't even know why this is on my timeline. I don't give a fuck. Okay. All right. Cool. So here's what we're gonna do now. Oh, wait, I got sent this. Ooh, I actually have not watched the Ryan. I don't think okay, this is going to be embarrassing if I watch the video. If I watch the video, it was at a time where I forced myself to, where I wasn't interested. And the truth of the matter is, topics I've covered that I did cover the Ryan Beard video, but that was my coverage of the Ryan Beard video. For those of you who don't remember, my coverage of that video was so bad because I just didn't know what the fuck was happening or something, that I ended up getting an on-stream talking to by Chud, who's like, why are you even doing this? Like, if you don't, because I was like, dude, Lumpy Willie didn't send me the doc and shit. This was really like early on or whatever. And that like conversation really motivated me to lock in a little bit. I'm not going to watch this now, but I will absolutely check this out in my free time. Ooh, okay. This isn't even who I was talking about. This is not even who I was talking about. And the person that took me up to debate. What is my take on this? My take on this is that this server was like fine, except for like a few things that individuals did that like you were only optically bad in the sense it gave people ammo to lie about and misconstrue it. Right? That would be my position. But in regards to the tactics utilized, I think that this server has been falsely classified as a doxing server when it is not. I think that Destiny is pretending to have gripes with certain tactics along moral lines, despite the fact that his behavior indicates he actually does not find doing these things to be too far. I think he's been dishonest in litigating his side of the claim and the classification of the server as a doxing server. They've overtly lied. And I think now they've gotten so desperate in the defense of their lie that he's going back and trying to drag up shit that individuals did 4 years ago. So how do I condense that into a tweet? Well, I could say, the server was not a doxing server, and Dan and Destiny have been almost entirely wrong on positions. Server's not a doxing server, and Dan and Destiny have almost been entirely wrong on positions related to the matter, I guess. Don't use big... I don't know this guy. I actually don't know this guy very well. I know Quimman was giving me a rundown the other day real quick because I asked who this guy was. Don't use big words. Well, I said the server was not a doxing server, and Dan and Destiny have been almost entirely wrong. I'm sure, like I say almost, because what they'll do is, they'll give you like one like micro claim pertaining to this like broader, and be like, oh, well, you can agree they were right on that. So clearly, they've not been entirely wrong or whatever, right? So the almost catches like, sure, on like small irrelevant shit, like the classification of the LOL website, that might have been correct. I could give that, maybe that to them, but everything besides that in relation to the broader claim has been wrong and built on lies. I think that this is fine, right? Well, I don't know why I did ... Okay, well now we have 3 people. There is a chatter from DG that wants to debate me. Stale has friended me on Discord, and I'm gonna talk to him a little bit, and then try to see if he's gonna come on here for a conversation. And then it seems like Wick is playing ball, because normally it's a sign that they're not gonna be willing to debate if they just don't engage at all. So I think that I'll probably be able to get a conversation with this guy. I'm a little rusty, dude. I haven't, like, we've gone... victory has defeated you is an expression that has worked. I need, because I have not done these, like, full-on... I used to be a huge debate bro. I was in, like, servers where we do, like, fake debates on positions that people didn't actually believe in. You know, I was big on, like, learning about, like, logical fallacies, the construction of an argument, etc. And it's been a hot minute. It's been a hot minute. But I think I'll be fine. What a nerd. It was just interesting. It was interesting to me.
Yeah.
Sometimes though, it has been you look, because what Destiny will do is he himself at one point was like this hyper debate bro that has cultivated a community of people who do the same. And I've watched when an actual debate bro, the person that taught me a lot about debating, took on Destiny, and they won on substance in regards to everything they were saying. But they looked worse. They lost on rhetoric because they sounded like a nerd and like an ultra debate bro that was like citing fallacies, and Destiny was just like sitting there and like laughing and like playing the piano over them and shit. So they just looked like an angry nerd, and Destiny looked normal, even though he was wrong when you actually broke it down to the substance of the discussion. And the truth of the matter is, if you go hyper debate bro in these conversations, you just don't come off well to the audience, which is what the goal should be, the people you're trying to persuade. But I think I'm ready. I think I'm ready. I need to get caught up on like essentially like 3-4 years worth of lore to really be ready. But I'm ready enough where we can do these conversations. Just when I thought I was out, this shit pulls me back in, man. Anyways, I will say the best thing about what's going on right now, even though it's a horrible situation, is I am fucking motivated again. I'm motivated like fuck, dude. Like, I'm ready. I hope you're ready, because I'm fucking ready. Okay. So that's that. I was sent, just check out some other stuff. I know that there was a debate the other night in Spicy between Stale and like Quimman and a few others. I wasn't really listening because I was engaged in some other activities while it was going down. Okay, the way I worded that, I was not jerking off to the debate. I was, you know, I was having a smoke sesh or whatever, so I wasn't really listening very well. But I know that went on for hours. But I'm not okay. Interesting turn of events, so as you can read between the lines. with both of this response regarding another clip where he told Ian slash Anisha that they need to hold on for 6 months, implies that there is some counter operation in the works. I'm curious as to what it could be, though. The targets are obvious, H3 as well as Destiny and surrounding parties and orbiters, but what can they really do? Make a few more viral videos? If they're exceptionally lucky, they could score a San react, but he's too lazy to put in any real work into helping this group, and then making some videos would just be dismissed as more internet drama and forgetting about by most people. That's not for a free speech movement. They need something else. If I were them, I'd try to recruit mainstreamer attention. So he's right. He is right about this. And not this. Hold on. Am I misinterpreting something? He's right about trying to recruit mainstream. We need to try to recruit and appeal to outside communities as well. If we're gonna just like in shit like this, when it's this big, like existing as a part of our like niche little like we do want to expand numbers wise and expand our ranks here. I don't think they're smart enough to be able to pull something like that off, though. They're too internet brain to think of or succeed at doing anything but tweeting or making mean videos about others. It's curious nonetheless, though. Interesting takes from Stale. Interesting takes from Stale. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream so far, we are at the moment, we're like nearly halfway to Streamly goal. If we hit it, that's... Yo, thank you, Kinetic Cal, for the 5. Much appreciated. I hope you're doing well. You can support us through tipping. Another great way to help us out is by liking. And if you're new here by chance, sub. We want to get to 7K. It really helps me out, and it would be immensely appreciated. Okay. We also, coming from the simian world, we also we have this. All right, we have this.
I was right. You were shit talking me in my chat, and I remember you.
This is so cringe. She's doing the fake. I like when people are like, look, we all get along now. Let me, like, to show how much we get along, let me fake like I'm mad at you. I hate, like, it's like a jokey, because she knows all these people are, well, I can't explain it to you. She knows everyone's looking at her positively. So, like, within this little group, she wants to, like, I'm mad at you. Like, do you know what I mean? Do you know what I'm trying to say here? I can't I'm normally good at explaining cons. I'm not good at explaining this to you, what she's doing. Because what Stardust is doing is she's doing this, like, fake beef, like a jokey fake beef with, like, all the Destiny Clipper accounts that like her now and are, like, watching her.
Okay? 2-3 years ago, you really were shit talking me for my stance on this. And who was right? I was right. I was right, DGG World. At DGG World. You better apologize.
She's like doing that. I don't know if it's like maybe she is like a little bit on the spectrum. I don't know. But she does this like weird thing where like she has her own like bits that she tries to run, and they go on for like uncomfortably long, and you could tell that nobody gets what's happening. Even this DGG World guy doesn't know what she's right. This is a joke right now. This is a bit. She likes this guy and she's doing like a bit of jokey banter, but not even he understands what the fuck she's talking about.
I forgive you. I already forgive you, but you better apologize to me because I was right.
This is why I I'd watch her, like, I thought for a while she was just, like, hated because of her, as well, like, her awkward, like, unfunny bits. And it's, like, which makes her easy to, like, hate, and because she's, like, she seems annoying and shit. But no, like, these bits are insufferable. She did it with, she did this bit where she was, like, honking at people or whatever, and nobody found it funny, and it was just going on for, like, a painful, uncomfortably long amount of time. She did the fucking, with, like, the giving birth thing, and then she does the other thing with she, like, does this boomer thing. I notice, like, older people do this online, where they do the appearance comparisons, where they're, like, comparing someone's appearance to, like, some old form of, like, media, or some, like, hyper-obscure reference, like, when Tommy was, like, tweeting out, like, that Quimman, like, he was saying that Quimman looked like a Muppet, or I was tweeting out a very specific Muppet, as if anyone knew what he was talking about. Like the looks comparisons to fictional media, or that's like very boomer coded. And she's been trying to force this bit where it's like, and trust me, if this bit was funny, I'd run with it regardless of how I feel about Stardust, because it's it's funny to poke fun at Quimman or whatever. But like, she's doing this like weird like bit where she like keeps comparing him to a cholera patient. And it's like, I know what she's trying to do, but it just does not it falls like flat completely. And it just does not work. And she's trying to force it like so hard. Where is... Let's go to her Twitter. Yo, 100... Did we get rated? Even without... People were, like, coping, like, because I was at, like... They're like, it's just because you got rated. The average concurrent has, like, or the... Like, even without raids, we sustained for over half the stream the other day. Like, over 100 viewers. Same thing with the day before, etc. We have entered the ranks of being a 90 viewer Andy. Because over, like, the last week, we've had, like, an average of, like, 90 something viewers. So we've gone from being a 50 viewer Andy back to a 90 viewer Andy, and I'm hoping we can get to become a 120 viewer Andy. Okay. The 2 a.m. time slot is good, Aiden. Yeah, this is like my morning, right? I'm probably going to try to stay up, so we might go into the early morning here. Probably. I'm not sure yet. Okay. Anyways. I might have to get up and make some coffee, though, here in a sec. Who gave this person permission to show their face? I'd like to nominate them for the death penalty. How do you look like you are malnourished and have a nutritional deficiency while constantly sounding like your mouth is full? If there was, because I'm not like a Quimman dick sucker, right? I don't want to look like that where it's like every joke about Quimman is unfunny. There are funny jokes about Quimman. We have some good candidates. This one is my personal favorite, and it comes from somebody that I've had back and forths with before, but I give them credit for this. This is my favorite. Where is it? Here it is. This is one of my personal favorite images. Right here. This is a good one. This is a good one. Quimman talking about a woman versus Quimman talking about trans breast milk. That's a gem. It's a gem. It's one of my favorites. Because it's true. It's true. This guy's very enthusiastic about trans breast milk. But this is just not funny. Like, at all. It's just not, like, what's the funny part? Oh, he looks malnourished. Like, am I supposed to be rolling over, dying laughing because you said that? Nos does a great impression of me where he sounds like a Brit with Down syndrome screaming about how he's good at he's very good at impressions. He's very good at impressions. I heard him but there are like good bits that can poke fun at this guy. It's just she never manages. Despite like you would think if she's had like beef with the guy for like how long? Like it's over a year, right? You would think there's like some better bits here. The material is so fucking bleak. Like, she does also, she does, like, this comparison. But, like, where is it, then? Is she beefing with Dickers now? I want to see this. Actually. This is actually good. We're winging it. I don't know if you could tell. I'm completely winging it right now. I wanted to go live soon, so I didn't really prepare a docket or anything. But, if we go here, let's take a look at this. If Bad Empanada docs several creators criticizing him and actively for his audience to give him more creators docs so he could publish it, would you condemn people for flagging him? Honest question. Because this is about J-Stock admitting to flagging. And I always said, there are like absolute droolers, like I thought these people were archaic. This is a remnant of the Stone Age that did not understand the fundamental difference between false flagging and just flagging in general. They've heard our talking points about flagging, and their takeaway is, I thought flagging was bad. No, there's not a person on earth that would unequivocally denounce all flagging, right? I've given the example. I've flagged before because I saw somebody that was like abusing and killing animals on their account. I flagged for that. It was on Instagram. I flagged for that, right? That's okay. I don't think anybody would actually take issue with that. If you're like posting yourself like fucking killing torturing dogs, I don't think you'd be against like people would be against me flagging that. Simultaneously, right? I there is like this archaic breed of person that I didn't think existed anymore that just doesn't get it. That like, no, there's actually a difference between false flagging and legitimate flagging. Flagging in general is frowned upon because most of it, specifically when it pertains to speech, like we believe that the first solution should always be the free marketplace of argumentation and ideas. But there are some things that cross a line that cannot be argued against. Like if you fucking dox someone or like doxing multiple people, which is what Destiny was doing to J-Stalk and the people around him. And in that case, there's nothing in the free marketplace of ideas that's going to resolve or combat that because it isn't a criticism. It's an act of aggression. And in that case, there is nothing wrong with flagging that at all. If somebody is doxing someone, there's nothing wrong with flagging it. So Dickers says this, which is reasonable, right? Bad and Banana threatened to dox me when I first ever interacted with them by posting the image below of his psychotic tweets. The comparison y'all make between Destiny to Bad and Banana will never convince anyone. Why? And they're not even saying they don't even say you're wrong anymore. Like Tommy does this. They don't even say you're wrong anymore. They just do the nobody's gonna believe you thing. They talk like rapists. They talk like rape. You're accusing someone of rape and they know they raped and they're like, nobody's gonna believe you. Who's gonna believe you? They talk like rapists. It's like, you guys aren't gonna convince we know we're lying. We know we're dishonest. We know we're inconsistent. We know we're hypocrites. We know we're doxers. We know that the guy we like orbit around was like sending like non-consensual leaked like sexually intimate images to a minor. But is anyone going to believe you? Is anyone going to believe? Is anyone going to side with you? It's like they don't even contest it anymore. They just talk like rapists. That's a clip, by the way. Anyways, Badamnata, okay. You're missing the obvious subtext of my post. Bad and Banana has doxed and threatened to dox creators. Nobody would criticize reporting those videos. Dickers, I hope you grow into a full human being one day. What does that even fucking mean? Thanks, I've got no hope you'll ever improve, by the way. Well, I've got you. How the fuck do you bleat on? Okay, this isn't going to convince anyone because nobody knows what this word. You bleat on about misogyny online. I'm kidding. You bleat on about misogyny online and then downplay Destiny's treatment of women. True. This is why any empathy I had for her just like went out the window when I did a comparison to what she does. Right? You know, to see a teary-eyed woman online complaining about like harassment and like, you know, that you sort of have like a natural inclination to be maybe a little bit empathetic or whatever. But then I look into it and it's like, no, this is not just like some fucking woman trying to exist in the space that is a victim of like harassment. No, it's actually like somebody who has done and advocate for some pretty disgusting shit. I remembered back to when she decided to use, and this was actually disgusting. I don't know why I didn't remember this. When she tried to use the effects of Sick's molestation against him. For those of you that don't know, this Sick guy apparently got molested when he was a young kid. And then when he was about, 8 years old, he apparently was like touching his sister in the same way or something. He's a victim. At 8, you're a victim. You're not a perpetrator. He was doing something that an adult was doing to him that he thought was normal and fine because that's what molestation does to children. That's why sometimes, like, when a child is molested, they'll give the kid a doll, and the kid sometimes reenacts what was done to them because they see it as, like, the person will frame it as normal or fun, or I'm just doing a checkup, or we're playing doctor, and in the child's mind, they don't think what's happening to them necessarily is bad or wrong. That's how people get away. That's how molestation of kids is able to continue for so long sometimes without being caught. And a child reenacting the abuse perpetrated on them, a prepubescent child, not understanding what happened to them and being able to not only not consent to what happened to them, but they can't consent to doing it because they don't know what it is and they don't know it's a bad thing. For you to like weaponize that against him is like gross. He was 8 years old, reenacting the molestation was perpetrated on him. His sister is also a victim, but they're both victims of the same perpetrator, and that perpetrator being the person that molested him. It would be a whole different story if he became a teenager and was doing. You don't have a right to go do it to someone, even if it happened to you. But we're talking about a prepubescent child and their level of understanding and interpretation of what's occurred to them and how how molestation manifests in the behavior of a child, etc. And this is actually like pretty consistent with what we know about molested kids and how a minor, a very young minor, an 8-year-old, might react to that.
But yeah, I mean, it's hard to, I guess, explain my stance on this whole thing, I guess, if that makes sense, you know?
You cannot be a molester at 8 years old. You can't, like, in the sense of, because you wouldn't know what you're doing is molesting someone. Like you cannot actually be a molester. Now, you can, the older you get or whatever, but like, at 8 years old, you're so fucking young. Like, you don't understand things, like doing something for the sake of arousal or what. Like, it's not possible to be a molester at 8. You can do this act, but if you're doing this act, you can't consent to doing it because you don't know that this act is this act.
But I think it's so weird that, and people like in this space were trying to call me like a sweeper for him when I think I took a pretty strong stance like against him sharing those images, right? And I think even he has admitted that, you know, it was irresponsible to talk to somebody he barely knew.
And sorry, for the 8th time, by the way, that does not diminish what happened to his sister, who is also a victim that is probably just as traumatized as he is. But sometimes you can have a case of a victim without there being necessarily a clear perpetrator. And when the perpetrator is 8 years old, that would be probably 10 of those.
But I also can acknowledge that he's a victim as well of having all that stuff leaked. I can also acknowledge that, you know, again, most men in his position are not very different from him. And most men with less influence than he has are equally boomers, you know, and
it's not true. It's just not true. Destiny is hypersexual to a level that exceeds that of the typical male, but that in and of itself isn't even an issue. You're allowed to be, I guess, hypersexual. It depends on how that manifests. If you're an adult that wants to like whore yourself out and go fuck new people every night, so long as they're consenting adults, live and let live, be my guest, right? Regardless of, you know, how I would feel or judge that kind of lifestyle. Most men are not even that. But, you know, it is true. There are a lot of hypersexual males out there. Where Destiny exceeds most men is most men have not actually gone and knowingly and willingly violated someone's consent in a sexual context. That's not true. That wouldn't even be, even if like, you'll just hear what she says next. I'm going to contest it again. I talked about it yesterday on stream. I know exactly what she's about to say.
I don't believe when men like grandstand about like sharing pictures and stuff. I don't believe a single one of these dudes, okay? Any of these content creators who are like, oh, I'd never share nudes with my friends. Shut the fuck up. Like, I know for a fact that most men, if they have received nudes from a girl, they have shared it with at least one of their guy friends.
It's not true. It's not true. It's not true. I thought about it a lot. I thought about it yesterday. On the surface, I was like, this never happened. What is she talking about? It's true. What is she talking about? But at the same time, I would maybe be willing to give to her that like maybe a more significant percentage exists that does that kind of thing in high school. Amongst high schoolers, I could see high schoolers like conceivably doing that. When I was in high school, especially towards the end, I did, you know, I'm kind of an introvert now. I don't have a lot of friends. I did have a lot of friends towards the end of high school. I was like, I spoke to people that were complete opposites of me, that were like, some of them were just like fucking like, you know, all they talk about was women, etc. I have never heard of or seen in my proximity about like someone else's nudes. I've heard that people have had controversies at their high schools for people doing this, but in those cases, the reason you remember them so well is because they're anomalous, and typically some form of corrective action was taken at that point in time, and the reason everyone was talking about it and knew about it is because it exceeded the norm, right? It's atypical. When you get beyond high school, the numbers that would actually be willing to do something like that drop to such a slim percentage that it's just not true that adult men that have not only graduated high school, that are in their 30s, do this as a common thing. It just doesn't happen. Because Destiny is so, like, the thing is, what are your motivations for doing this, for sharing nudes? Well, there are a few, right? There's revenge, when it's revenge porn. There's been a case made that Destiny did this for revenge or malintent. I don't particularly, whether or not he did it, right? Whether or not he did it for revenge, I think that's a little more up for question. My go-to assumption for why Destiny did what he did is because it was sexually gratifying, which I think even makes it even like more pathetic, right? Obviously it's just as bad if you're doing it for revenge. That's fucking evil and disgusting. But this guy was willing to, for the sake of temporary sexual gratification, go and violate a woman's consent like that, right? I think that's pathetic and disgusting. But the thing is, there are multiple reasons, that being included. Another one, there's revenge, there's sexual gratification. It's like a reverse voyeurism fetish. You like watching other people watch you and react to you having sex. There is, what's another fucking reason that we could think of? Oh, trying to socially posture. The reason I can see this in high schoolers is because high schoolers might show it off to get the validation of their peers. Look, this hot girl sent me nudes, right? And they're showing it to their friends and shit. And it's like, damn, man. Like, but that's because high schoolers really have a lot more vested on that acceptance and are much more underdeveloped. And like, that's really important to them. And they would be like totally susceptible to peer pressure. Those factors diminish and start to go away. Like that factor specifically diminishes and goes away as you get older. So the whole like peer pressure, trying to socially posture part, although that can maybe still persist into adulthood, I think that's going to be more rare. The adult men that do this type of thing are going to be doing so for the sake of gratification or revenge. And most men would not be willing to go this far and risk, not only on a moral level, be willing to do this to someone, but risk legal consequences to themselves just to get back. There are other legal ways of getting back that I could see petty, spiteful men pursuing well before they did anything like that. The other reason being sexual gratification, that would be an atypical paraphilia. So you're not even going to see that amongst most or even half of men.
Okay, at least one of their guy friends. It's not right. It's not something men should do.
He doesn't act like a child because this isn't even common. This isn't even the norm amongst high school kids. Most high school kids who receive nudes are probably not sharing them, right? With other people without the consent of the person that sent it to them, right? But as if I'm trying to be charitable or give charity to this argument, right? I could maybe conceptually see it occurring in high school. But even amongst the people that do it in high school, it's going to be more disturbed types of kids. Or losers that are susceptible to peer pressure and then willing to fuck someone over like that, right? So he's not acting like a kid. He's acting like a disturbed kid. He's even anomalous when it comes to high school kids.
I think it's something men should do. But do I think that this is remotely not normal? No, maybe again, that's maybe very pessimistic of me, but yeah, I do not believe a single man who tries to grandstand on that shit. Okay, I'm sorry, I just do not.
Yeah. You shouldn't even have those images in high school. Okay. Yeah, no fucking shit. No shit. Right? Yeah, high schoolers shouldn't see nudes. I agree. But they're gonna see it. They send it to each other. It happens. Like, sure, they should, but it happens. And to some level, it actually is, like, for a high schooler to be engaged like with their peers or whatever, like, that's not necessarily going to be like a huge red flag that's going to persist, that's going to be like indicative of some they're going to be a maladjusted adult or whatever. A lot of kids do it, right? I don't agree with it, but they do. With that being said, the amount that are actually willing to go and violate the consent of their peers like that is probably going to be very slim. She basically has this view that if men speak out against violating women's consent, they're just lying. Yes, unironically, yes. In this context, once again, even if I'm trying to steelman her argument here, right? Even then, she's talking about most men would be lying if they tried to justify this specific type of consent violation. But even then, it's just not true.
Most men, if they have received nudes from a girl, they have shared it with at least one of their guy friends.
It's just not true. It just is not fucking true. I don't know where she's getting this from. I mean, like, the only way you could think this is if I don't think she legitimately believes this, but if she does, then, like, you must have been around, like, you must have had some fucked experience with men, right? Which is believable. It's believable. You know, there are a lot of shitty men out there. Doesn't make it normal or most, but there are shitty men out there. And the amount of women that have a very sexual experience, whether that be sexual harassment to sexual assault, is insanely high. Like, you probably have all known at least one woman or girl that at some point in her life had to potentially faced some sexual impropriety or something along those lines, which is unfortunate. But that's the only way I could see her legitimately believing this, or she has no friends, or she's just falling for this guy's propaganda hook, line, and sinker. But this is just obviously false, especially when it pertains to men in their 30s, dude. It's not like this is some high school kid. He's a sexually experienced person in his 30s who has covered dramas pertaining to other sexual improprieties. So he knows what is wrong and what is right. And he voluntarily, in the context of intimate sexual relationships, consciously decided to do wrong. Most men are not willing to do that. If a guy does this to you, go to the fucking police. It's not normal. All right. Cool. By the way, if you guys want to support the stream, as always, great way to help us out is to tip. That goes a long way. Helps us out. You can also like if you have not already. We're great viewership tonight. 65. Like, can we maybe get up to 80? Can we get maybe like, I don't know, 10, 20 of you to hit that button? Do your part, folks. Okay, cool. So, this continues. Check inbox. Yeah, I saw that. It's fun. If he insists on Wednesday, we'll do Wednesday. I would prefer it be any other day of the week, because Wednesday is just the busiest day of my week. But we could probably do Wednesday. If that's what he's insisting on. We'll do Wednesday. I'll DM him. Okay. So that's gonna happen. Awesome. Things are we're having some activity here. All right. Cool. Where were we? It's like right here. So this continues. We'll check out Dicker's Twitter. By the way, I'd like to give a quick shout out once again to Wendy Fox, AG4L News Desk, AG4L Boko Haram. It's a weird name. AG4L Ministry of Truth, AG4L China. You guys are doing the legwork. Much appreciated. And Navakva. Once again, I'll keep emphasizing it. Okay. Let's go down. God, this guy's in the trenches. What the fuck? Okay. This your guy? She shouldn't have worn that skirt energy, lil bro. If her wearing a skirt guarantees she'll get raped and she keeps putting it on each morning, it's kind of hard to... This is... Okay, but I know what he was trying to say here. It just looks like in the context of broader victim blaming, in the context of rape, that is never going to look good at all. If there was, in a hypothetical, I'm sure even Destiny would agree to this. Let's say there's like a rape skirt, and the skirt literally has the word rape written on it, and you know that when you put it on, you're going to get raped. Like 100% hypothetically. Like, which doesn't exist in the real world. So that's why you shouldn't bring it back to this analogy. But like, hypothetically, would you say that a woman like shouldn't put on that skirt? Obviously, yeah. In a hypothetical world where there was like a guaranteed rape skirt, then sure, probably. But that doesn't exist in reality. So obviously this analogy is going to fucking look horrible. Yeah, he could have picked literally any other hypothetical. Surprised to see Destiny fans disagree with this take. True. Fuck. All right. Okay, no downplaying. I just don't trust men like you who grandstand about this shit. Before Pixie brought a lawsuit, wasn't your group making fun of her? I didn't even know what a Pixie was before she brought the lawsuit, and Dickers was nobody. You have to remember, I'm not trying to little bro the guy. Dickers like I brought Dickers onto streams, and he was at my co-host tryouts and shit. He wasn't a streamer. At least when I knew him early on. And this would have been around the time the lawsuit either initiated or afterwards. I didn't have any idea what the fuck a Pixie was. And I didn't see anyone adjacent to me demean this woman with knowledge that, demean this woman for this, I guess, hold on, I feel like I'm vaguely remembering that Spicy might have beef with her over something else, if I remember correctly. I don't know. But in regards to whenever people heard that her nudes were leaked without her consent, at least everybody within proximity to me, it was unequivocal denunciation. There was no like room for like, everyone agreed, even though we disagreed on other shit. Everyone agreed what happened to her was wrong and disgusting. In terms of people I associate with. Which group harassed Mantis and continues to harass her for the lewd image leak? Where is this Mantis person being harassed? A few Spicy chatters were making jokes about the leaks. That's it. More group responsibility. Yeah, you have a chat that is... Spicy's not like Icy. Icy's now invite only. Anyone can get into Spicy. They'll kick you out if they don't like you, but anyone can get in. And anyone can talk in there. Any shitter, regardless of we personally like or dislike them. It's a public-facing chat. If individuals poked fun at this person in that chat, why the fuck would it reflect on our people? Right? Like, there are creators that we voluntarily associate with. We don't sign off on whatever every shitter chatter chooses to express. To hold people to that standard is insanely... First of all, it's dishonest. They don't hold this standard. Let's make that clear. But it's also like, if they were being honest, just fucking insane, because nobody would ever be able to be good enough, and everybody would be responsible for like harassment and shit. Yeah, DK added Pixie into Spicy while they were talking about her. Yeah, I don't know any. That was before my time. DK was like, is it him being that was before me, and before Dickers. So I don't know why he's getting grouped into this. Me and Dickers, like, were, like, if I remember correctly, I don't know how long he was in Spicy, but I feel like I got into Spicy not long after him. Yeah, we're gonna go through all these. I see people linking me shit. We're gonna go through all those. So let's watch this clip. Oh wait, no, we already saw this clip. Who are the quickest people to demean women in this broader community for their sexual activity or non-activity? She understands that men, like, it's equal treatment here. It's equal treatment here. Man whores also get made fun of. Men get made fun of in this community all the time. What is she talking about? Yeah, no, she's right, actually. People were just making fun of, like, Goat Kata. I was, like, actually, like, put on a pedestal and, like, viewed as people were just making fun of Goat. There was nothing on me. Like, it's literally just, it's consistent for the emphasis. The only emphasis on women here is to imply that there is and the truth of the matter is, in every online community, there is misogyny. On a small level, like, you could find it everywhere. It's normally subtle, and maybe people don't even necessarily realize they're being misogynistic. The internet in general is not very nice to women, or historically speaking, right? I can admit to that, and I agree with that. But the claim here is that there's some exceptionally misogynistic community being run, and it's just not true. Women are treated the same as men here, on the streamer level. I've seen chatters tell women to, like, shut the fuck up, and so, and like, that's like, these guys are obviously, like, misogynistic or whatever. But we're not responsible for, like, individual chatter's innate biases. The claim she's trying to make or perpetuate is that there's exceptional misogyny, which just isn't true. Yeah, and also to telling Jalen, like, oh yeah, this was the other dude. This was the other one, dude. They have to, like, go because our actual views aren't bad. What they'll also do is they'll, like, get at the jokes. Like, oh, leftists make jokes like this. Her actual positions are criticizable. She literally said to Jalen that Jalen was not a real woman because Jalen got angry and punched a wall. And women don't do things like, she doesn't get angry like women do. That is misogynistic as fuck. Of course women can get angry. Of course women can punch shit. Of course women can when women are passionate about it, like, of course they can do those things. Like, there was during Prohibition, there was what's her name? Forget her fucking name. It was like Carrie Nation. She would, like, go to bars with a fucking axe because she was, like, mad about alcohol or whatever. Like, women can absolutely get violent in the course of advocating for whatever or personal grievances, etc. And to claim that violence or anger isn't a womanly trait is just, like, that is sexist. That is unironically sexist. Furthermore, it's just transphobic. It's transphobic because she was looking for any excuse to not consider Jalen a woman, and the only exceptional quality about Jalen in that context was that Jalen was trans. So to not acknowledge Jalen's, like, womanhood status due to, like, given behavior or whatever, you're just saying, like, yeah, you probably don't believe that trans people are, like, real, which is okay, but own that. What's left-wing about that, though? What's left-wing about that? Jalen is more of a woman than Leia something will ever be. Okay. It's not something you should do to a friend. You say he would admit he did wrong. He's argued he had implied consent. Yeah, he would admit he did wrong, except he's actively tried to obfuscate. He's overemphasized his role as a victim. Nobody would ever call somebody, like, a victim if they, I don't know, like, you're trying, an arsonist is trying to, like, commit an act of arson, and he accidentally sets himself on fire or something, like, or like, people wouldn't, I mean, I guess it wouldn't be completely comparable because Solo was the one that then made it more public. But Solo wouldn't have been able to do that had Destiny not leaked those sexually intimate images in the first place. So it is literally like a guy that, like, lit himself on fire while trying to burn down a building. Nobody would ever feel bad for that person. And if that guy was trying to emphasize how badly he was hurt, nobody would ever think he's legitimately apologetic or remorseful, because the bad act was only initiated and possible by him in the course of victimizing others. Destiny is a victim of revenge. It's a, like, he's a victim in the sense, like, yeah, that shouldn't have been leaked. But it was only leaked because of his perpetration. So it's like, I mean, I don't even feel comfortable saying victim to refer to him. I just don't. I mean, sure, on the technical level, he's a victim. Yeah, like a burglar gets his car. Yeah, well, I'm not gonna. A burglar gets his stolen prop. Like, yeah, a fucking a burglar who's broken into a bunch of people's houses, stolen all their valuables. He's accrued this large treasure trove in his house, and then somebody comes in and burglarizes him and steals the shit he stole. Would we call this guy a victim? The shit was stolen. You shouldn't have had it to begin with. Those nudes shouldn't have been in Rose's DMs to begin with. Yeah, somebody now has come and committed an additional bad act, but you weren't that wasn't supposed to be there to begin with, and it's only there because of you. Yeah, it's like the legitimately remorseful narrative is completely refuted by everything he attempts to do now. Somebody who was legitimately remorseful wouldn't be trying to, like, wouldn't be making the excessive efforts he's made to smear his opposition, to smear his victim, to smear, somebody who was legitimately remorseful for doing something like this would probably for a while be depressed, to be honest with you, like hate themselves. I'm trying to think, like, if I hypothetically woke up one day and I found out I did this, how would I feel? I would be doing everything in my power to try to make things right. Not to like to try to make things right to the person that it was done to, and I wouldn't have a public facing presence, because there are some things that are just like, you don't deserve a platform anymore, and that's one of them. Depends on, do we like the burglar? Was he only stealing from the rich? Did he give to the poor? What would that change necessarily? I guess, oh no, you're right. If he was stealing from the rich, then depending on your values, you might not necessarily care. In the sake of the analogy, you could just assume he's a regular burglar. He hasn't been remorseful for anything in his life. Yeah, he doesn't. I've thought to myself consciously, where has Destiny ever apologized before? Like, I legitimately was like, he probably has in some places, but I was like, it was like such a rarity that I was actually like looking for it. Has there ever been a situation where Destiny's offered a concession or apologize? And that's how I learned about his tactic. I thought Quimman said this to me. He might not have been the one that said it to me. I don't remember, but how, like, when he wants to argue for a position that he knows is indefensible, he'll pretend like he's not assuming the position and just asking questions and implying it. That way he doesn't have to solidly own it and then defend it on fact or with evidence, because he's never technically adopted it. That's how he avoids concessions and gets to have all the benefits of making an argument. So I'd love to probe this distrust of men, but I have more faith in Beckett's sense of shame than to imagine he willingly showed your nasty snatched head. Holy shit! I didn't see. Okay, I didn't see. I didn't see that end part. Dickie went off. Okay. Interesting. Typical deflection plus ad hom. You've proven my point. No answers to my questions. So she's trying to overemphasize the I'm a woman. Like, it's talking about my. This is like, okay. This is literally like if somebody said I had a small cock. Would I go like emphasize that in the quote tweet? I just say, no, you're doing ad hom. She's emphasizing that, so the narrative that there's some like particularly sexist community here is there. As I said before, every community is sexism, and we need to consciously recognize and combat it. I'm attempting to do it in my own. Okay, sexism unfortunately is a part of the internet. The argument here is that this community is exceptionally sexist. It isn't. you're all misogynists and you all engage in the same shit. No, you're a fucking misogynist. Like, Stardust has said more misogynistic shit than I could have ever hoped to have said in my lifetime. Would you ally yourself with Firebat if it meant fighting Dan? No. If this I don't know I don't really know the Firebat lore. I know you're like a Firebat, but I don't fucking give a shit about or know anything about Firebat. I heard this person might be a rapist. If they rape somebody, no, I would never align myself with them. Not only do because I would just put in extra work to do it without them. It would be if they were a necessary component of the argument, right? It would maybe inconvenience me to not ally with a necessary component of the argument, but that would be a case of such egregious behavior that I wouldn't ally with you even temporarily. Guy is still going on about my nasty snatch and thinks he's worth engaging with on anything. Okay, I'll put your nasty snatch to one side for now. On the topic of my crowd, Spicy Chat, can you tell me what has changed in your positions now versus the Keffels Destiny drama? Let's take a look.
I do know that, I mean, I feel like it's kind of hypocritical to be blaming him for being part of a forum, right?
Oh, shut the fuck up, you stupid bitch. Really?
Commentary is not exceptionally they seem maybe more misogynistic because commentary is willing to get mean. So people with sexist viewpoints, there's more opportunity for it to be visible in their like humor and insults. Other communities, like insulting people is not necessarily going to be a regular part of it or tolerated, like in the gaming community. So as much misogyny and sexism will exist, there's just less opportunities for its expression.
Blaming him for being part of a thread that is engaged in so much harassment that my fucking mother's address was leaked and they went after my family. How fucking discourse brained are you that this is actually something that you would say? Holy.
So I'm not trying to get you mad or anything like that.
Okay, then actually be a fucking person.
Right.
We gotta make this louder.
I've expressed to you that I don't approve of doxing, and I don't.
He's in your chat.
Yes, he's
Tell
in
him
my
you
chat.
don't approve of him being in Kiwi Farms.
He knows that I don't approve of doxing, but Kiwi Farms is
But you're like
separate from
okay
that.
with it. So, but you're okay with people who engage in that in your community because he's there right now.
I mean, I don't think people in my community engage in that. Nobody in my community is doxing.
Is Flamenco not part of your community? Is he not in your chat just like you said?
He's a much bigger. He has a much bigger community.
Did
than
she
I
call her a fucking cunt at the end of this?
Oh, and by the way, at this point, Flamenco was openly. I was 15-year-old, 14-year-old me. At this point, I might have been 16. I was calling out Flamenco to hell and back. This guy was a fucking idiot. And he was clearly, I mean, I'll just say it. Like, he was probably like, he's probably a Nazi, right? Or Nazi adjacent or whatever. This guy was literally doing apology. He was doing fucking 19th century apologia for, or 20th century apologia for the fucking, for the Confederacy. Like, this guy, he was on a white nationalist, all right, like, you co-hosted the show, but even that on its own is not even, it's not even going to be, he maintained associations with and defended other Nazis and has expressed through his positions that he's actually going to go out of his way exceptionally to like provide dishonest defenses to a state that enslaved a bunch of people for the color of their skin. Which kind of lets you know everything you need to know about his viewpoints.
Remember or not?
We had this platforming discussion 5 minutes ago.
We had the platforming discussion. He's in your fucking chat. You're not doing anything. You don't care. This is just content to you.
Unless
Commentary creators also let misogyny reflect in their reporting. For example, like how FPA, some do, but we all, literally everyone that I talk to, when I watched the camera video, the VOD is up on my channel. I called Diesel out over this. I said it at the time. And other people said it too. I heard Dickers admit this. I don't know if he did so privately or publicly. And if he did it privately, he's going to say he never did this. I've heard Dickers do it. I've heard Morale do it. I've heard everybody in our community. This is why the term community doesn't work. Why is Diesel in my community? I'm not friends with anyone. Like, we're not friends with this guy. He does content on topics we never cover. Why is this a part of the community that I'm in? That's not my community. I don't talk to this guy. He doesn't talk to the people that I talk to. I don't see him in the servers. I don't like, that's somebody else. That's a different entity. And we did all in my community, in this space, we denounced it when we saw it.
Do you have I'm willing to ban him if you have screenshots of him posting docs, but
He didn't post docs. He engaged in the fucking thread. He engaged in a group harassment campaign. How are you so fucking stupid that you can't see that this is the issue? The issue is that he engaged in a group.
So again, just because people hate on me, right? And then I can say the same thing about when people have been directed hate towards me. Just because they've engaged in it doesn't mean they're also responsible for every single thing that happens as a result of that hate.
He's part of the group that is responsible directly. He directly encouraged it. I've seen the shit he said about me. I've seen his fucking like cozy stream where he uses memes that use content from the fucking thread. How is he not culpable here?
What kind of content does he use from the thread?
Oh, shut the fuck up. You want me to like pull up the Nazi site and look over his memes?
I mean, I don't, the reason why I'm asking is because I don't know. I haven't paid attention to
You don't know.
I came here to talk about you and me, not about him.
This is why I'm mad. Because you have no morals, you have no principles. You're willing to just stand by people who engage in group harassment on a forum that multiple trans people have killed themselves over.
You coordinated group harassment of plenty of other people.
What was wrong? I didn't follow the Catfull's Kiwi Farm show. What was wrong with Catfull's position? Because it did seem like when I was looking into it, it did seem like there was like some genuinely abhorrent behavior from this site that was totally worth denouncing. And unironically, yeah, like if you've like dedicated forums that are openly admitting that they want the end result to be someone's death, and it's not criticism, you're just trying to fuck with them in every conceivable facet, I actually could see an argument for not allowing that to persist, because that wouldn't even be like it's not like your ability to criticize would be moderate. Like you're just expressing like, I want to harass somebody until they die, which I think is like probably going to cross some sort of line. What was the argument against her there?
Group harassment?
Yes,
Group harassment. Do you have anyone who has to fucking lock their door at night because they're scared because they get fucking like hate mail directed to them?
Oh, she was doing collective punishment shit? Oh, that's stupid.
Yeah, and have said that that's not right. I've said that that's not right. But two wrongs don't make a right.
In your community, who you interact with, who you call friends, because you're a fucking snake.
Okay, but I need screenshots of him actually posting docs.
All right, I'll get all of those. He didn't post the fucking docs. He engaged in group harassment.
The same guy they're talking about, by the way, Flamenco, I'm pretty sure she was like the last one off the Flamenco. Did she ever get off the Flamenco train? Because I remember like long after, I feel like she was still friends with this guy when I came back to streaming briefly in like 2024 or 2023. I feel like she was still she was like the last one off that train. After he had expressed on stream, he was an active Kiwi farmer. He had expressed on stream that he was like potentially intending to go and fucking right Xanderhal's family. Like, it was all out there. This wasn't like fringe shit from years ago. It was all out there.
He encouraged
other people by engaging in group. Do you know what group harassment is? You have more than 2 fucking brain cells? Jesus, Stardust.
I know, I understand what group harassment is. I've had people on Cozy direct their entire followings to come hate raid me. So I understand what that is. But I still need to see like more than somebody just participating and being, antagonistic towards somebody, right? Like,
in a fucking thread, in the same thread on a site made for harassment that multiple people have killed themselves over. Are you fucking, how stupid are you? Like, how do you
made a spreadsheet of content creators who are all smaller than you that you wanted to.
Melina was on that spreadsheet.
Okay, but Gappy and I are smaller than you. And
I know, and Gappy and you both defended Destiny, who also engaged in my fucking Kiwi Farms thread, and I have the screenshots for this.
That's, by the way, that is just a totally false claim. I don't even remember what she tried to fake on that.
Okay, so it seems like she's totally fine maintaining people in her community, or was completely fine maintaining people in her community who she knew was involved in doxing sites like Kiwi Farms, etc. To be fair, your position can change a lot in 3 years. I think people grasp at straws when they do like hypocrisy points that involve getting someone's position 3 years ago, because humans change their opinions all the time. The question is, are they changing their position because in this specific case, it would be convenient for them to do so? Or is there evidence that their position has just naturally changed in its entirety? Have they expressed this change of position in a broad range of situations? And if so, that would be more indicative of legitimate change versus hypocrisy. I can't listen to this right now. I'm in bed. I don't want to wake someone, but I also don't really care to engage with you beyond. Why would you even reply then? What? I can't listen to this right now. I'm in bed. I don't want to wake. I don't really care to engage you beyond this point. You've avoided all my questions. That is the claim. You've avoided all my questions. That's the claim. So Dickers reasonably asks, can you give me a single point I didn't engage with? Maybe she replied here. Okay, she didn't. She replies, you're still on nasty snatch, by the way. You're going to have to try harder to prove yourself someone worth engaging with. So the original claim was a lack of engagement. Okay, whereas you make them get to the specifics, which DGG hates because they fucking lose when they get specific because they lie and they're wrong on everything. So you make them get to the specifics in relation to the claim that they voluntarily made. Oh, well, they have nothing? They have no evidence? Let's just change the fucking claim. Let's just move the goalposts. It's the same thing across dramas. The claim goes from these people are operating a doxing server and clearly doxed here to, okay, they didn't dox here, and doxing requires publication to, okay, they doxed, but there was no publication to, okay, they didn't dox here, but it's a doxing server and we're sure they're doing it, and people were getting doxed in there or whatever to, okay, maybe some individuals in the server were associated with doxing to, okay, we found one case of a guy 4 years prior in a completely separate community doing this behavior that we're supposedly denouncing in this server. It's an infinitely changing claim, and with Destiny in particular, he never actually has to overtly do it himself because he pretends like he hasn't completely assumed a given position. He's just asking questions like he did with Chud. And it's fucking ridiculous. It's so weaselly, it's so dishonest, and it's like infuriating. By the way, if you guys want to support the stream, a great way to help us out is to tip. I keep saying halfway. We're a quarter of the way to Streamly goal. We're gonna go here for a few hours. We're presently goals at $19, which I think YouTube takes a percentage of that. But if you want to help us out and support, a great way to help us is by tipping through Streamlabs or Super Chats. Another great way to help us out is by liking. If you are enjoying what you see, we've had great viewership. We've maintained great viewership throughout this stream. So if you want to drop a like, everything helps. I don't think we're going to be able to get to over 100, but if we get to like fucking 80, I'll be satisfied. We have 68 likes, people, 130 watching. Click it's one button. Just click it. Anyways. We have this other drama now with Stardust, apparently involving Hutch. Thank you, Rezi, for sending this to me. So, I don't know anything about Hutch. I know he's a Destiny guy. That's it. This guy justifies joking about my deceased sister by pointing to another creator that I've literally nothing to do with. These people are genuinely completely insane. Okay, I say no infighting. Dickers is Dickers like the only one on the parry train still. I don't know why, but he is for some reason. But so I don't know. This is pertaining to the most like forced, unfunny, like you could tell it's one of those cases of I said edgy thing, now seal clap, where Parry just like steals the Chibi Review's brother, like I think chair joke and does it to this guy's sister, which is like funny because Parry's still not decided if he wants to cuck to optics or not. So I think that's like a little funny. But I would imagine that this is what this clip is about. Which is honestly, I really love how like when Parry tries to contribute, he's just like useless to every conversation and all he's done is like potentially alienate some moderates. We have these guys on blatant lies. We can engage with them on substance. I think we could absolutely joke in your discords or whatever about edgy shit like someone's sister. But you know that when you make a joke like that in the public facing to a lot of moderates or people that would be won over to our side, we look like we take things too far. And it's like, why? Your joke isn't funny. Your bit isn't funny. It's like the most forced thing on earth so you could get some attention because you're at 29 viewers, because you're running from a debate, because you're a fat fucking pussy. Why would you like do? It's just a detriment.
Taking a look at a tweet that Hutch made, being like, these people are joking about my dead sister. These people are joking about my dead sister. Sorry, has Diorio not been engaged with the fucking Chibi Reviews memes? Has you not been laughing at the fucking, we're gonna turn your brother into a chair?
What the fuck do I have to do with that? Like, what?
It was a question. Because there's this common meme that's poking fun at people along similar lines. And because it's so common, you might have engaged with and laughed at this thing that everyone else is laughing at. And if you did so, you'd be a hypocrite. So he's merely asking if you did that. He's not asserting it.
Why would you're bringing up something else that somebody else did?
I agree. What he's doing is essentially arguing for, without like overtly stating it. But like, he can absolutely, like, if you demonstrate to him, no, this guy never did that, then he'd probably move on to a different point.
Is he saying Diorio? What the fuck do I have?
This is an out of context clip. I post it fully in the replies. All right, let's look at the full clip.
Like, rehash that. You know what I mean? Yeah. But it's people posting the most obvious fucking bait possible. It's so fucking retarded. Literally, I saw people in there earlier. I saw people in there taking a look at a tweet that Hutch made, being like, these people are joking about my dead sister. These people are joking about my dead sister. Sorry, has Diorio not been engaged with the fucking Chibi Reviews memes? Has you not been laughing at the fucking, we're gonna turn your brother into a chair?
Oh, he's talking about Diorio.
We're gonna mutilate
He's not even talking about Hutch.
your brother's corpse and turn him into a chair. Has Diorio not been engaged with those memes?
He's not even talking about Hutch.
Have to do with Nicholas?
A tweet that Hutch made, being like, these people are joking about my dead sister. These people are joking about my dead sister. Sorry, has Diorio...
Oh, he puts that in there. I missed it. Okay.
Diorio not been engaged with the fucking Chibi Reviews memes? Has you not been laughing at the fucking, we're gonna turn your brother into a chair? Because I think he has, okay? I think he has. And I think all of those other people have as well.
I don't really know if if this is that out of, to be fair, I don't know if this is, like, I think enough context can be gauged from the original clip. I don't think what he shows, or what Dicker says here, changes that substantially. I just think he's being stupid. This guy.
What the fuck do I have to do with that?
Unless I'm missing something, I don't think this adds, like, a whole lot of context here.
That, like, what? Why would you're bringing up something else that somebody else did? Is he saying Diorio?
Yeah, this is not out of context. I don't know what that point is. This guy's making a bad point, but I don't think this is out of context. Start from the beginning. What am I missing? What context?
Nick Diorio Factory. The people in there have been particularly fucking irritating. I can't lie, okay? Because I was arguing in there earlier.
Oh, wait, okay, wait, no, you're right. Never mind. We're going back and I'm flip-flopping. Okay, no, you're right. He's talking specifically in the Diorio server about an earlier argument he was having. That's why he's bringing it up. Got it. Okay, no, you're right. There's context removed.
What the fuck do I have to do with Nicholas Diorio? What does that have to do with anything? Some other creator that I'm not affiliated with at all does something, references somebody's like dead.
Well, no, the communities that you decide to engage in and be a part of are totally fine with making jokes along these lines, so long as it applies to, like, given targets that are universally detested. There's been no issue with mocking, like, the deaths of family members, or the deaths of people. The guy that your entire online existence centers around did it, and I didn't think it was a big deal when he did it. I don't really particularly care about Destiny doing this, but he did it with, like, the fucking Trump shooting or whatever, right? I don't know how you can, like, make moral appeals along those lines. I think what Parry did is, like, so dumb, like, only because what he did, like, you have to start thinking tactically here. It's like, what does that do for us besides, like, let people like this try to make us look like we have no moral decency? It's like, you know, I mean, you can make your jokes, whatever, but you're doing, like, whole dedicated Twitter posts that everyone's gonna see and get fucking retweeted to make some, like, unfunny, like, forced joke to be like, hey, everyone, look at me again. I only have 28 viewers. Like, look at me. Oh, he condemned Destiny for that? Okay, then this guy's allowed to get a little upset at people making fun of his dead sister, right? If he's been consistent on it. if he's been consistent on this, then it's okay if he's offended that someone made fun of his dead sister. I don't take issue with that. Like, as so long as you don't do the same thing yourself, it's fine if a person is bothered by somebody making fun of their dead sibling. I don't particularly take issue with that. To be fair, Dickers did say he would turn his dead sister into a chair in an army. You doing the same thing? I'm not doing the same thing. I literally said he's allowed to get mad over this. It wouldn't be hypocritical just because someone in that proximity was doing it. But also, that's not even the argument that Dickers is making, because Dickers is talking in the context that is cut out of this clip about Diorio fans specifically. But he also lied and said there was that I'm gonna contest Hutch on the lie. I'm not gonna contest him for being offended about his sister, right? I'm not gonna make a moral claim. Oh, it's too far. You made fun of someone. Like, I think comedy can poke fun at anything. I have criticisms along tactical lines. But you know, I think that if he's offended over it and he's remained consistent, he has a right to be offended. And I'm not gonna take huge issue with that. But if he's fucking lying as well, like, well, we can combat him there. Okay. We have the Dickers response, and then we have this.
To just not act like a sociopath. Oh, there it is. Hutch's dead sister.
I saw people
frowny face
in there taking a look at a tweet that Hutch made, being like, these people are joking about my dead sister. These people are joking about my dead sister. Sorry, has Diorio not been engaged with the fucking cheapy reviews memes? Has he not been laughing at the fucking, we're gonna turn your brother into a chair?
What the fuck do I have to do with that? Like, what? Why would you're bringing up something else that somebody else did? Is he saying Diorio? What the fuck do I have to do with Nicholas Diorio? What does that have to do with anything? Some other creator that I'm not affiliated with at all.
Okay, I don't think this guy took it out of context on purpose here, Nessa. Come on, okay? Like, let's just be like so for real. I don't know this Hutch guy. I have no vested interest in defending him. But like, I don't necessarily think that this was like a purposeful, decision.
Does something references somebody's like dead? What the fuck do I have to do with this? Why am I involved in that?
You're not. He's not. But that's not the point that I don't think that's the point that Dickers was making. If Dickers was making that point, it's a bad point, right? But I don't think that's the point he was making. And I, at least, will totally say, if he policed Destiny for doing it to someone else, and has been consistent on it, there's nothing wrong with him thinking it's a line too far to make fun of his dead sister.
How is that a justification?
Nick Diorio Factory. The people in there have been particularly fucking irritating. I can't lie, okay? Because I was arguing in there earlier. Yeah, but it's people posting the most obvious fucking bait possible. It's so fucking retarded. Literally, I saw people in there earlier. I saw people in there taking a look at a tweet that Hutch made.
They are gaping their own assholes and just showing their full insides to the entire internet. Stop talking about dead family members, guys. Just knock it off. If you want to call me fucking bald, if you want to call me old, if you want to like criticize the thing,
I'm fine respecting this. I'm not policing it in others. Because once again, I think comedy can poke fun at anything, and this is the internet. So any piece of personal information you decide to volunteer, you should reasonably expect is going to be made fun of by someone out there. I wouldn't want, if I had a family member die, I wouldn't want people to necessarily do it to me. Albeit I might not volunteer that information unless like it's caused me to leave for a while, right? I might not volunteer that information if I didn't want that made fun of. If that's a personal preference of his, that's fine. I don't need to go into that territory.
Things that I've said, go for it. It's the internet. That's the arena. We all hop in this arena and that's fine. Why are you bringing up my fucking dead?
Because it's the internet. Unfortunately, that is a part of this arena. There are shit. The problem with Paris, by the way, is he's not a shitter. He's somebody that people have kept around. I've dropped him completely. I think he is strategically irrelevant, can never contribute anything useful, and has no use to any discourse or anything. He's certainly not in my community. I don't consider him a part of my community or my space. But I think that it's the shitters like that, for the sake of getting attention and for the sake of baiting you, will say things that are meant to bother you to elicit attention, and you're giving them exactly what they want when you respond. And it's ironic people bring this back to Chibi reviews, because that's exactly what the whole Chibi discourse, right? He simultaneously complains about the shit he gets, but feeds into the response, thus invoking more of that same shit.
Sister, what does she have to do with any of this?
Delete your accounts.
It does make yes. If I mean, I don't know where Quimman would stand on this, but and I'm not even saying this because it's Perry. We want to be appealing to the outside to get them on our side for a little bit. Strategically, how is it not a detriment to do an unfunny bit about the opposition's dead sister? I'm not saying oh, that's offensive, you can't do that. I'm saying shit like that, where you're not even saying it in a stream. It's not it was an offhand comment in a stream, but you're doing dedicated, meant for everyone to see and retweet and shit, while openly being someone associated with our side. What purpose does that serve, other than making us unpalatable to the normies we're trying to, or to the people from the other sides we're trying to, convince of our position? Well, how does that benefit us? Well, the truth of the matter is it doesn't. He's a burden. He's a tumor, essentially, that should be fucking excised.
You wait. And then it's somebody saying, I take back, not talking about Hutch's dead sister. She's fair game now. No, talk about her.
Therapy! BetterHelp.com. I don't know. Is that available? Do they operate in the UK?
I was the one that went on JStock's stream and said, out of nowhere, that your sister fires in movies, so she deserved to get cancer and AIDS. And then, for some reason...
He didn't adapt. His formula is the same, because he used to do the thing where it's let me find the most offensive or edgy angle to every situation, so everybody could be like, wow, dude, that's so offensive and edgy, holy shit. And he get but he stopped being the unhinged troll. He demonstrated himself to be somebody that deeply cares about what other people think about him, and that's why he's an insecure fat pussy that's running from a fucking debate with me. But also, it's the same formula that has not adapted at all, so it just looks so forced and unfunny now.
I also call...
And he's bragging about it. He's saying this and he's proud of it.
Straight away a whore. I don't even remember why I did that, but it was...
Dude, this guy just wants to have the worst gutter tier fucking...
I don't get it's sure we don't need to stop edgy jokes for the sake of optics, but this isn't even a joke that's funny. It doesn't serve a purpose other than let's make this side look bad. What purpose? It's not a funny bit. Nobody's gonna be repeating this bit unironically because it's just it's stolen from the fucking Chibi review shit.
Optics possible. It's insane.
I did that.
But the problem is that Parry intentionally leans in for the worst optics of all time at every fucking stage. And I've got no clue why the fuck he does it. I've got no fucking clue why he does it every single time.
We actually do know why he does it. We know exactly why he does it. He's a friendless, jobless, aunt's attic dwelling loser that wants to be accepted somewhere. And the way he's historically been accepted in this space is because he's edgy. Right? Now he can't decide if he wants to go full edgy or be opposite. He's been doing more of the optics cuck thing, pretending he cares about shit that he doesn't actually care about, is new technique or whatever. Simultaneously, he reverts back to stuff like this because look at what's happened since he's tried to appeal to outside communities. His viewership, I'm not totally taking credit for his declining viewership, right? He did that himself. But the whole goal for him is to get attention because it's just, it's conditioning. He understands that historically, do edgy thing, you get positive reinforcement. Everyone's that's crazy, man. But when you're a one-trick pony like that, and people begin to realize there's no substance to you, these aren't even well-constructed bits, you're just saying the edgy thing for seal claps, it just becomes immensely more pathetic.
it didn't, like when I tell you that it did not affect me one way or the other, like it didn't, like, I don't know, they're going for some like deep hurt using dead family members, but the way it registers for me, I don't know about like the other people that these people have like gone out of their way to harass. Like, this is so beneath me. It is so profoundly beneath me. It is like about 50 layers beneath me. It just doesn't land the way that they think it lands. Like, when you lose somebody like that and you go...
Okay, I don't agree with the... this guy has a right to be offended. I don't think Parry necessarily crossed a moral line. Yeah, comedy can make fun of everything, and it can be mean as fuck. But the point of comedy is to invoke laughter. And if the bit itself is unfunny as fuck, like, that's my problem. It's not funny. It's just a burden. It's just a detriment. Like, if it was a uniquely funny bit and I was laughing and shit, it'd be like, that's bad optics. But, like, I get it. It's kind of... And I was rewatching it. Like, I do hate Parry, right? I hate Parry. But I've, like, laughed at some of his old bits still. He has said, like, some funny things. The amount of times, though, he attempts to make a joke versus the amount of times it lands is embarrassing as fuck.
Go through that like intense fucking grief, but then you come out the other side of it. Like, how could they possibly hurt me more than that hurt? Like, that was the most...
I mean, it's probably hurting him, right? I wouldn't even like, the average person would probably be bothered if you made fun of their dead relative, right? I don't think that it's bad to, you know, be bothered by that if you're not doing it to other people. But like, he's clearly bothered. Like, I don't know why he's feeling otherwise.
Sad? What inflated sense of self this person must have? It's just pathetic.
Also, he's pretending like Dickers is the one that did it.
It is so fucking pathetic. I look at this behavior and I'm like, ugh. What is this? You know, it makes one wonder, like, what is this person's daily life? Like, what does that look like? What does he do when he wakes up in the morning?
He's wrong with, like, he's focusing on the wrong person here. Hey, listen, if this Hutch guy wants to snark Parry, don't snark him. Oh, this is too, because you're giving him exactly what he wants. There's so much to snark. He's a lolcow. You could, like, cover all the times he's, like, taken on fights and, like, hung up in the middle of the debate. Like, the lies that he's, like, fucking failed at trying to defend. Like, him being, like, a fucking disgusting fat pussy. You could cover all, there's so much material. When you're just doing, like, this is so shocking. It's not even that shocking. It's really not. It's not that edgy. It's like a baby's guide to edginess. Make fun of a dead person, right? It's not even that edgy. But, like, by you doing the performative, oh my God, he said, well, how messed up do you have to be to say this? You're giving him the reaction that he wants. And that's why I hate Hutch. That's why I hate Hutch here. I don't know this guy. But, like, why are you giving him what he wants?
You know, how does he fill his day?
Bring up an image of his, like, fat, disgusting body on stream and, like, make fun of it. Laugh at it. Talk about him fucking getting molested. Like, there's so much here to respond with.
How often is he, like, interacting with the world beyond this pathetic internet war that they see themselves as a part of? Like, all just clawing and scraping and fighting for just a crumb of clout. So much so that they would literally be willing to just, like, say or do anything. And it's all just like the shock value. Wait, is Dickers?
It's just Parry. It's just Parry. Like, literally just Parry.
In my chat? You silly human being. You silly, tiny human being.
He's obviously bothered by this and somewhat emotional. That's why he's like, he's even like lashing out people that didn't even have a part of it. He's obviously very bothered and emotional about those.
Do you live in the UK? Talk to...
If he was in our space, I'd be making fun of him and saying this is cringe, but I don't know this guy, and behavior in our space that I'd laugh at if a commentary YouTuber was doing could be engaged in by, like, a normal person where I wouldn't necessarily see exceptional issue. I don't think sensitivity is a problem in and of itself, so long as you're not assuming a role that involves you regularly taking shots at others. Because then, when you're just, like, sensitive while also taking shots, you look like a fucking crybaby bitch.
A therapist! It's free! You have no excuse. But my good sir, you are forthwith banished from this place. I will never, ever have
He's not. Dickers isn't even making fun of
a conversation with you, mate. It's not going to happen. That's a hard pass. In fact, we're giving you too much oxygen right now. Currently, pass. We'll go back to the Platner and Death Stranding too. I know.
Okay, but do you know who we are gonna turn into a chair? Alex Pratt. Okay, we're turning that guy into a chair. Okay, we're turning this guy into a chair. If you know, you know, dude. If you know, listen, Alex. You listen. I appreciate you here. You're chatting. Remember the holy fuck, man. Sometimes we're gonna turn you into a fucking chair.
Never even should have. Why did I even give this guy a crumb? You need to talk to a therapist. You need to figure it out. Sort it the fuck out before it's too late. You're still young. You got plenty of time ahead of you.
Parry's not. Well, Dickers and Parry are around the same age, right? Dickers didn't even do anything here. It's gay. I always look gay if I'm talking about optics. I am, but like, why? Like, optics is, if you're trying to win a public relations war, why would you never why would we not have a conversation about optics? It is absolutely strategically relevant. And yeah, now wouldn't be the time to do your like niche, edgy little like community bits, advertise that. If you like did it on your streams, that's one thing. It's an offhand comment. Like doing whole dedicated bits for everyone in X to see that just like serve to alienate normies. Because the truth of the matter is, yeah, making fun of dead relatives, even though we find that funny and might not see much issue with it, the average person would see an issue with that, right? Optics are gay, but they're needed. Like, they're absolutely needed. If you were playing to win, they are absolutely needed and worth considering. Okay. Because the end goal is what? Persuasion, right? Aiden is just trying to get back in with a crowd he is fond of. So he is hoping running D for Shamu, who was running defense. I don't know why I said D. Running D for Shamu was exposed for doxing in their past. We'll get that binky attached to his name in spicy chat will be we'll get that binky attached to his name in spicy chat will be removed. Bro should have just stuck to Augie. At least he wouldn't look so weak. I take on it. Say what you want about me. I am annoying. I have an annoying fucking voice. I talk like a gaylord, okay? I'm a nerd loser. I've done stupid fucking shit. I've done so many stupid things. I'm annoying as fuck. And I understand why you wouldn't like me. But the one thing I'm not, and the one thing I'm not going to pretend like I am, is a fucking coward, okay? I will fight anyone and everyone who wants to disagree with me on something and try to humiliate me, okay? I show up when it's time, when I'm wrong and I have an indefensible position and I know I'm about to get a fucking like ass raping, I still show up. I showed up to Chud's stream when I was unequivocally wrong. I was at a disadvantage. I showed up to take my fucking licks because I did something that deserved it, and I do it to other people and I expect it from other people. So it's my job and it is my responsibility when it happens to me to sit and fucking deal with it, because this is the role I've assumed. I'm not a coward, and I certainly have no I'm whatever. It doesn't matter what I do here, right? Like I'm not gonna fuck. Where was I going with this? I guess he said weak, not coward. I've seen people have been saying coward and shit. It's like, but in regards to like trying to appeal to Spicy, Spicy's not my main chat anymore. I talk in Spicy sometimes, but like I get chain timed out from there anytime I open my fucking mouth and the wrong admin is in chat. So it's not really like something I take that seriously. Would it be nice to have a fucking password next to my name because it looks like pedophilic? Yeah. But simultaneously, it's not like I'm gonna go and like risk like getting shit from DGG and like fucking just so I can what? Just so I can get a password with my name. Okay. I don't know why I took the... I'm just looking for shit to talk about. Where is... Let's see some more of these interact... There's a lot to cover in the shitter arguments world and people saying whatever. What is Clipped Live saying about this? Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Hold on. I just want to make sure I'm not logged into my personal Reddit. How much people care? I'm not... Spicy is like some of my roots. I mean, I was existing way before Spicy, but in the state that I exist now, this streaming run, it started in Spicy for me. So obviously it's not gonna say like, oh, I never used that chat. I hate that chat. Whatever. Like a lot of the AIDS gang was coined in Icy or Spicy by Russell Weebs. Like I obviously, you know, I like a lot of people in that chat. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, I don't care about like this chat or anything. Like obviously I like people in there. Whatever. I like talking there sometimes. Nick announced that he will be staying out of the DGG Civil War as he doesn't want to offer even a crumb for Chud's retarded ass audience. I think it's funny. People keep saying, how is Chud getting all the credit for this, by the way? I love how like they always are just like so focused on blaming Chud. Chud has his fucking head in the sand. I don't know what Chud's doing, but like this guy is like just I want more fight in him. I want more fight in him. But Chud is absolutely not the leader of this cause by any means. They like to pretend that he is. They like to pretend like Chud and Spicy are the face of this. At this point, this could exist completely. Chud Logic's name couldn't even be tied to this. And like all the points would remain the same and the people arguing them and the activity, etc. Like, I don't know why like they're just like so desperate to pin it all on him. The Chud stream... Okay, hold on. I think it's funny people keep saying, oh, I hope Nick covers this. I didn't spend as long as I have separating from this community just to invite their fans back into my chat. I hate the majority of these people. The Chud stream was my last word to people who mattered from that community. He was saying this when I was talking to him, like, people who matter. It's like, you're taking the time to send me Quimman tweets. Like, these people matter to you, 100%. I don't know why you're pretending otherwise. March to May for them was peppering content and astroturfing tweets to say, no, you can't do that. It's hard not to. Their boat is full of holes and screenshots keep dripping out. The only thing even tangentially related to me in this drama is the server that is targeting me. This is a one-sided affair, Lamau. I wish them all good luck on the DGG Civil War. Well, I'm glad to know that a commentary creator is so openly honest about how much his commentary is affected or happens based on whether or not he likes the participants involved. I'm sure that we could trust this guy to give you like honest takes on dramas pertaining to people that he admittedly is very fond of, for sure, right? Dude, this makes me, I get why Chud did it. And I get that, like, yeah, it's a bad look or whatever. I wouldn't, like, if I'm thinking myself in Chud's shoes, I wouldn't have banned this guy. First of all, I would have spoken to him. I would have said, what you did back then is completely unacceptable, and I would never condone or endorse its occurrence in my community. If you have continued that behavior or plan on continuing it or believe that it is okay, I'm going to get rid of you. I will not associate with you or anyone who does. But if you can acknowledge, I understand that people can change. I understand that you weren't a YouTuber, and I understand that you came from a space where ill behavior was more permissible. If you can acknowledge that this is a huge fucking mistake, you're prepared to take your blows for it, and you're openly going to unequivocally say it was wrong and it would never happen again, then I have no reason not to believe that. They dug up an example from 4 years ago. So clearly this is probably not very persistent behavior if they have to go back 4 years to find a fucking example. If we really were existing in these doxing communities and spaces or whatever, why do they have to go back 4 years for an example? Why? It's because they have nothing. It's all fucking posturing. It's all, you have to understand, they're putting on a show. They're showing strength because under that is weakness. They're trying to make themselves look like they have more than they do because what they actually have is nothing. And people are going to fall for it and bend the knee, and there's going to be implied threats, and there's going to be, you know, and people are going to fucking fall for that. Don't, because I'm telling you, they literally have nothing. I've had to ban him from the server and sever ties. Yeah, I think it's a little gay. It's 4 years ago. I get it. I get it that it looks optically bad. That's a hard line for us, etc. But the reason they had to go back 4 years to when he was in a different community is because we don't permit this in ours, and it's been policed every time it's happened. But that shouldn't earn you a designation on the fucking registry, where this is some like such exceptionally egregious behavior that you cannot possibly like be known for anything else or change or be redeemed. No, that's obviously not true. Especially when I were looking into the nature of what he did. This is absolutely behavior that can be grown from. And I don't know if I would have been so hesitant to ban him, but I understand why Chud did it. There are logs of Shamu calling the cops because someone threw a glass of water at another person. I think I'm reading the logs right. So they're talking about Grace Thorpe. He's calling the cops on Grace. You have to understand contextually, like, if that clip had happened in isolation, not to say that he should have done it, right? But had that clip happened in isolation, I doubt he would have done it. The problem is with the Thorpe specifically, it's a case of like, you know what's going on, but they don't necessarily show all of it. But you know there was most likely sexual abuse happening in their household. You know that there was actual abuse happening in their household. You could see it from Grace hitting her mom and shit. So they could see this as like, oh, we found our opportunity to finally stop this ongoing abuse that we legitimately believe is occurring. Which you should, as a viewer, once again, as a viewer, with very few exceptions, you're overstepping when you decide to actually start calling. Even if there's legitimate suspicion of abuse, as a viewer, you might be overstepping when you're calling a wellness. You shouldn't call wellness checks as a fucking viewer. The only case I could think of where that would be okay is if you're watching and you actively see an egregious crime being perpetrated against a child, right? If you tune into a stream and some guy is beating the fuck out of his kid, yeah, somebody should call the cops. Yeah, absolutely. But like this case where it's more this murky gray area, etc., is not, you should not be calling a wellness check as a viewer. The thing is, though, in the context that he did it, it's not even close to swatting because he legitimately believed a crime was committed and he believed he was reporting a cause for legitimate concern. His intent was not good because there's indication he was doing so partially in retaliation or against Grace or someone who is, you know, I can understand maybe wanting to get this person caught because Grace has supplemented and contributed to the abuse of her siblings, and she's abused people like her mother on camera. I can understand wanting that to stop and maybe seeing that, oh, I finally found my reason to stop it. But it's not overt enough to ever justify making a call like that. Crime of throwing, well, no, Grace was like also like like she was assaulting the mom and shit. It was all on stream. So they were just like waiting for something to catch probably, and they're like, finally we have like our excuse, because I reviewed the Thorpe situation, and although it cannot be proven definitively, there seems to be a lot to suggest that Ben Thorpe has sexually abused some of his kids based off of what we've seen. Not necessarily asserting that as fact. I don't think it's as overt enough where you can assert that as fact. I'm just saying that's what it seems like based off of my full review of the situation. So it could have just been a case of they believe there's ongoing abuse occurring, and they finally found some excuse to actually like get it caught. But they don't necessarily think that act in and of itself is so bad where had the context not existed, they wouldn't have called authorities. And it's like when you get into that level where you feel justified calling a wellness check off of your assumptions, and you're now just using this as an excuse to send police when what you're really mad about is your assumptions, you've crossed the line as a viewer. It has to be like egregious, blatant, and overt for me to even like consider that like potentially a good thing, right? Nick is totally a blind Ethan Klein sweeper guy. Are you serious? I literally looked at this and I'm like, watch the seals clap now that he's offered up his like token condemnation. Watch these people clap like seals, because that's all he's doing here. That's all he's doing here is to, after the Kilo video, offer up a like token disagreement, or because that this is like, he knows there's eyes on him looking to criticize him. Instead of not covering this at all, he's probably gonna have to make a statement because it's like fucking insane. And he even like applying sweeper logic, there are some situations that just cannot be swept for. And this is like one of the ones that's you can't just overtly say this is fine from Nick's perspective, right? So he's going to try to do it in the most permissible way possible, or try to inch that line. He's doing the thing that whenever he's offering up a token criticism of Ethan, it's never a definitive accusation. Like you are this, you did this, and this is bad. It's always like it seems like, I can't figure out, I wouldn't do this personally. It's inconclusive and it's never definitive. And it just serves to be a token criticism to make it look like this fat fuck is like capable of going after Ethan. Sorry, I just don't know what is to be gained in this situation, or how anyone would look at this and go, wow, that's a win, Lamau. It's also kind of sad because in isolation, I thought Ian apologizing was the first good move he made, and now I'm realizing it was a fucking cease and desist. Well, there was nothing. Why would that be a good move? What was there to? He's acting like there was anything in Ian's coverage that would actually be legitimate cause for a grievance here. What would Ian have to apologize for? This is sweeping. You're implying there was actually a bad act perpetrated on Ian's end. And he's like, he's only apologizing because he got hit with a cease and desist. What was there to apologize for? Nick is dumb. This is not out of stupidity. This is not being done out of stupidity. It's deliberate, it's on purpose, and it's dishonest. Okay, I don't care about any of that. Oh my god, guys. Bow blacks. Whoa, fuck. Where'd I go? Wow, guys. Seal clap. Bow black's bad. Seal clap, everybody. Seal clap. Alright. Why did I just get a DM from somebody? Well, somebody... Okay. Let's take a look at this. One sec. Also, shout out to the VCs out there that are watching. There are a few VCs. I think I'm being watched, so much appreciated. Also, you guys can like maybe tip if you enjoy what you see. Another great way to help us out is by liking. What is this? Stardust self-reflects. Twitch poll commentary punching bag turned DGG sweeper. Stardust is seen visibly cringing at her past humor and appearance.
So, I mean, it's not just normal beef, it's roast beef. It's roast beef. Thin cut. Wafer cut. Wafer cut roast beef.
I really beat jokes into the ground, don't I? I really do.
Now I'm hungry.
She's right. At least she's self-aware. But that means, like, she knows she's, like, being annoying, the jokes are beaten to death, and she, like, persists anyway for some reason, while expecting not to, like, earn, like, the anger of, like, of everyone around her.
Really do.
Look, we have beef. We have beef to get through.
Whoa.
He's just
Jesus
intimidated
Christ,
by...
dude. God, my makeup's terrible there. And
My lighting is also terrible. Beans for breakfast having ass. Exactly. You know this dude eats beans for breakfast. He put
Yo, thanks for the gift. Barely fiendish. I said for it, for whatever reason, the UI is like fucked. I can't see like jewels. I can only see like gifs. But I appreciate it nonetheless.
puts his, mediocre canned beans on a fucking piece of toast. Disgusting.
Wait, never mind. I can see jewels. I can. Thank you, Jacob, for the 200 jewels. Thank you, Skywag, for the 2. Thank you, Ali Khan, for the 10. Thank you, Skywag, for the 10. And thank you, Barely Fiendish, for the 500. We'll read all jewels at the end of stream.
I'm glad I'm covering old me because old me is ugly in comparison to new me, okay? I mean, lighting is also terrible. Beans for breakfast. We have beef to get through. Whoa. He's just intimidated by and God, my makeup's terrible there. And my lighting is also terrible.
Corporate wants you to find the difference between these pictures.
Beans for breakfast having ass. Exactly. You know this dude eats beans for breakfast. He puts his, mediocre canned beans on a fucking...
I'm sorry, man. Is she like so unfunny? She unironically like does like the British joke. She unironically does the British jokes. Dude, listen, call me Benedict Arnold here. The British jokes are so unfunny. Like whenever they do like a mocking like accent, or it's like, dude, this guy's an accent. This is crazy, man. It's like I'm supposed to like I'm supposed to laugh at that, or the fucking beans shit. It's so bad, dude. It's so uncomfortable.
Piece of toast. Disgusting.
But she's acting like her jokes have like actually evolved. They haven't.
I'm glad I'm covering old me because old me is ugly in comparison to new me, okay? I mean, I think it's just I had bad makeup and bad lighting back then, so I mean, it's not just normal beef, it's roast beef.
Only Americans find that funny. I don't know any Americans that find it that fun. That's probably because I don't hang around losers and weirdos who I don't hang around people lesser than myself. In fact, I don't really hang around anyone, that is. It's kind of a lonely existence, man. No, I don't like, this is like humor, like, this is humor that's like iterated by people who are desperately trying to be funny, but never actually seem to make the mark. Sad stuff. I was trying to do a self-deprecation joke. I wasn't trying to sympathy bait. There's no reason to be sympathetic to me. My life is fucking awesome. Okay. Anyways. What else is she tweeting? I'm kind of not done with Stardust, man. I kind of want to see more. I kind of want to see how much her humor has evolved here. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. Is there a word for this, man? Where, like, just so you could signal, like, we're all cool now. We all like each other. Let's jokingly do a bit of banter to signal, like, the fake, like, fighting, the fake fighting, where, like, they're, like, everyone knows it's a bit, and we're all so friendly and wholesome. Like, girl, I'm gonna get you, or whatever. Like, that shit is so cringe. That's what she's doing. She's, like, cool with DGG now. So she's, like, doing, like, the, I hate you, like, thing with like other it's so like fucking it's so unfunny. Look, everyone, DGG's give me attention, other DGGers. Look how much we like each other. Let's jokingly beef. Well, it's not lying. She's trying to make a joke. She's trying to be like humorous. Chud Logic is a lying piece of shit with no spine who completely empties his bowels when he is faced with the possibility of holding himself or his community accountable. Yeah, we watched the Elder Drazi shit forever ago. Does anybody... You know what I want to do? I don't know how long it is. I kind of want to go rewatch her original slideshow presentation on this. Because based on the way this has been laid out to me, this was not doxing. And I don't, like, I feel like we watched this once. We saw her, like, little PowerPoint or whatever. And it was, like, at some point when, like, if you're, like, a fucking, because he had his he had his information on his actual official public facing account, the information that was used and made fun of. It was all on his public facing account. Now, I agree that it could still be doxing. The reason being, under my definition at least that I've given, the link for the information to be allowed to be used, the PII in this instance, the link would have to be knowingly and voluntarily created by the person themselves. If my like full name got leaked because I accidentally clicked on another tab or something, it would still be spreading dox. If you went and then just started spreading that around, that would still probably be dox, right? The problem is when you know the information is there, it's been made clear to you, and you decide to keep it there and don't do anything about it, at some point you're consenting to that link, like, because you have it up on your channel. At some point you've consented to that link, and it wouldn't be doxing to use that. Now, I wouldn't be doxing to use that info that you've linked yourself to and have decided to continuously link yourself to. You can't dox yourself either. You can't dox yourself. That's just like, I guess you could, right? If you accidentally share yeah, you can dox yourself if you accidentally like share the info in the example I gave before. Chud's liar and a snake whose go-to move is to cover up and hide his own actions instead of taking accountability. This squirming away isn't new at all. This is him after the heat was on from all the doxing me stuff in his Discord. I'll be talking about it with Wick TV tomorrow. Okay. Here's what we're going to do, guys. Really quick. We've been going now for about 5 hours. We're going to still go. If we could get halfway to streamly goal, it would be much appreciated. If not, you can help us out by liking, which is also immensely appreciated. Also, there have been a ton of great clips from this stream. And do your part. Do your part. Help out. It is always appreciated. Before we do that, though, I was attempting to ascertain the origins of the Leia Something situation, or my drama with Leia Something, because Leia Something is tweeting at me. Actually, wait, let's cover this. Why don't I just cover this? Forgetting about this. So, Leroy, embarrassingly, after a few months ago, coming out with a pro Diorio take when everyone conveniently forgets this because they want to accuse me of sweeping for Nick. After Malta, I had a public beef with Nick over a situation he lied about, where he started to try to lie about, after I had accused him of, his lack of geopolitical knowledge actually affecting his coverage, like when he misinterpreted the Hassan statement about IDF soldiers in the West Bank being like valid targets. He was saying that like including secretaries, meaning when you, as a part of the Israeli military apparatus, are illegally occupying and on territory that is not yours, it would not be wrong of the populace to utilize force to fight that apparatus that is actively encroaching on their territory. Not that Ila, who is no longer voluntarily going on raids in the West Bank in Los Angeles, would be a valid target. Nick, due to his lack of understanding of the geopolitical situation surrounding the Middle East in general, or the occupation of the West Bank, etc., misinterpreted that statement and thought that it meant Hassan was calling for like valid response because Hila had just been mandatorily conscripted into the IDF. Hila, the criticism is not just is not mandatory conscription. She, per her own admission, volunteered against the wishes of her leadership and commanders to go and participate in a raid in the illegally occupied West Bank. She did that completely voluntarily. That was the talking point, and people that do that, the members of the Israeli military that go into the West Bank, people who some people would say like that they would be valid military targets as part of an invading army, because essentially that's what it is. It's a slow invasion. Because he didn't understand this, he misinterpreted it. And then I did a stream where I saw him in chat while I was in Malta, actually. It was, I think, the day before the Parry shit, while I was in Malta. And I laid this whole argument out to him like I just did to all of you. And he was actually convinced. He admitted to me he was wrong. And he then goes and gives a different take on X, which he credits me for. He says he got it from watching the Aiden Underground stream. Months later, when I'm explaining this situation again, he denies it and says that I didn't get this from his stream. I was watching, I forget who he said he was watching. I go, he still has the fucking tweet up where he credits me for it. So I respond, because we're responding to each other through clips. I respond by highlighting that. He doesn't have a response. So instead, he goes and rebuilds the bridge with me. He calls me up. He breaks the bridge, bro. He calls me up, tells me what I want to hear. And then we were like temporarily cool again for a while until I then came out when he was beefing with Chad with some more of those leaks. She defended Nick on this and like lied about or just got wrong everything that was happening. And then I went to try to debate her on it. And like, it's so weird because like normally like if you just like say something that's like wrong, like you either believe it's right and will argue why you think it's right, or you'll retract it and say I was wrong. There's like this glitch they do where they just like, they don't go with either option, and it pisses me off. They just block you and they don't take back the take, but they don't argue for it either. Like, what are we doing? What argue, explain why you still hold it or fucking concede. But she ran from me and then was she was cozying up to Dickers in his chat, demanding that I pay her to get that debate. She's had me blocked ever since. This fucking gorilla has had me blocked ever since, and is still like a pussy. Sorry, not like a pussy, because that would be an inappropriate descriptor for someone like this. Like a raging primate, fucking thumping its chest, okay? Thumping its chest in a show of aggression. She's posturing at me, but it falls like it's behind a block. This is the same doxer Aiden that is utilitarian and is now abandoning his utilitarian values to defend people that don't pay attention to him anymore since his doxing controversy. I guess he needs ass pats from Quimman. Quimman doesn't, I don't think Quimman even raids people on YouTube. The other day, I think it was the first time Quimman ever retweeted a clip pertaining to me. I have layover with Quimman's audience, but it's not like I'm expecting anything from Quimman. He doesn't do that shit, right? Like, I'm not expecting that. It's not like there's anything like I'm gonna get, like, there's not like there's anything I'm gonna convince him into giving me or whatever. Like, through viewership or whatever. So I don't understand, this angle, like these people, the notion that I am in fact defending these positions because they're the right one and that I don't have some alternate motive to like win over Quimman's favor or whatever is like alien to them. As if I like am not, if I don't agree, I'll say it. I don't do the sidekick shit. Like, am I probably more charitable to Quimman than I would be to others due to my positive association? Yeah, probably. That's just the reality of those types of associations. But I make an active effort to reason through his takes and figure out whether or not I agree. And many times I agree, and I will say as such and explain why, as I have done with this position. Also, don't pay attention to me anymore. I don't know where that's happening. But yeah, this is crazy right here. This is crazy. They're saying this is real. Here's what we're gonna do, guys. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going, but I think it's here. Here it is. Oh my God. Now, one of my defining contributions to this community, which 19 scholars have credited me for, is my apparently coining the term gorilla grodd to describe this specimen. So I went and tried to find where that happened. I tried. I didn't find it, but I found me covering her in some other context, I guess. So I'll just leave you with that while I go make a coffee, and then we'll get back to all of this. Where is it? I think it's like timestamp. Oh my god, it's Gorilla. Is it here? Yeah, it's right here at like timestamp, I think 5:30. Yes, it's towards the end. I don't even know if this is like worth it. We'll have to see. You'll have to see. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. Here's Aiden. Here's old Aiden. Back when I used to be so young and happy. Day. Everyone, make sure to Oh my god, it's Gorilla Grodd. Make sure to congratulate your favorite totally non-transgender Leia something on her plastic surgery.
Another update is in February, probably around the time the BitBoy crypto expose comes out, maybe after, maybe I'll release the BitBoy crypto
It's so bad.
expose
Do you remember when she like posted her birth certificate to like own the sector?
before then. But in February, on Valentine's Day, I am getting plastic surgery.
She looks like she looks nothing like me.
And what the procedure is, and the reason why I'm
She might be more masculine than me, though, to be fair.
telling you guys is because I don't want to film a video and you guys see me with like my normal natural look, and then the next video you see the plastic surgery done. So what I'm doing is I'm getting my lips done.
What? Oh my god, dude. Listen, Leia something, own the sector. Own the sector. Matt Pitt face and voice reveal? True. Listen, how many viewers do we have? Like up. We're close to 100 likes, close to $100. Like up, dono up. If we hit goal on likes at least, it was all worth it. So like up, like the stream. Ask her out? Dude, where she can... Yeah, dude, ask her out. Listen, I think bestiality is actually wrong, so... Just personally, I mean, that's just like a hot take. Hot take. I think bestiality might be wrong.
Another update is in
Wait, we already
February.
saw that. All right. Cool. All right. What is... Yeah, we saw this. I mean, what do we do with... What is there to do? What is there left? All right, people, we're back. Hopefully we didn't lose too much. I don't even know if that segment was good. I didn't watch it. But, hopefully it was, and I didn't say anything too outlandish. Okay, cool. So now that we're back, hopefully we didn't, hopefully the optics were good on that one. Now that we're back, let me just make sure I didn't miss anything. By the way, great way to help us, out. You can tip if you want to help us surpass a quarter of the way to stream goal. That'd be based as fuck. If not, like up, people. We might be able to get to over 100 likes if everyone locks in here. All right. I'm resetting it. Okay. So, anyways. Do not show this on... Okay. Does anybody, should we, okay, we have a few avenues we can go down here. We have a few avenues. We're winging it. We're winging it. I'm admittedly unprepared for this one, as if I'm ever prepared. We can go review the Eldrazi shit, which I'm willing to do again. We can cover, what else? I guess we could cover the Eldrazi shit, right? If anyone has the, I don't know if anyone's watching. If anyone has a link to the original Stardust video, I kind of want to watch that. People will tell you with a straight face you are gay for wanting to buy Floam, but this is what counts as a woman? True. What is this? Morale spoke to Eldrazi before he watched the full debate. Let's go back and watch. Oh, there was a debate. I forgot this, dude. I covered this in an early morning stream a year ago. And I want to cover it again because it's being relitigated. So for those that saw the original coverage, we're going to re-explore. Let's re-explore, you know? I need to get familiarized with the situations because I'm planning on debating DGG. Anyone who's willing to take it up. So let me ask someone if they have a link to the original debate and the video. We have this. Chud Logic is trying to rewrite history. Let's take a look at this, actually. Let's listen to the guy. My first encounter with Eldrazi was I saw a video of him trying to, like, debate, bro, a fucking job recruiter. He was, like, trying to, like, debate for her, and they wouldn't hire him. It was so funny. No, the debate's in inbox? Thanks. Any day now, guys. Any fucking day. Any day. So, how's everyone's days going?
I don't care. I literally don't care what you think. My only issue is I don't think this is doxing.
Are you? Is that Prime K? That's a throwback. I've been on a Prime K's panel.
I'm interrupting her.
But she gets to list out 10 retarded points. I can't believe you're trying to bring President Sunday's old arguments back from a year ago. No, I don't have to steal man your argument, you stupid bit. I literally don't care.
It says spicy chat will find you, Prime K's.
Remember, whatever happened to this chud? We need this chud when he's like faced with like when he's faced with like a bunch like this group that's trying to look intimidating and on the surface might seem a little intimidating. We need this chud to persist.
They will lynch.
You're dragging up old drama. You don't even know what happened, you stupid. You haven't got a clue about that drama. Well, good for you. You manage your shriveling, failing community, okay? As your career dies out, you manage it how you want to manage it. I mean, you know, I guess what I'd say to that though is
he has not aged that much.
If you look at the statistics, the odds of encountering a black suspect are probably higher, right?
So it's
a great way to start,
man. Know how to shoot them dead.
Oh.
Hey.
How's it going?
So, hello all. Thanks for being here. We're doing this debate between our friends Chud Logic and Stardust. There was some drama over quote-unquote doxing. We'll let them figure that out. But yeah, I think I hope this will be pretty civil. I just want to keep the conversation flowing. I'm going to keep myself out of this as much as possible. I might interject.
This is at this point more of a research stream. Okay, we're not real. This is I'm so locked into this. This might be like for the next few days. This might be like this shit might be all I stream about. I don't know yet, dude.
a question or two to maybe move things along if that's a problem.
I feel the Lio convoy energy. I'm kidding. But like the sort of investment, I like legitimately just feel like very invested in
We're
this.
stuck somewhere, but I pretty much want to stay the hell out of all this stuff. But yeah, so what will
Okay,
happen is-
I've got a quick question. Sorry, no disrespect to you, Prime. It's great to be here with you. Why do we need a moderator for this conversation, Stardust? I don't understand.
I just thought that it would be. I thought it would just be good to have a moderator because I don't know how it's going to play out, especially with how the panel went, right? So.
What do you mean by that?
I've only met like one person who's insisted on a moderator, and that was Parry.
I mean, the panel was kind of crazy, right? So.
Yeah, of course, the panel's going to get crazy, isn't it? Do you know we have a conversation backwards and forwards, though?
I mean, I just thought it would be a good idea to get a moderator. If obviously we have a disagreement there. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I plan to be pretty minimal in all this.
Sorry to interrupt. Sorry, go on. Sorry.
No worries, friend. Anyway, I really like these two people, and I hope we can find some sort of a common ground at the end of this. So, join. I guess I'll start with this. Let's give you guys a bit of time to lay out your case, maybe as to how you see the situation, so everyone's caught up. So why don't we start with? We'll start with Logic because people have been coming at you.
No, it's okay. I mean, to be honest with you, I think probably easier starts out so you can tell me what the problem is because I don't really understand exactly.
Okay, start us then, please.
Yeah, sure. So this conflict we all know started with Eldrazi when he was brought into Chud Stream several weeks ago. I felt that Eldrazi was being dogpiled and gaslit by others regarding his personal information being spread.
We're doing something we haven't done in a while, folks. I'm playing Hoi 4, okay? I'm playing Hoi 4. I need something, man.
Initially, I didn't really want to take a hard stance on whether it was doxing or not. I felt like it was really irrelevant to the issue. But now I do believe that it is relevant, and I do think what happened to Eldrazi does count as doxing. My criticism of you, Chud Logic, is that you'll allow people to post personal information. You'll allow people to post docs. You'll allow people to humiliate and harass others in your Discord server. Well, in a very, I hate to say this, but spineless fashion, constantly deflecting all responsibility for what happens. And you do this in two ways. One, you claim that the point of Spicy Chat is to have an opt-in channel with a little moderation. So if people don't like getting harassed and doxed, they should just leave. And then the second way that you
I don't think
is you kind of...
has he ever said that about... I think it's partially true, but without the doxing. And this is kind of how my rationale for Icy, right? I copied him in this sense. I want to bring in normies, and I'm okay with having edgelords here too. I want to bring in, regular people and people who want to fight and argue with shitters on Discord. So there's utility in having just a separate chat for that. That way there can be participation in the community. But maybe if you don't like certain aspects of the culture or whatever, you have that option. I think Chud was smart for doing that, but he was not talking about things like doxing.
You gaslight people that the humiliation and harassment that they receive is their own fault and deserved, which is what happened with Eldrazi. So I think if you're going to have a channel with very little moderation, you should own the consequences of that up to and including the doxing that happens there.
Okay, I don't need a statement. Waste of time for a stupid debate like this. So let's just get this straight. Your problem is you say I'm spineless because I don't own what my community does. I mean, that's just insane. I think my main issue is referring to it as doxing. I don't think what's happening is doxing, but I've said multiple times what my community gets up to. And yeah, I mean, they do
Do I debate like Destiny? I don't know. I mean, I'd be stupid to think that I have not borrowed things from him subconsciously. He was my first introduction to debate, in that sense. So I absolutely there are certain mannerisms I absolutely have that's sort of uncontrollable, but that's because you're socialized by the media you consume, and that was my introduction to all this, and I was watching very young.
I'd say that they certainly do get to the point of harassment, maybe you could say, but the problem I've got with that harassment term still is they're not going to their community and giving them shit to their face. They're talking about it within my Discord. It is an opt-out situation, so how the fuck is that really harassment?
I don't know that that's necessarily true. I mean, even just a week or so ago, I don't know how long ago it was, but President Sunday was streaming and talking with Boots, and Demon Mama came into the chat, and all of a sudden, people start posting in the chat, Demon Mama doxbin, Demon Mama, dox or whatever like that.
Was this not moderated? If people were reposting the doxbin,
not actual dox, but I mean that in itself. I mean, you're saying that it stays within your community, and it clearly doesn't.
Well, what were they? Okay, I'm not super familiar with Doxbin. I know it's a site that hosts dox info or whatever. What was being linked?
Well, what the fuck has that got to do with my community? Who the fuck was saying that? Can you got any names of people that were saying this so I can track who it is in my community and get rid of them if they're trying to post dox information?
Yeah. So they weren't posting dox information, but they were posting Demon Mama doxbin. I think President Sunday.
I just love how, and it follows to today, even though this was so long ago. The tactics are the same. They lose on specifics, so you have to keep it vague. whenever assigning vague collective responsibility to some vague group that you've arbitrarily grouped in together, etc. Like, you could make anyone look responsible for doing anything, and then therefore, like, people won't feel as bad when you utilize given tactics against members of this group that you've defined. But when you get to specifics, who's done what and who is responsible for what, you begin to understand that people are being unfairly blamed for the actions of others, and tactics are being justified against these people who, in the broader context of what they've done versus what would be substantiated against them, are innocent.
Moderated pretty quickly, so that's like one thing that I don't have screenshots of, but I can give you screenshots.
I mean, Destiny literally admitted when he pulled up the clip of me, he said I would be right on everything on the micro, but I'd be incorrect on the macro, meaning to do a macro level analysis, to analyze it in terms of like vague, arbitrarily, and disputably defined groups. You'll be able to make anyone look responsible for anything you want to make them look responsible for. When you get to the micro and get to specific people and what they've done as individuals and what's in their control, he will lose. And that's where you need to keep bringing it back.
Of other things as well.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, let's put him up on stream now. Let's have a look. Come on.
You like?
Okay, so I guess the first thing that I would point at is, to say that, okay, maybe you disagree that Eldrazi.
No. Whoa, hang on a second. You say that there were people somehow linked to my community posting demon with Doxspin. Let's have the examples on stream, please.
I already told you I don't have that, but I can.
Okay,
I can
so
go
you don't.
into other examples.
Wait. So if you don't have it, how do you know it's linked to
It's
my
not
community?
even. I'd give her grace if this was an off-the-cuff discussion, but this is a full-on debate that you've actually gotten a moderator in for. So the whole I don't have a specific example cope, which I've granted to people when I have them call in off the bat, it doesn't work here. That you should absolutely, if you're using it or making the claim that it happened, you should have your examples ready.
In any way. How can you make that claim?
Because your community members were in the chat. One of your community members was speaking with President Sunday.
My community watches a lot of streamers. Okay.
The topic of DK.
Okay, let her respond. You asked her a question. Let her respond.
Yeah, the topic of DK came up, and that is when when people started posting Demon Mama Doxspin and all of this other stuff.
But you can't tell me any names of the people that were doing it, so I can link.
I know I can't, but I think we should.
Well, how are you associating it with my community then? I've never seen anything about Doxspin get posted in my Discord at all.
No, not like the actual like dox information was posted.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Like
they're saying Doxspin, which is a doxing site, which no one says because it's super scary. But you're somehow linking that to my community, but you can't name a single person that you said was posting this.
Well, again, I think President Sunday moderated it.
Like, they wouldn't, if this was a common occurrence or this was a community-wide issue, they wouldn't need to go to gray area examples. There would just be like, they would have like solid examples ready off the bat to the point where they wouldn't even need to use shit like this. If it was an actual like doxing community or a community that was permissive of doxing. Like, they wouldn't have to bring it back to cases of people making fun of info that was on somebody's publicly displayed profile. Like, they're not like they had a public Facebook under their full name. Their actual profile under their handle, Eldrazi, contains this info, right? The link is on their profile. They wouldn't have to use an example like that and try to desperately make it seem like something it isn't if this was a community-wide issue that they would thus have examples of. That wouldn't need to be this like gray.
Well, he moderated it quickly enough that I don't think I wasn't able to get anything, and nobody I know was able to get anything from that.
But then you're able to associate it so strongly to my community.
Okay, so if you have other examples, then maybe let's move on to that then.
Okay, but can we just accept that you're making this allegation and you've got nothing to back it up at all?
For now.
Or if you moderated it, when are you ever going to be able to get examples to link it then?
Don't worry, we'll get to it.
Okay.
That's crazy.
Okay, do you have anything else? No.
So what I would say is, I guess let's like move forward in the conversation. If you don't mind, Prime, can you remind me what point I ended on at least?
So you talked about how you there was in this other Discord server you found examples, right? Like another example. You don't have screenshots of that one, but you claimed that you had other ones.
Yeah, it was a Twitch stream.
Okay, sure.
But there are other examples of things that I think that are evidence of your community not acting in the best way. But before we get into that, I kind of want to visit
why not acting in the best way. Okay, I mean obviously
the claim is have these people crossed a hard moral line that we've set for our communities, or have they not? It mostly seems with her to come back to people are like really mean.
Miscreants, and they do get up to some misbehavior. But there's a big difference between.
Okay.
Go on then.
I will get there. I promise.
Speed
I
up
promise
then.
I'll get
Speed
there.
up. Come on.
Yeah. Okay. So you say that you don't consider.
I feel like I caught, like, I know this is forever ago, well before my time, but I caught the aftermath of this in terms of, like, Quimman's reputation, the way he was spoken about, when the main criticism is just that he's mean, which is, like, not something, like, you wouldn't bring it back to that because nobody gives a fuck.
Happened to Elder doxing. Does it matter that within the law of the UK it's considered doxing, and within California law it's considered doxing?
Okay, but I mean, by Discord terms of service, I don't know if it would be considered doxing.
Discord
necessarily.
adheres to California law.
Okay, well, how do you know it's definitely
I don't
California
think
law?
that. Okay, hold on. Doxing laws in California, digital age. Hold on. Yeah, so California had a specific, it's not like a doxing charge, but they have a code pertaining to harassment, which would include or entail potentially doxing. But that requires, like, I'm pretty sure that requires you publishing this, not you linking non-PII, like, not like you would have to actually be the one, I'm pretty sure, to publish it, right?
And it's definitely meeting that standard.
So I can pull up, I can give you guys a link in the chat, and it goes into it. But basically there's a law in California. Basically it says Penal Code Section 653.2 is also the California doxing law. Doxing is illegal in California if doing so rises to the level of online harassment. Doxing or dropping dox refers to publishing personal information about someone with the intent to identify them.
Okay, but what was in the dox spin? Because she's saying that the dox spin that allegedly got posted, that she doesn't have an example offhand of, she's claiming it didn't actually have dox in it. So what exactly would the PII be here?
And you can basically take a look at this. It can be anything from their name, their workplace information, information about family members. And I think those were all things that were posted. And Elder may have inadvertently, accidentally, doxed himself, but the sharing of the information after the fact, after he has made it clear that he doesn't want.
In the Elder case, this would never, I can definitively, it's determined by a court, but you can, if you're looking into the law, like it obviously does not refer to cases like this, where he's had the personal info through his own negligence on his main public-facing profile and has not taken it down even after being warned of it. Like, at that point, it is him that has published this. It is him that has published this. It wouldn't meet the publication requirement for the people that repost it. It would not meet the publication requirement. I don't think it would fall under that code at all.
Want the information shared is considered doxing.
Okay, so for people that are watching that don't know what happened here, basically Elder had a TikTok account and he had his full name registered under his TikTok account, right? So upon finding that out, there was a bit of tomfoolery, people posting it, people referencing the name. And it did get deleted on the day we had a conversation about it. And I think later it was reinvigorated because other people desperate for content.
But it wasn't like, it's not a case where he had a TikTok, if I remember correctly, based on how this was iterated to me, it's not a case where he had like fucking, his TikTok was like under his like full legal name, but that wasn't linked to Elder because then I think that would be doxing. Even if the TikTok account was public, if it's clearly not something intended to be linked to Elder or whatever, then, you know, then it would be doxing. Most doxing utilizes already public information, except the problem is, I'm pretty sure the TikTok was under the Elder name. So the information is already linked to the anonymous online persona through the person themselves.
About it more. And then people were looking a bit deeper and they found that, for example, on his Twitch account, under his donation page, he had not only his name, but his state and city. And also he had his name on his Instagram account. So I think that...
Yeah, wouldn't the law also default to where the communication initiated from? Not the law of like where the company is based out of? That's like not... I don't think that's how it works. Like, I'm pretty sure like for recording Discord calls, it would still go... It would revert to state law. California is a one-party consent state. California's a one-party consent state. But I've researched this. I don't remember. I can't off the bat cite exactly where I read this, but I remember reading and looking into this for something unrelated. And although California is a one-party or a two-party state, sorry, I meant two-party. Although California is a two-party consent state that requires both participants to consent to a recording that's occurring, other states are not. Other states only need one participant consenting. And I'm pretty sure if you were to record a Discord call in those states, you would be held to scrutiny under that state's law, the state you were recording from. I'm pretty sure the same would apply here now.
So I think that personally, the idea that he just accidentally put his name onto TikTok and didn't really want it there doesn't really add up to me when he's also got his name in other locations too. So I don't know if he truly was honest about the fact that he didn't want his name out there. I think it was more of a Mr. Girl, Max Carson thing where he wanted to have his name associated with it. And there were other things that were embarrassing or he didn't like being posted that he actually had a problem with. So, obviously we will do our best to get rid of the name. I admit there's a bit of fucking tomfoolery certainly, and people post the name as a meme. But yeah, this idea that there was this kind of doxing Californian law that was occurring based on the circumstances that I've laid out is just absurd to me, considering that he had his name in 3 separate locations across his social media profiles.
Even if information is available publicly, it is still considered doxing if, one, the person doesn't want that information being shared.
It's on his Twitch donation profile. It's on his Twitch donation account,
Yes,
like PayPal.
but again, once he was made aware that people...
You would have to argue in court, but then it would come down to arguing in court that a reasonable person could suspect that this information, I don't even know if, this is more assumptions. I'm not a fucking legal expert, but that would come down to you to make that argument in court. But it seems like there's a good argument that a reasonable person could come across this information and not think that it was private.
We're making fun of him.
Especially when it is linked openly on an account under his online handle, right?
Posting his name.
A reasonable person can come across that and not believe that it's like some it's private info.
He made it clear that he did not want that information shared, and he was uncomfortable with it. Also, on top of that, Eldrazi has never introduced himself by his name on stream. He has never gone by it when he speaks to people. He's never gone by his name. He's always introduced himself as Eldrazi.
Okay. I guess that for me, I just think it's kind of absurd that you were saying this is doxing when just by sharing his donation link to...
I always see Destiny. I mean, does Destiny go by Stephen Bonnell on Twitter? Yeah, he does. He puts in his name. But like, people mostly call him Destiny, but his full name is still, it's not doxing when I call him Stephen Bonnell.
His PayPal on his Twitch page. Like if I'd have posted, let's say I took that link and posted it in my Discord, would that be doxing him, do you think?
I mean, I don't think it's the fact that it was even being like shared, the link to it. I think the fact that it was...
No. You're saying if I took his Twitch donation link and put it on my Discord, have I doxed him?
Again, it is the image of his name and his state and city that was put there, right? And it is also where was I going with this? It's the image of his name, his state, and his city, and also it's the fact that people were posting it not to donate to him, not to just harmlessly donate or find his page. It was people were posting it to humiliate him with the intent of humiliating him or with the intent of making fun of him.
The humiliation and making fun of him was the idea.
Does making fun of fall under, like, I'm pretty sure also under the under that like specific penal code she's citing in California, I'm pretty sure like it also requires like, I'm pretty sure intent for, I don't know if was Eldrazi in spicy, like I'm pretty sure that would require, I'm reading into it, it's California Penal Code 653.2. Yeah, it has to be done with the intent of inciting others to harass, threaten, or injure the person. So malintent wouldn't necessarily fall under making fun of. You need to be doing it with like, you want them to go in and cause like emotional distress to this other person, harassment, or you're attempting to threaten them, or you're attempting to have like a follow-up to doxing, which would be things like swatting, right?
He was making such a big fuss about this name when on his own Twitch donation link, he had his name, state, and city. That's where the humiliation comes from, is this guy's kicking up a fuss about his name, but if you go to his Twitch page, presumably you believe that he wants people to view that page, right? The donation page. So on a page he would want people to access, he has put his name, state, and city on there.
Mm-hmm. It's not uncommon for a lot of Twitch streamers that I've seen to accidentally have their full name on their PayPal links. A lot of them haven't figured that out yet. I will say, Eldrazi wasn't just being humiliated in that instance, he was humiliated.
That's possible, and if you use that while knowing that they didn't want it out there, then that could be doxing. But I was told that even after being warned that it was there, he didn't do anything about it.
Before, when people found his name on his TikTok, then again, when Doobie and Zonia and I covered it and talked about it on stream, people were posting his PayPal with his, and it wasn't with the intent to donate to him. Again, it was with the intent to harass and humiliate, which is part of doxing. That is a key component of doxing.
Wait, it sounds like...
links. A lot of them haven't figured that out yet. I will say, Eldrazi wasn't just being humiliated in that instance. He was humiliated before when people found his name on his TikTok. Then again...
Okay, so the TikTok thing is separate from the PayPal thing. So it sounds to me like the reason people would post the PayPal thing is to further prove their point, that he has his name available in multiple locations, not to necessarily intimidate.
When Doobie and Zonia and I covered it and talked about it on stream, people were posting his PayPal with his, and it wasn't with the intent to donate to him. Again, it was with the intent to harass.
Thank you, How About Nope. Again, much appreciated. First ton of the last 3 hours. Much appreciated about it.
Okay, but the harassment and humiliation you're speaking of, first of all, it wasn't directed at him, it was in my Discord, so I still don't know if I agree with this kind of harassment framing, but nonetheless, I just think it's insane that the idea that, yes, he put it there.
He already made it clear by that point. He already made it clear by that point, though, that he was uncomfortable with his name being shared.
And I got to a point where I didn't believe that was the case because he had it in so many places. I just didn't believe that someone could accidentally put the name in so many places. And I felt he was being dishonest. But, to this day still, we have made efforts to get the name taken down. But I think that
Which is a courtesy, by the way. That's not even required. That should show you that doxing isn't tolerated here when they're even, they're stepping in for cases that aren't even doxing, but, could be seen vaguely like it. If this was a doxing community, there wouldn't even be cause for concern.
You're misunderstanding about this as well. It's this
Thank
idea
you for the dollars, Scallywag. Much appreciated.
But the name was being mentioned, yes, because it was being discussed. People were finding that it was on his Twitch donation link and posting it in the Discord and going, hang on a minute, how is his name here if he doesn't want it to be out there?
He didn't want it. Wouldn't the appropriate thing have been to, once somebody finds out on his PayPal, to message him and say, hey, Eldrazi, you
don't care about what the appropriate thing is.
But you're alleging they did. She's alleging that they did. Notice how the goalpost shifts again. She's alleging it falls under California Penal Code because they're doing it with intent to harass or something. But she seems to not disagree with the notion that they were using it to prove a point. That hey, this info is available in multiple spots. It's clearly not private. That wouldn't be malicious. That would not be malicious posting.
Is here. Well, you already made the agreement prior to that, if people are posting it and you're uncomfortable with it, we won't let them post it.
Yeah, of course, but that was before we realized it was in other locations as well. And we were, hang on a minute.
But it doesn't matter if you realize it was in other locations. You made an agreement. You said, by your word, that, hey, Eldrazi, you know what? If you're uncomfortable with your name being posted in places and your information being posted in places, we'll make an effort in my Discord to moderate that. And
yes,
what did you
that
do?
was after the fucking TikTok thing. And then we found out you had on his fucking Twitch donation. And then it was hang on a fucking minute.
Doesn't excuse it.
I'm not trying to excuse it. I'm not trying to excuse it. I'm trying to explain to you as to the series of events. I'm trying to explain to you the series of events as to why I got posted, because you're saying it's to harass and humiliate him, right? And the humiliation comes from the fact that he's put it into his fucking Twitch donation link.
That is a key component of doxing. That is a key component of doxing. One, you made here's the thing, Chad. Here, 2 points here. One, you gave him your word that if people were sharing his information, he was uncomfortable with it, that you would make an effort to moderate it. Two, the harassment and humiliation of somebody by using your personally identifying information is a key component of what it means to dox somebody. Thirdly, I have a third point here.
Wait. Okay, hold on. What?
A key component of doxing. One, you made here's the thing, Chad. Here, 2 points here. One, you gave him your word that if people were sharing his information, he was uncomfortable with it, that you would make an effort to moderate it. Two, the harassment and humiliation of somebody by using your personally identifying information is a key component of what it means to dox somebody. Thirdly, I have a third.
This is composition fallacy. She's doing banner. She's using composition fallacy. Kick her off the internet. She's assuming that because something is a component of something else, therefore it must be true for the whole, and that it is this thing. Sure, there are things that are components of something else, but if it is lacking in the other fundamental components, then it wouldn't be that thing, would it?
Point here. Todd, is it true that you had your name attached to your PayPal when you were a small streamer?
Yes, I did, correct.
Would you be okay with people posting your full name?
I think at this point, I don't know how they find it. Probably not, no, because I'd rather people didn't know my full name, but I corrected that when I was obviously a much smaller streamer. But if, if at the time it had been posted, I mean, it's my fault for not fucking correcting that, isn't it? I don't really know what else to say.
We would still find a problem with it, though, wouldn't we?
Yeah, that would be clearly doxing, because at this point, now that he's explicitly clarified, and when he was made aware of it, he took efforts to correct it, one could reasonably assume that he has not voluntarily linked the PII to his public-facing online persona. Therefore, those who continue to spread this information that is not easily accessible to the public would be making it easily accessible to the public, and it would therefore be doxing.
Some people might, but I wouldn't.
Especially if a larger streamer that you trusted, who gave you their word to moderate that when it happens, went back on that.
Just because she's using a fallacy doesn't mean she's wrong. Well, if you want to call in and try to argue her position for her, feel free.
Somebody that you trusted to moderate that.
But you're mixing this argument with a legal argument with this idea that I owe Eldrazi anything. Eldrazi is a fucking retarded moron. I owe him literally nothing.
He's a retarded moron, and by him being a retarded moron, it should be believable that Eldrazi is as much of a retarded moron to leave his full name in multiple places online.
Sure, and to this day, we've done our best to make sure that I think to be honest with you, people like you have been so desperate for content and trying to make more content out of it, we probably. What do you mean it's bullshit?
I don't think that you have been. I think that there are multiple examples of people posting Eldrazi's information in Discord with you being present in that chat and that not being moderated.
Yeah, that did happen.
And I have examples for that.
Sure, yeah, that did happen. And I tell you what happened is because at the time there was conversations happening about how much he didn't want his name out there, and we found examples where his name was in certain places, so it was being posted as
yeah, those were being so that wouldn't be doxing. It's being posted to prove a point that it is not doxing. That wouldn't be malicious. That's not malicious. That's not malicious use of info. That would not be doxing.
Post it. Why is it okay to post it and humiliate him?
I don't care what's okay and what isn't okay. That doesn't fucking matter to me, okay?
So then you're acknowledging you're a liar. You're acknowledging you're a liar.
How am I acknowledging I'm a liar?
Yes, you are a liar. You told him that, hey, Eldrazi, if your information is being spread in my Discord and you're uncomfortable with it, I will do my best to moderate it. And you lied to me because you went back on that.
Listen, Stardust, okay? I need to make a moral high horse about this, okay? You don't understand the series of events clearly. Yes, after the first incident with the TikTok thing, we said, okay, we'll make an effort to take the name out if you don't want it. And then as you pushed the issue and made more content about it out of this bullshit drama, okay, people start to realize it was in other places. Okay. People started to realize it was in other places. Were posting it in the Discord like, hang on a minute, what the fuck is this? He's got it here. He's got it there.
and they were making
so
fun
at
of
that
him
point
as well.
Yes, I was making fun of him. I said I thought he wanted to get raped.
What is making fun of? What is the making fun of? Like, her main criticism was spicy, and all it is literally the main criticism that Destiny has. It is just it's that they're mean. And nobody knows, or they know that that's not really going to hold up when they bring that grievance to others. It's not going to hold up and elicit the reaction they want. So there's this desperate attempt to make it look more serious than it is. It's just a collective of people who are really mean. And it's like, I'm sorry, like, that hurts your feelings or whatever, but like, maybe don't assume a position online that would necessitate you dealing with meanness.
At one point.
Okay, so again,
thank you for the $1, Chronar Gang, much appreciated.
You are admitting that you are right. It was funny for you.
Yes, it was funny. He's an idiot who lied about not wanting his name out there. Was acting.
We're
like
in Australian hours now, aren't we?
I don't think
there was something terrible happening when he's got it on his own Twitch donation link.
We can agree to disagree, Chud, but whether he lied or not about that, he made it clear that he was uncomfortable with people in your Discord sharing his information, his full name in there, and you gave him your word that you would try to moderate it, and you did not, because there are multiple screenshots I can show of you being present in the chat. Let me finish what I'm saying. Okay, there are multiple instances, multiple examples of you being present in Spicy Chat, multiple people saying his name, and repeating his name, and all of that, and you did not moderate it multiple times. It's not just one time, oh, we were joking, it's multiple times.
Okay, I thought you didn't care about the way my Discord is moderated. I thought this was all about the legal argument.
I changed my mind because I already told you what I care about. I care about you allowing this type of, and this is a criticism of you, not even your Discord.
I don't care. I literally don't care.
So what Chud needs to do here is, I don't know, has Chud ever been good at debate? What he needs to do here is, you need to re-clarify what's being argued, because by keeping it this vague, you're going to allow for infinite goalpost shifts and nobody's going to agree on anything. Is she making an argument that doxing categorically occurred here, or is she making an argument that this is like, she just doesn't like this, or that Chud's being inconsistent, right? It seems like there's like multiple co-occurring arguments here, but if she brings it back purely to the doxing argument, she's just going to lose.
What do you think? My only issue is I don't think this is doxing. Your opinion is totally irrelevant to me. Okay?
You got it. Go ahead. Let me
You asked me a question. You asked me a question, so I'm answering it for you.
You're the best streamer in the verse because you stream an Aussie-friendly app. My top donor has always been fucking Aussie, so I'm paying it forward, guys. Paying it forward. Much appreciated. I'm becoming an honorary citizen of the land down under.
You are allowing doxing, harassment, spreading personal information, and more in your server, and you deflect from all responsibility from it in two ways, right? I told you those two ways.
Okay, I'll tell you what. What other examples do you have of this doxing that's occurring in my community, except for the Elder Drazi name being shared?
Sure. So, Courtfire. Do you know who Courtfire is?
Yes.
Okay, so there are multiple examples of you knowing who Courtfire is, knowing what Courtfire does, and having not banned him until another content creator came to you and said, hey, this person is a doxer, and then you ban them. I can give you screenshots of that.
Yeah, I know exactly what happened because I'm the one that banned him. I banned him because he reached out to another creator to ask for dox information, and that's the first time that I was aware of that he had utilized my server to try and seek out dox information. It's the first time it's the first time I was aware of. I didn't know before that he was going to utilize it.
Okay, I'm sending some screenshots here, all right? These are conversations that you've had in Spicy Chat with Courtfire, where he is talking about, that's how we got Lav's docs. She showed her entire house, and that is somebody acknowledging that
you didn't listen to what I said, did you? You didn't listen to what I said. It was the first time I was aware of that he'd utilized my server to contact someone to seek out dox information. I was obviously aware that he doxed people before. I'm obviously aware that he wrote the Lav, document.
You're only responsible for the activities of your chatters if you're doing things that enable or supplementary to the acts we've deemed bad. If this is occurring in other communities and it's not being, and listen, times have changed, and even somebody that was doing this somewhere else would be denounced by Chud, right? But this isn't even a part. The claim is that docs is being posted in his server, and the one instance where his server may have helped this person do it, or not help this person do it, may have been utilized so that this person could do it, etc. When this person's presence in his server was enabling the negative behavior, he steps in and moderates, which is really, if you denounce doxing, that's the basic, like, the minimal responsibility. Now, is it criticizable to keep them around at all if you know they're doing it? Yeah, for sure. But in terms of if you want to remain consistent and you're against doxing and your chat is as well, so long as this is not being used, so long as your permittance of this person's presence in your community is not enabling and furthering the behavior that falls under your standards, then you're not really responsible for it, are you?
You don't think he utilized people from your server for the Lab Kiwi Farms thread?
Well, I don't know. I've got no information on that at all.
He did. He 100% did.
What are you basing it on?
I'm pretty sure he's reached out to multiple content
Pretty
creators
sure?
about the
Do
Lab
you have evidence about this from my server at all?
Again, I have this.
Do you have evidence
you
of him reaching?
being
No.
aware-
Do you?
aware-
No. You don't. No. You're very retarded, aren't you? What I'm saying to you is, if someone
I'm not the
joins my
retarded one.
server, I'm not going to, even if I know they're like a bad person, until they do something in my server that I feel breaks the rules, I'm not going to fucking ban them. Generally
here,
speaking,
I have
right?
a screenshot for you. I have a screenshot for you. Here we go. Give me a second here. I have something for you. How about this? It is Quimman typing in spicy chat. I can't believe that KF user Courtfire would send me updates on his investigation about lab topics I take personal interest in.
Okay.
Can you show these on screen, Prime?
Yeah, sure. How does this? I don't understand how this proves that he is reaching out to people for dox information whatsoever.
Wait, hold on. What is that? What does this prove exactly? This is so desperate. What the fuck what is this evidence of?
He's reaching out to people. That's not what I said. I said that he's reaching out to people for information in your server, and he still uses that information as a whole.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. You're not listening to what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying to you is
Also,
the reason
this
Courtfire
is
got
like
banned
they
is
all
that he reached
talk in this like perma irony tone. This is obviously partially ironic. What the original message was intended to be, I don't know, because there's no context here.
out specifically to someone to ask for dox information.
But
And at
even
that
on
point,
its face, I don't know what this is supposed to mean.
it's like, well, he used my server to try and seek out dox. That is something that I'm not going to tolerate. I don't know what the context of this is or what was said before or after, but I don't really understand what this has got to do with what I'm saying.
Okay, here. Give me a second.
Well, I don't really understand what you're looking for here. So this Courtfire person...
Have you I don't have time.
The first instance that they go to try, to reach out for dox information from someone off the back of my server and drama that's happening on my server, they get banned straight away.
Okay, what I would say to that is, you say that, but you've got people in your server who are participating and encouraging doxing.
Like who? Where?
So
What
I
examples
don't know that really matters. If you're saying that this,
What
is
examples
this
have
is
you
the
got
one
of
thing
that
that I'm
exactly?
saying about
What examples
this is
have
the
you
one
got
thing
of that
about
exactly?
fire.
No. Give me some examples of what you're talking about.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see here. Here
I love
is...
how whenever they can't prove that like you're responsible for the acts yourself, the parameter just gets so ridiculously vague. It's gonna literally be, we're gonna get to the point where it's like, somebody talked in your chat once who's like friends with somebody who's like cousin's like ex-wife's like sister's like boyfriend posted someone's docs. Like we get to like these degrees of separation beyond like there needs to be set standards for what you as a creator are responsible for. And you're responsible for what you voluntarily decide to do or choose not to do, right? If somebody is, even if I would say it's criticizable, if somebody's doxing in your server and you choose not to do anything about it, your choice to not do anything would lead to you bearing some responsibility. If somebody is, if you're doxing yourself, obviously you've done an act, you would therefore be responsible. But if it is a case where somebody is doing something in a server you have no power in and they're not using your server to actually further the act that you've deemed as bad, you bear no responsibility.
Kiwi,
I put that thing, the last thing you asked me to put on. It's on the screen here. So in case anyone wants to see that, that's the image that you were talking about before. So I was super slow getting that up. But go ahead, you guys can continue.
Yeah, I mean, even the idea that it's investigation about lab topics. One of those topics is the dox, right? One of those topics is at least the dox. If Quimman is getting updates from Courtfire about lab topics, and Courtfire's the one who's writing about lab, and is Courtfire's the one who got lab's docs, then yes, that is like a connection to somebody who is participating in that at the very least. There's a next screenshot.
Okay, let's cut to the chase here.
Okay, so now it is people in your. I like how the tactics have never changed. I've also, holy tabs, what the fuck? I like how the fucking the argument strategy, it has not like updated in all these years. It's just not like, it has not changed whatsoever. It's like literally, you can't prove that the person themselves is responsible. So we get to like 1,000,000 degrees of separation to try to prove it. It's no longer someone in your server is posting doxing for your server. It's now gone to, someone, or there's someone in your server who like made a post that vaguely insinuates that they've been in potential communication with somebody who might have in some other server done something that you've deemed as bad.
Examples or proof, okay, that I'm aware that Courtfire is using my server to seek out dox information.
Okay, so
do you have that or not?
Screenshots that I shared in the Discord prior to that.
Okay. Sure. Give me a second, please. But yeah, continue on while I do that.
So there it's not just Courtfire, right? We've also got Rita in your server.
Ooh.
Okay. Yeah. It's on screen now. The previous one?
So this one is Courtfire. Talking
one
about
of my admins. One of my admins.
if you bring something up consistently whenever the person is mentioned, basically Chud is engaging in a conversation with Courtfire, right?
Okay, this is just a complete waste of time. I'm asking for something very specific.
Wait,
no, because you're just showing a bunch of fucking screenshots. Do you have proof that
me
Courtfire was
a
reaching
question.
out to people for doxing information in a way that I was aware of?
Okay, we'll let her try to make that case.
Okay, at the bottom of this screenshot, while Courtfire and Chud Logic are being very friendly with each other, at the bottom of it,
what?
Chud
What's this
Logic
got to do with anything?
Let me finish. Okay, this is how a conversation works. Okay, we let people finish. Chud Logic says at the bottom, Courtfire about to get every single person in here doxed. Right, that is at least an acknowledgement that Courtfire is up to doxing stuff in your server.
No, it's not. Not at all. I'm aware of. Okay, I'm aware of who Courtfire is. No. This is ridiculous. You're just going to offer little bullshit screenshots. Yeah, obviously I know fucking Courtfire is. Okay, but up until the point that he is fucking using my server. Well, that's not your fucking concern, is it?
In your server.
Literally none of your concern. Do you have any examples of Courtfire? No, I'm not going to be stopped on this. This is bullshit. Do you have examples of Courtfire sharing docs in my Discord or using my Discord to reach out to people in a way that I was aware of? Yes or no?
Okay, so that's what I was going to ask you, Chud. Right, just to make
rather than just talking or jokes, do you have actual examples of Courtfire spreading docs in
If Prime Case interrupts right now, make her answer the fucking question.
the way that it's being managed or dealt with?
So specifically, the thing that you'll say you'll take responsibility for.
No, let her answer. Oh my! Why are you doing this? You could do this whole other like dialogue. Just let her answer first.
I'm hearing you correctly. Is if like he's reached out, like he saw someone in the server and he reached out through there, right? Or in the server, he's like doing the work of doxing, right? Like he's like compiling the evidence for someone. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have that, Stardust?
So
yes or no?
Give me a
Okay,
second.
he saved. He saved. Prime Case saved.
Give me a second. I mean, the next screenshot is again Courtfire talking about him doxing somebody. Right?
Do you have any examples
Well,
of Courtfire spreading docs?
Here's my point. Chud, here's my point. Chud, here's my point. My point is Courtfire is in your server discussing how he doxes people, right?
You showed me that. I've seen that. I know that.
Connecting it to you.
No, I'm asking. Okay, I do not care about this whatsoever unless you've got an example of Courtfire spreading docs in my Discord in a way that isn't dealt with, which I don't think even exists, or you've got examples of Courtfire, reaching out to people based on my Discord to seek out the dox information of people. Which, by the way, when I got wind of, was banned straight away. Then I'm just not interested.
Okay, so when you banned him, you also made everybody in Spicy Chat aware who was a person who reported him to you, right? And as a result of that, now Courtfire is trying to dox those two content creators.
Okay.
Were you aware of that?
Well,
how would you?
I mean, I'm not Courtfire. I obviously advocate for that. I think that's good. No.
Yeah, but
it might have been like a courtesy maybe to not say who told you, but obviously people are gonna maybe press you for like where you're deriving this information from if you're the one accusing someone of being a doxer. If they like, yeah, it would be a courtesy thing to like keep the name protected. But beyond that, that's all that is.
Not really doing a great job with like protecting people from doxing in your server either.
So if I ban someone from my community and they go and decide to do something bad, I'm responsible for that then?
Well, if you
notice how he runs a doxing server becomes someone was in his server that was in other servers doing this. And yeah, like that doesn't hit as hard, does it?
Out them, if you out the person who reported them, making them a target for
it doesn't
Courtfire, then
saying these people that don't like me and are reporting on my sex crimes or whatever are like organizing and doxing people in a doxing server. It's way harder than there is this server of people who are criticizing me and coordinating to disseminate information surrounding my like legitimate crimes when I violated a woman's consent in a sexual context and sent this explicit material to a minor, right? They're saying things that are really mean in the server or whatever. That doesn't hit as hard as, oh, it's like a doxing, and in the same server, there's somebody in it who 4 years ago when they were in a wholly different community posted a dox. It doesn't hit as hard as just saying it's a doxing server, does it? But it seems like whenever you press them on the bigger claim, they always end up arguing for the claim that doesn't sound as bad.
And yeah, I mean, I feel like you could do better.
Okay. I mean, this just seems like a completely watered down criticism where, you're acting like there's some crazy doxing shit happening in my server. And what have you got? Oh, there's some jokes about doxing that are happening. There isn't actually any dox information that you've shown that's shared except for the... In fact, I'll ask again, except for the Eldrazi thing, what examples do you have of dox information being spread in my server?
Let me take a look here.
Well, shouldn't you know? Shouldn't you know if it's such a big problem? Shouldn't there be loads of examples of dox information?
I have multiple
Okay,
screenshots.
I don't care about jokes or memes or something like that. Do you have examples, hard examples?
Yeah, you shouldn't have to revert to these like ultra gray area examples where we're getting to like 6 fucking levels of separation if this was a common occurrence or something that was permitted in the community or server.
Of docs being spread in my server or discussed in my server.
I would say that Quimman getting updates from Courtfire about lab information.
Are you fucking brain dead or what?
Is part of that. Are you brain dead?
No.
Is part of that. What is that? What?
Listen, everyone watching knows who the brain dead person is. It's very
One of the pieces of information that Courtfire is compiling for his stuff on Kiwi Farms is lab docs information.
You're fucking obfuscating and predicting away. I'm asking a very specific question. Let me ask you again clearly. No. Let me ask you again very clearly, very specifically.
He's probably getting updates on lab docs.
Probably. Do you have except for the Eldrazi name, which you've already covered adequately, do you have examples of docs information being spread or perpetuated or even sought out in my server? Yes or no?
Yes. Give me a second here. So again, what I just showed, the most recent screenshot of Kiwi Farm people reaching out to DK and DK saying, "I'll direct them to you, Rita." I think that is an example.
No. Okay.
Am I
sorry, Prime? Can you just clarify here? Am I speaking fucking French? I'm asking a very specific question, which is, do you have examples of docs information, apart from the Eldrazi thing which you mentioned, being spread in my server? Yes or no?
I think very clearly, like, people in your server may not post somebody's address necessarily. Actually, no. You know what?
So then you bring it back to the base claim. Okay, do people dox people in my server or not? She will be forced into admitting that the larger claim is false, and now she's just gonna have to adopt the smaller claim that doesn't really hit as hard. When she keeps it vague and keeps going, but you need to specifically clarify and bring them back to what is being argued, because they'll start with the big claim, you contest the big claim, they argue for the fucking smaller claim, and infinitely shift the goalposts. You need to constantly reiterate what's being argued.
I do have somebody posting a full name. Actually, never mind. Forget that. Let me pull it up.
Moderator's getting the information to you now. Is that what it is?
No, I have a whole file here on my computer that I have to sort through. So you'll.
What is her? By the way, like what it's because someone was right. The Eldrazi guy is not in here litigating this himself. What is her like stake in this? Because something tells me, if I had to suspect, based on her unwillingness to concede to the bigger claim, there is some ulterior motive for trying to litigate this. So the question is, what happened between her, Chud, and Quimman prior to the Eldrazi shit that led to this animosity? Because it seems like this is being litigated by her due to some ulterior motive or animosity.
Patient with me, but I don't think you.
It's funny, isn't it, how you're finding it so difficult when it's apparently so bad and such a big problem I'm not owning up to when you've got nothing.
I have plenty of things. I've shown you plenty of things, and I have something right now for you. Prime, you can't show this on stream, but it is Rita very specifically talking about getting Hilo the Giant's name, right? And he does have his name. Let me see if I can pull that up here. Yes, I have the second screenshot that goes with that, where Rita posts that person's name. Yeah, in Spicy Chat. The second screenshot here.
What is this?
The Kilo person.
You can watch Kilo do it in real time on 6 stream. Okay. Yeah.
And in that, just so the audience knows.
So this is it's posting his first name. I don't even know how he got his first name here. Was it from Twitter? There's a tweet leak. Is it to do with that or?
This person, Rita, it says in the previous screenshot that he is basically he posts his Twitter, and then he's talking about Hilo the Giant must have adopted this username within the last 7 months. I'm pretty sure he deleted his old tweets. Never mind, docs, I got him. Man, these people are all retarded. And then asks somebody and says, I'm DMing you.
And then that references their first name.
First name, which that is them talking about. I'm going through their Twitter, right? I'm looking for their name. I DM'd this person, and now I'm posting their first name in Spicy Chat.
So are we saying they found their first name from Twitter? Is that right?
Through digging, probably.
But on Twitter, on their Kilo the Giant account. That's what I'm assuming based on the tweets.
Once again, right, doxing is a spectrum. This is why when you hear this big word, dox, the truth of the matter is you get into some situations that would technically qualify where it is not like it is on the lightest tier of the word, right? Especially when it pertains to information that's already publicly available. It could still technically fall under that. Depending on the public availability, though, it might fall under the lightest, like, fucking tier of it, which is still bad, don't get me wrong. But in regards to, like, this, yeah, posting, like, a first name is technically, in my books, a dox, right? This person has shown a broader, like, there's been attempts at disassociating from it, and there's reasonable inference that they want to keep this information private. If you voluntarily disseminate it or publicize it, that would probably be doxing. But like it's like the lightest form.
They've changed their username. They've made an effort to make sure that their original legal name is not on there. And Rita is posting it. Rita is another well-known doxer in your community. Right, DK is offering to direct Kiwi Farmers attempting to dox Shaylin to Rita in one screenshot. And then there is another screenshot.
These complaints about jokes and memes are fucking retarded.
It's not a joke for me.
I'm asking you for something specific, and you've given me something which is actionable, and I can go and look at and find out what's happened there. Okay. Now, what I would say is obviously, again, the best example you've got is someone finding someone's first name from their previous Twitter account and then mentioning it in the Discord. I mean, I was there with that conversation.
We've already talked about first names can show a lot.
No, sure.
Persons
But the
who
point
go
I'm
up.
making is, you are saying that there's this, this doxing happening in my server, nothing's being done about it, and you're talking about the Elder situation, and then you've got an example where someone has found someone's name through their Twitter account, and then they've posted their first name once in my Discord.
Happening in your server, when I talk about doxing happening in your server, I'm not just talking about people posting shit in spicy chat, right? Because that would be super easy. People, when I talk about doxing in your server, people may not be posting outright. Normally, they may not be posting outright somebody's full name or where they live or whatever, but they're at the very least acknowledging that they're coordinating things. For example, when DK is talking about directing Kiwi Farmers to Rita, or to attempt to dox Shaylin, and talking about
Okay, this is for what? To talk to Rita about what? Like the thing is, it's so devoid of context. Like, a lot of these things could go either way. Could these things be bad in the way she describes it? Sure, but I'd need to know more. Like, what is the purpose of directing them there? What are they, like, what was Rita doing at this time that would maybe like necessitate? I don't know.
Okay, this is absolutely, so now you're throwing in Shaylin dicing. I don't
And
understand.
also,
Okay, no.
But ultimately, if the argument is about Chud's responsibility, it's literally going to be for behavior he was aware of and permitted. And if it's responsibility for doxing in his server, you would have to show an example or change the claim.
Besides fucking jokes and memes of stuff, stuff like that. Do you have any examples of DK actually doxing someone? Or,
It's not a joke for me. Yeah, so DK will, what he does is he has a history of making threats to dox people, and he'll do that to fuck with them, and he'll do that to.
Do you have any proof of him doxing someone or anything like that?
I mean, we've got Elder Drazi, right? We've got him directing.
Okay, so we're going back to the Elder Drazi thing. No. Forget the fucking directing doxing.
example.
No, that's not an example at all. Do you have an actual example of DK spreading, perpetuating, or showing dox of people in my Discord? Or anywhere, for that
Again,
matter?
it's him coordinating in your Discord. It's him.
Okay, so
coordinating
if it's being coordinated in my Discord, where's the output from that in my Discord exactly?
I mean, I don't think they're stupid enough to post addresses on the regular
Right.
in your Discord.
So they're stupid enough to coordinate in my Discord, but not to put the output into my Discord.
Well, yeah, because you're a
Where does that
fucking
happen
idiot
then?
who doesn't moderate it. So.
Where does that happen then? Where does
Again,
that, where's the output happen? Have you got proof of that? Have you got proof of the output?
So then with the claim,
doxing that apparently is happening, it's being coordinated in my Discord.
is the claim that that he's like, they're just like hiding it from him, or they're disguising it and he's an idiot that can't pick up on it? Then wouldn't that fall outside the realm of his like personal responsibility if he doesn't believe that the given behavior that's problematic is occurring?
I mean, okay, so DK reaching out to Beckett for my name, right, which was not a joke.
Oh my god, is this actually a point you're going to try and bring to the table?
Yeah, I am.
That
Because in
literally
that same
just sounds like a fucking joke. That literally just sounds like a joke. DK's like an edgelord. Like, it literally sounds. Obviously, he's not gonna. Her present boyfriend is not gonna give you her fucking name.
Okay,
Same
so you
day.
genuinely
That
think
same
that
day.
DK reached out to your boyfriend and asked for your first name as a serious attempt to dox you?
As if he would actually answer.
Initially I didn't, but after the stuff, here, let me lay this out for you, okay? There is a history here, right? So DK has a pattern of threatening, right? We've got the issue with DK and Bryce having that old drama happen between them.
Are you really going to try and dredge up this old drama to back up your point?
Hey,
the DK messaging your fucking boyfriend for your name is doxing you. This is fucking madness.
Let me finish. DK has a pattern, a pattern of behavior, right? One.
Okay, well, if he's got pattern behavior, where's all the doxes that he's doing? Can you put
Let
them
me
to me?
finish. Let me finish. Are you letting me finish?
I
Or
will
you're
let you
gonna
finish.
spurg out?
Nobody's
like,
talking.
I'm not speaking out at all. You're the one with all these stupid arguments.
You are
Okay,
gonna be spurged out.
knock it off. I will let you finish. Please, Stars. I want to hear what you have to say.
I like when you stop, like your interruption went like briefly into the start of their sentence, so they stop what they're saying to ask, "Are you going to let me finish?" While you're actively no longer speaking, and they have the opportunity to finish. That's always my favorite.
Okay, so the pattern of behavior with DK, from what I can see, the first thing that I saw was him threatening to dox your mods and users after the whole drama.
Not
with
what
Bryce.
happened, but okay.
Okay. Essentially, DK was demanding that Bryce be banned, and the other mods disagreed. And then DK.
Are you really going to try and litigate this drama?
Hey, stop interrupting her.
But she gets to fucking list out 10 retarded points.
You asked her.
You asked her for. Yeah.
But you're not giving me an example, are you? You're giving me a pattern of behavior. Where's the doxing? Where's the doxing? Where's the doxing? I don't care about pattern of behavior. I care about the doxing.
No, sorry, hold on. Knock it off. So I want Stardust to finish the point. Look,
Oh, listen, I'll mute myself. Go ahead. Go.
Sure. We're looking for Stardust to establish a pattern of behavior, right? And at some point in the story, it's going to, I'm assuming, we'll get to doxing, right? So let her lay out the beginnings of this. And then we'll get there, right?
So that's the main claim. You would assume she would have laid that out in the first half.
Yeah, so all I'm trying to do is demonstrate that through a pattern of behavior that it is reasonable for people to be alarmed that whenever DK brings up doxing or whenever somebody else in your server brings up doxing. So the first example we have.
Oh, so it's the parry argument. It's literally the parry. We have no way of knowing whether or not we have no way. It's so funny that this guy is reminiscent of like all the people like this community hates, but he's accepted in it. She's literally doing the parry thing where it's like, we have no way of knowing whether or not this obvious joke is a joke or not, right? It's like fucking stupid. You obviously know, like, this person, has DK ever doxed anybody? If he hasn't, then you could probably assume that when he's reaching out to your actual present boyfriend, asking for your first name. Your boyfriend, who's an online figure, by the way, and understands concepts like doxing and wouldn't just readily give out that information. You could probably assume he's doing so to be an edgelord shit stir, joking around.
Is Bryce and DK's drama, where DK wanted Bryce to be banned. The mods said that they disagreed, and then DK threatened to have his friends dox them in response.
That is not what happened. You're totally misrepresenting what happened there.
Okay, fine. 2, he allows doxers like Courtfire and Rita to be in the server. 3, he says he'll direct Kiwi Farmers to Rita while they're trying to dox Shaylin.
That's my admin. That's my ad.
4, says he hopes that Shaylin dies. 5, posts Elder Drazi's personal info repeatedly after it's made clear Drazi isn't okay with it. 6, DMs Beckett for my first name and says he'll just go to Kiwi Farms for it. And 7, there's the stream with President Sunday once again, where DK's name comes up, and as soon as his name comes up, all of a sudden there's people in the chat posting Demon Mama Doxman, Demon Mama Doxman.
So you've got no proof of that, first of all. You've got lots of assumptions and jumping to conclusions. But I just want to check. Do you seriously arguing that DK reaching out to someone he knows is your boyfriend, asking for your first name, do you genuinely believe that was a legitimate attempt to dox you?
Again, once again, initially I didn't, but after seeing this pattern of behavior, I think anybody would be reasonably concerned about it.
So it's going to be yes. So it's either going to be like yes or no. It seems like you're arguing yes. And if you're arguing yes here, if you actually think that somebody who is, I mean, I don't know DK too well. Maybe he has like a head injury, so it would be unpredictable. But like somebody with functioning cognition, if you actually think that somebody with internet experience and functioning cognition, if you actually think that they think that your boyfriend who's well familiarized with the internet is just going to readily give out your first name, and they actually consider that as a possible like means of getting it, then you are just like retarded.
Okay. Yes or no?
To intimidate me. It was at least an attempt to intimidate me with doxing.
Okay. How did you find out that this happened?
Which one?
So notice how she can't, like, she realizes that the main claim is weak, so she's just going to shift the goalpost. We're not going to move to another claim.
About it. How did you know that he messaged Beckett and asked that?
Because Beckett and I had a talk, and Beckett thought that
Beckett
it was...
told you?
Yes, Beckett
so he
thought
was trying to intimidate you by asking Beckett as a joke, and then Beckett told you that happened.
It wasn't a joke. It wasn't a joke. The reason why it wasn't a joke is because he was upset in those same DMs where he's asking for my name. Prior to that, he was mad at me for criticizing Boots on stream. He was also posting a spicy chat at the same time that he was going to drive me down in SEO, that he wanted me to like fail with my career or whatever. And he's been talking shit about me for like fucking 6 months. So anybody would probably be reasonably concerned, and was clearly an attempt to intimidate me. Yes.
So where was the concern then? Because surely Beckett isn't going to give someone your first name.
What do you mean? The attempt from him was to intimidate me.
He was saying he hoped you failed? A guy online was saying that he hoped you failed? The horror. This guy's we got like Hannibal Lecter over here. We don't know what this guy's gonna do, man. He was saying he was hoping her channel failed. I mean, he could do anything.
Can you spell out exactly like how that would have worked, the intimidation, right? So he's saying, our friend Chuck is saying that, this could not have possibly led to doxing because your boyfriend Beckett would not give that over. But you're saying, well, that's not the issue; it's intimidation. So in what ways does this intimidate you? Like, how would this have intimidated you? Spell that part out.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, why would you message my boyfriend about asking for my name if the purpose to be to intimidate me?
I mean, Beckett's the one that told you about it, right?
Mm-hmm. Because he thought it was significant enough. Yes.
Okay.
It was him trying to intimidate me. With that, because he knew that Beckett would message me or tell me about it, and I'm sure he thought that I would react to it then and there.
So the DK's thought process was he messages Beckett about it, and that gets back to you, and you feel intimidated, even though he's messaging your boyfriend to ask for your name, something he surely is never going to give up.
He messaged, the purpose of messaging Beckett to ask for my name was because he knew that Beckett would send that message to me and would know that I would feel some sort of way about it. I don't think that's that hard to understand.
Why would he not just contact you directly and say, like, I'm going to get your name and find out?
We weren't on good terms. What other reason would he have to ask
Wait,
Beckett
if
for my
his
name?
goal is wait. What is she doing? Why is Chud letting her do this? Do you notice what she's just done?
And say, like, I'm going to get your name and find out.
We weren't on good terms. I don't think that's that hard to understand. He knew that Beckett would send that message to me and would know that I would feel some sort of way about it. I don't think that's that hard to understand.
So she's arguing. So we have two claims. He did it because he was legitimately trying to obtain her docs, which is obviously fucking ridiculous, which is why she's insecurely saying it and then not actually arguing for it. Or we have he was doing it as an intimidation attempt, which sounds more reasonable, maybe. But that's a good point. If the intent was to intimidate, why not reach out directly? We weren't on good terms. Why would, if this guy is attempting to intimidate you, meaning he wants you to see this, why would you two being on good terms or not make any fundamental difference if it is a legitimate intimidation attempt? If anything, you not being on good terms would just help explain why he would DM that to you directly and try to intimidate you. How does you not being on good terms, do you typically try to intimidate people that you're on good terms with?
Why would you not just contact you directly and say, like, I'm going to get your name and find out?
We weren't on good terms. We weren't on good terms. What other reason would you have to ask Beckett for my name?
I don't know, some stupid fucking
To make a joke?
edgelord bullshit, like a joke.
Wasn't a joke.
So what was it?
Beckett even said it wasn't a joke.
No. Beckett, the guy that falsely claimed that I originated someone's docs, that guy that guy doesn't think it's a joke, man. No, Beckett's always had he's always been so astute with his analysis. Never been motivated by personal connections or grudges, and you could just trust this guy to have the most accurate and honest interpretation of anything. And if Beckett didn't think it was a joke, well, maybe it wasn't, man. Maybe there's more to this.
Do you think Beckett might obviously have a sort of bias in that regard?
I mean, why would we think it's a joke when DK has a history of threatening doxing, encouraging doxing, and posting personal information without consent?
Okay, so you were laying a lot on the personal information without consent, but you're referring to the Eldrazi name, which again was on his team.
Okay, so notice how she doesn't say that that's doxing. So she doesn't even think that the Eldrazi shit is doxing anymore. Because she would have just said he has a history of doxing.
It was on his
and city.
Yeah, which was on but that was the outcome of it being on his Twitch link.
It still doesn't.
But you're putting a lot on that to say.
Okay, so is it doxing or is it not?
We're going to loop on this again. Let me ask you this. So let's get to the specifics then. You've got all this pattern of behavior that's apparently terrifying you. Okay, let me ask you this: what hard examples do you have? DK publishing, spreading, or otherwise putting across docs in my community? Or any community.
I mean, again, I've already given you that, right? Eldrazi.
No, you haven't.
Also, yes, him posting Eldrazi's information legally is considered doxing.
Nope.
Also, given the fact that Eldrazi...
And she didn't even call it doxing. Notice how when she's reiterating DK's prior behavior, which would recontextualize what looks like an obvious edgy joke, she doesn't call that doxing.
By the way, I don't agree with this legal thing. I don't think you're qualified to assess whether or not it would be.
So even she knows that she's just not being honest.
You can take a look at the links that I gave to you. Secondly,
any example? So you've got right. Okay, Eldrazi thing. You think that's doxing? What other examples have you got of DK doxing?
You already agreed that if people posted his full name and city, which you also have had accidentally on your PayPal, that you would moderate it, right?
Okay, so I accept that you believe that the Eldrazi name is an example of DK doxing. I don't agree with you, but I accept that you believe that. What other examples do you have except for that?
I mean, again, my point is not about whether DK is doxing blatantly, openly in your server, but he's very, very much like he said.
It seems okay. So the point isn't about it seems like the point is that somebody is openly doxing in the server and it's being permitted.
Kiwi Farmers to message Rita.
No, you're just repeating the same points again. You're answering my question. You're pointing to this pattern of behavior, and all you've got is Eldrazi's name. That's all you've got. That's all you've got.
What I'm claiming. Your question is not what I'm claiming. I'm not saying that they're posting it.
By the way, if you guys want to support the stream, as always, we're 40 cents away from a quarter to Streamly Gold. Much appreciated. If not, it's okay.
So should I outlaw reference?
But like up. We're 20 away from 100. I think we could get there if everyone locked in and just hit a fucking button. That'd be like awesome if we could do that maybe.
Some jokes for doxing on my server, do you think?
They're at least coordinating it.
Should I outlaw reference?
What part?
We've gotten so far from the original point. That's why you have to constantly re-specify what's being argued, because they could take the conversation wherever they want and infinitely shift the goalposts, and there would be no end if they could just keep changing what is being argued. If the argument changes, they have to concede or defend the claim. You can't just change the entire argument without a concession.
I'll direct anybody from Kiwi Farms to you, Rita, is a joke. What part of that is a joke? When people are trying to find Shaylin's, docs.
So you're saying that is an example of coordinating. When they say that on his server, that they're going to direct people to Kiwi Farms to do this.
From Kiwi Farms to talk to Rita.
Or the other way around, yes.
I don't really know how to answer that. Like, unless you're severely autistic, I don't understand how you don't see the joke in that. You might not find it funny, but surely you can see that as a joke, not a serious sentiment.
Maybe you can explain the joke to me.
Well, the joke is obviously the absurdity of coordinating with Kiwi Farms because of the bad reputation it's got.
I mean, you have, again, 2 known doxers in your server,
so
right?
notice you're spinning off again. You're spinning off again. One of those people is banned.
And Rita's entire presence and bit is the self-deprecating, unhinged shit. Rita will purposefully pretend like there's some unhinged crazy person or whatever on a lot of things. Whether that comes to, but that's the joke. That's the bit. Rita does have a line that Rita does not cross, and if Rita ever did cross it, obviously I wouldn't have this person as my admin. Now, is Rita into some stuff that I personally am not a fan of? Sure, but it's unfortunate that some of the biggest fucking geniuses online are also the same type of people that put on fursuits, I guess.
Not that I really care about people's perception.
Thank you for Scallywag, by the way, for that too. Much appreciated.
Things they've done, they've definitely done prying. There was one instance where they were bragging about reporting a website or something, so they've been banned, unbanned, timed out. So yeah, and you give me something which I can go and look at to check. But other than that, it doesn't really seem like you've got that much.
Well,
and you keep talking about DK having a pattern.
Yeah, she does have those. You have to take a fruit or a vegetable cup type arms. I agree.
behavior, and you can point to one example of something that he's done which you consider to be doxing yourself.
The example of behavior is, again, no doxer worth their weight would blatantly post people's addresses, right?
So he's stupid enough to coordinate.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Yes, they're willing to acknowledge that they are doxers in your server, and you know that they are doxers, and you still allow them to be in your server.
Stardust,
Okay.
I think.
But the thing is, that's what people do. But people do that, don't they? They do post doc. That's the whole point. They get someone's information, name, address, and they post it.
Yeah,
Yes,
so
that's what doxers do.
because
That's the point,
doxing requires publication. Yes.
Exactly. No. That's not okay, Chud. So I think what he's trying to say is that you're accusing these people of being doxers. Now you've gotten screenshots of them like saying, "I'm going to do this," right? And Chud saying like most of that is just probably jokes, right? But then you say that like they don't actually post the final doc, right, on his server. So from Chud's perspective, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that like his server can't be used as a doxing center if there's no docs being posted there other than the Eldrazi thing, right? So like, what's your response to that?
Yeah. So what I would say to that is, well, Courtfire still reached out to Nick, and you banned Courtfire for that. And you found that significant enough to ban Courtfire for that. So I don't know how you can acknowledge that as being problematic, but you can't acknowledge people threatening docs, people talking about directing Kiwi Farmers to somebody who's trying to find Shaylin's address or Shaylin's docs. Problematic. You can't acknowledge how DK is saying outright he's going to dig for information on your moderators basically, and have his friends.
I can't believe you're trying to bring President Sunday's fucking old arguments back from a year ago back to the table.
Pattern of behavior.
If the intent was to dox, why was the information never publicized? Like, if you're arguing intent to dox, if there were situations where the person had the ability to go and do it and didn't, then it's probably safe to assume that they were not intending to dox, or because they would have just done it, right?
Behavior.
Okay, but you keep saying pattern of behavior like it means something, okay?
It does mean something.
Yeah, but you've got a really retarded interpretation where you think him messaging your boyfriend to ask your name is part of this pattern of behavior. I'm saying, what substantive hard examples do you have of this doxing that you're saying is happening, is prevalent? You do not got anything. I'm not deflecting at all. Because your argument is based on misunderstanding of old drama and misunderstanding of jokes and memes when no one's actually getting fucking doxed in my community.
Okay, I was just making the point that Courtfire reached out to Nick through your server, and you found that significant enough to kick him out of your server. If you found that significant enough to kick him out of your server, how is people talking about directing Kiwi Farmers to read
so she just changed the argument to Chud is inconsistent. Okay, so go on Twitter years later now and just say Chud is inconsistent. I'm sure that's going to do the same numbers, right? But no, we're going to bring it back to the bigger claim that whenever it gets attacked, we just argue for the smaller one while still reiterating the bigger one, which at this point is just like a lie.
Enough to ban people from your server. How is threatening people that you're going to dox them not significant enough to moderate in your server?
Because there's a difference between that, which could, maybe you don't see it, but I think can be interpreted as jokes or memes, versus actually making a substantive attempt via my server to try and get someone's personal information.
How do you know that that's not a substantive attempt?
Because it hasn't happened. Nothing's come off the back of any of this stuff that I've seen.
But Lab's docs was found by somebody, right? So
who was it found by, Stardust?
What?
Wasn't it found by Courtfire?
Wrong.
Or at the very least, Courtfire worked with other Kiwi Farmers to find Lab's address. I mean, Courtfire. There's screenshots of Courtfire discussing it in your server and you acknowledging it.
I can't believe like Chud is not like debating well, but like she's debating at like it like makes me feel more competent watching her because she's like been in this space. She's been doing the debates and she's so like this is just horrible, Dad.
He didn't dox Lab.
I mean, he talks about how they found her address, how she had certain things up, right?
They were referring
to
techniques.
She's winging it. She's winging it and trying to grasp. Like you can just tell watching her, she was not prepared for this.
That Kiwi Farmers used to try and track down and find people's docs, but I mean.
Well, he said specifically, that's how, to quote him, like word for word.
But you're,
that's how, let me finish. He said specifically, word for word.
You've got nothing, Stardust. You've got all of these. You keep going back to these screenshots that prove what you think they prove.
No. He said specifically, word for word. That's how we got Lab's docs. She showed her entire house and outside area.
Yeah, I mean, who was that referring to? Kiwi Farms. I know Kiwi Farms doxes people, yeah, and post docs. Did you have this rigorous approach to the doxing thing when you were friends with Flamenco when he was prominently using Kiwi Farms, by the way?
He can use, I have no problem with people using Kiwi Farms, right? But he himself was never engaged in doxing. I looked at all of his history on that site.
Okay. I just feel like it's a similar situation where, you're expecting me to punish people because I'm aware of some other thing that they're doing that isn't linked to my server. And generally speaking, that's not something we'll do.
Well, isn't the claim, wasn't she trying to go at Quimman because Quimman was allegedly viewing information sent by someone else, according to her? Wouldn't that function similar to just openly using and contributing to Kiwi Farms, a site that hosts docs? By going on the site, you're looking at other people's PII. You're not posting it yourself, but it doesn't seem like that's a requirement for her to go and label something, somebody's like docs adjacent.
It's stupid for them to even be mentioning it in your server. I don't get
so your problem is not actually stuff.
I have KFers in my community too, and they're not stupid enough to post how they dox people in my fucking server.
Okay, so she has people in her community that are on KF doxing people.
To have Kiwi Farmers in your server because they don't mention the word docs ever, then that's acceptable.
Yeah, and they don't fucking talk about it, and they don't talk about how they do it. Yeah.
Okay, but you say talk about how they do it. Like, unless you're retarded.
So the
everyone knows how
problem isn't even having people in your community that dox people elsewhere.
people get fucking doxed by finding the fucking curtains and shit like that.
I
Like, I just think
don't
it's
think
insane
that's
to me
true.
that you're like, well, it's okay in my community because they don't talk about doxing. The difference for me is there isn't actually dox being posted in my
What are my
community.
criticisms? What are my criticisms of you, Chad?
I don't have to fucking answer that question. I don't give a shit what your fucking
Well,
criticisms
you
are. I'm pointing out how retarded you are.
understand
Okay, but they're irrelevant to me. They're irrelevant to me. My issue is you're making comments about myself.
Let Chad respond. Go ahead, Chad. Go for it.
No, I don't have to fucking steel man your fucking argument, you stupid fucking bitch. I literally don't care. You're saying that my community has got this prevalent issue with doxing, and you're saying there's a pattern of behavior from certain members, including DK. I'm saying to you, substantiate this. Where's the doxing happening? You're saying there's a pattern of behavior, so surely there's a product or output of that.
Yeah.
You're saying that in my community the pattern of behavior is present, but the doxing isn't actually happening. That's happening somewhere else. So do you have any proof of that? Do you have any proof of that? Stop going back to the advertising. No, okay. The thing is,
she just went back. She literally doesn't even believe that's doxing herself.
then that no. The thing is with the elder
Also,
example.
you know, by reaching out to Nick. So that's
yeah,
three.
you got
at
banned for
least.
that. Okay, but they got banned for that, didn't they? You
But
stupid
the other two
fucking
didn't.
idiot.
The other two didn't.
Yeah, they didn't.
Why
Wait
would
a
it be
second.
absurd to think that DK would be involved with Kiwi farmers and doctors?
Well, I don't care. You can think that if you want. Think that all you like. If you think that, that's fine.
Prove it. I'll do something. You could think that. I'll do something when you can prove it.
But what I'm
That's
saying
all
to
you
you
need
is,
to
what
say.
you have substantively proof of doxing, okay, and you've got
Again,
nothing.
we've got specifically people talking about I'm going to dig into your information. So are you just
Wait, hang on a minute. You're going back to that drama. You're going back to that fucking drama from over a year ago now. You're so fucking pathetic.
Okay, so if he dug into the info, where was it publicized and doxed? Exactly. If that was being said to indicate that he was gonna go dox them, why didn't he then just go and do it?
You and your stupid retarded mod team and your fucking retarded boyfriend have to dig back to year-old drama to misrepresent it to try and paint my community as some sort of doxers when you've got barely any examples of someone's name even being posted. And both examples you've got, one is someone's name being posted off of the TikTok, and the second one is their first name getting posted because it was linked to a Twitter account. That's all you've got. That's all you've got.
Also, their state and their city.
The state was a screenshot of this. Okay.
Yeah, but again, they were not posting the screenshot to be like, oh, here's his PayPal. It was, haha, look at him. Here's his state and his city.
Chad,
and it was humiliate him.
Chad, let me ask you a question that I think maybe some people in the audience might want to know. So, in the case of Eldrazi, right? So I did a little bit digging into this. So, in the case of Eldrazi, he seems to not want his information to be out there, right? He seems to have made efforts to get rid of that information once he's made aware of it. Okay. Now, you're
By the way,
saying that
do you know who's responsible for getting his name taken off of Google?
Doobie actually, because Doobie and him have been talking, and I know the narrative that you're going to say is, oh, people from Spicy reached out. Well, guess what? I asked Eldrazi, did anybody from Spicy reach out to help you take your information off or anything like that? And he said no. But I do have screenshots of Doobie talking
Well,
to
I'm told different. I'm told very different. I'm told that despite Doobie's big claims about trying to help, he didn't actually help him get the name removed from Google.
Okay, well, once again, Google, the way that it works is you have to contact Google, and Google can take weeks to respond. So until they respond, he's kind of shit out of luck. But there are screenshots of Doobie reaching out to Eldrazi to help him with the information removal.
I'm told it was actually Boots and Reservoir are the ones that got in touch and helped him take it down from Google.
Okay,
the
when
idea
was
that it
that?
takes ages. I mean, I don't know. I don't know the exact dates of this, but I was told different to what you're saying now.
Well, I mean, Eldrazi didn't say anything to me, so about that, really.
Yeah, okay. Surprising that Eldrazi, the person who fucking hates my community because apparently doxed him even though his name was in 3 different places, didn't have positive things to say about it.
So I want to.
She didn't hear about it, so it didn't happen.
Just one question. So Eldrazi is apparently taking. You guys acknowledge he's taking steps. You both acknowledge he's taking steps to get all these things removed. And you said, Chud, that you don't think that whatever happened to him.
You have it on video, and so as she admitted she was. So I'm imagining that she didn't glitch, because they do this thing. They just glitch. They make an argument. You think it's wrong and want to disprove it. And what the options are either keep defending the take and explain why, or concede. And some people just glitch and don't do either of these things. And it's like, why? Why? Like, you can't defend this position anymore. Why don't you just fucking concede? I don't get it. Surely, if you provided a video of you doing this, then she's conceded, right?
Server counts as doxing, like a legal definition or whatever. But he himself feels that something malicious is happening. So because that something malicious is happening, do you think that it is incumbent upon you to take steps to try to mitigate that? I'm a member of the community, Eldrazi, saying something malicious is happening to me. I hate that my information keeps getting reposted. Even if that's not quote-unquote doxing, should you not take action? Please, Chad.
Sure. So I think that people seem to think that if there's some sort of tomfoolery and misbehavior happening, it's going to affect them forever. I appreciate people don't like it. They don't like people talking shit about them or mocking them or something like that. And although, yes, certainly, like there was a bit of exuberance with some of the name being referenced, particularly in the first instance.
Just fall back to the lesser claim and restate the bigger claim endlessly. That is, yes, it's just what they do. You could pick up on it in 2 seconds. Yeah, it's literally the same. It's crazy. The same exact tactics have persisted for years. It's like they have not changed or adapted.
After the TikTok thing, I think that the second time round, I'm not as concerned about people posting his name. Despite the fact he said he didn't want it posted, I felt that was like a level of dishonesty on his part because he had it in 3 different places. But
I'm like too autistic to let her goalpost shift like this. I'd be yelling at her at this point. What is your argument? Like, what are you arguing? Are you going to concede on the doxing claim? And we would not move on until she did. Or she was going to keep defending it, and I'd refute each defense.
We still will make an effort to try and take it down. And if anyone would have
Clearly
messaged me, and if anyone would
because it kept happening.
Chud.
Yeah, I appreciate Stardust finds it difficult to stop herself from interrupting because arguments have been so bad and evidence has been so bad and she's got nothing.
Oh,
so
is
she's
it?
got to desperately
Okay.
fucking You've got nothing. You've
Well,
shown me
look
the
at the
Elder
recent
thing.
screenshot. Recent screenshot in Prime K's chat. It says spicy chat will find you, Prime K's. DK will winch. And it's just over and over again.
So it's
Okay,
a joke.
this is absolutely ridiculous.
It's an edgy
what
joke.
basis have you got to link that back to my community?
I mean, to be fair,
you have
to be
brought
fair,
up Kiwi Farms a lot. Okay, I'm sure that they're now probably in some way watching what's going on. Would you not want to link to that community than mine?
This is not a debate tactic. This is a tactic to lie. It's a tactic to lie. Debate tactics are not inherently dishonest. Debate tactics can absolutely be utilized to argue for a correct position, and are not inherently a bad thing, right? In this case, a debate tactic would actually work well here for contesting this by constantly by emphasizing the core argument, what's being argued, right? This is just a tactic to be dishonest because you're not even you're making a claim that you're not even debating because you're bringing it back to the smaller claim.
I don't. So my criticism is not of Kiwi Farms. My criticism is of you.
You understand that when there's stuff like this happening, there's people that are watching from the sidelines. Like people get an argument on Twitter, someone will respond to a tweet, and you look at the account, it's like America first. Nothing to do with any of the content creators that are fighting. It's someone watching from the sidelines, know that they can stoke further drama by getting involved and doing like the equivalent like a false flag in a chat.
Sure.
And you're falling into it by perpetuating that. You're so desperate for a dub, and you've got nothing.
This is the same thing. No, I'm not desperate for a dub. I have tons of screenshots, and honestly, I think it looks really bad. I think it looks really bad for you because my point was you've got people who, I mean, the admin of your server is just threatening to dox other streamers. Do you think that that's okay?
You just keep looping back to the same point. Do you have examples of docs at all? Anything?
Once again, my criticism
beyond 1.5 examples you've given, and that's being generous.
My criticism of you, once again, is that you allow.
She doesn't even have one. The Elder Drazi case isn't doxing.
All of this personal information being spread.
No, wait, you're not getting away with that. What do you mean, all this personal information? You're not getting away with that, you stupid fucking bitch. What is it? Okay, Elder Drazi name. Okay, and this other guy's first name. Okay, what else have you got except for that? Go.
I mean, again.
What specific examples
Notice
of
how instead of using terms like dox, she'll revert to vague terminology like personal information again, so you can fill in the blanks and assume she's talking about dox. I watched Dan do this recently when when he's taught, and this is evidence, by the way, that Dan's redactions, what he chose to redact, were on purpose so that you would think it's dox. Because when he has the opportunity to re-clarify that, he was only censoring some information like usernames due to personal preference, and that some of the redacted info was not dox info, when Chud asks what's under the redaction, Dan says it's a name and then doesn't elaborate. Your mind fills in the blanks, and in a broader doxing allegation, you assume, that's a dox. That's what's being redacted. Except when you get to the specifics and Dan is forced to clarify, he has to admit it's just a username. It isn't dox info, and he supposedly redacted it due to personal preference and not just to lie and falsely make it look like there was dox under that redaction, even though when given the opportunity to clarify on Chud's stream, he seems to still use vague terminology without getting specific that would lead the audience to believe that the redacted info was a dox.
Besides those two that you've given that you think are so important.
Also, pictures of Elder Drazi's wife and ex-girlfriend, right? That's pretty.
That was off of Twitter. That was off of Twitter, and that was an OnlyFans promotion.
It doesn't matter if it was off of Twitter. It wasn't. Doesn't matter if it was
hashtag.
off Twitter.
Okay, so now you're going to a publicly posted picture that was on Twitter.
Here, let me explain something to you. Most dox information that people find is stuff that you can find publicly available on the internet.
There's a difference between looking through the fucking phone book and finding something on Twitter. Okay.
The question is that linked to their anonymous online persona? Like, have they established the link? Right? If you've had to do digging to find this public information that nobody else has linked to this person, right? Even though it's public, by you posting that with the intent of letting everyone know this information belongs to this person, right? That would be doxing. The problem is, it's not like this was personal information that existed independently that you've like used tools to go, which is what really what like real doxing is, right? I mean, that you've through some loophole or some tool or you've found that information's linked to the private persona, and then you yourself have publicized that link, right? It's very different than the fact that public information exists under an account that's a part of the supposedly anonymous online persona.
So now you're going to go to that. Okay. Do you have anything actually that's doxing? I'm not going to take a fucking image posted to Twitter.
Look, once again, my criticisms of you are to allow all of this.
Grasping at nothing.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Because you are harping on a point that is not even the main point of what I'm saying. My main point is that you allow humiliation, harassment of people in your server, brigading.
That was not her original point. That was not her original point.
We don't allow brigading. That's not true. That's not true. Where's the brigading? Show me the brigading. Show me the brigading. Where's the brigading happening? Can you point?
So the problem is you allow humiliation she's literally friends with people like Flamenco who contribute to sites like Kiwi Farms, where people have admitted their goal is to harass someone until they die.
Evidence of that? Any claims you make? Yeah, okay. Sure. My criticism of you is that you allow a lot of bad behavior, and then you constantly deflect all responsibility for it.
I take full responsibility for what happens in my server, obviously, ultimate responsibility. Of course I do. But I don't care about people being mean. I don't think that talking shit about someone within the community is harassment, okay? I don't know any brigading. There have been examples of, of exuberance and bad behavior that we've cracked down on, certainly, particularly with the brigading thing. And obviously I'm not going to sit here and say my Discord is perfectly moderated. Obviously,
yeah, like there are things that are categorically morally wrong, and then there are things that are up to personal preference, and they like to blur the line between these two constantly. She understands that, like, making fun of people is not a hard moral line in any of these spaces. This is literally a personal preference thing.
If someone is like posting someone's first name and they don't want it there, then yeah, we'll make an effort to moderate that, of course. But your narrative that there's doxing going on, that DK is this, pernicious person with this pattern of behavior, you're not able to name a single example of doxing except for this Eldrazi name all over TikTok.
I've named several examples.
No, you haven't. You named examples
at the
of
very least.
No, you haven't. You're dragging up old drama. You don't even know what happened, you stupid fucking bitch. You haven't got a fucking clue about that drama.
Here's the thing. You are, with the Eldrazi situation, you are leaning on the fact that one person from your spicy chat, or maybe two, may have reached out to Eldrazi when you still got your server admin and tons of other people posting Eldrazi's information. That doesn't excuse that everyody in that chat.
It's funny, how many times have you said Eldrazi? You're acting like my community is doing all this.
What information?
Well, doxing, and you've got this one example that you're desperately holding on to.
Once again, you acknowledge that you have known doxers in your community, right?
And now you're pivoting to another point.
Well, no,
she's acknowledged that she has known doxers in her community.
It's not another point. I mean,
it's another point.
That is another point.
Yes. Find something to grasp onto to pull yourself up to the world. Your community is not full of doxers.
You have used your server. And other people in your server have acknowledged that those people are doxers.
So what? I don't care. They were banned as soon as they reached out to someone and asked for the dox.
Yeah, Stardust, you said previously that you don't.
What was Stardust Discord account banned for?
Mine, like you just said now that other people have said that these people in Logic servers are doxers. But you said people can be on your server, even if they're doxers, but they just don't actually do the doxing or coordinate the doxing.
I mean, I think that it needs to be if they do it, honestly, that I am not aware of it. That's the thing, right?
What I would ask her right now is there any statement you've made in this conversation or argument you've initially given that you no longer stand by? Because she's changed it. Force her to concede.
If I become aware of them being that type of person, then yeah, I will ban them. But they've never indicated anything like that. And I think the fact that you are allowing people to openly discuss doxing people, openly discuss coordinating with people for personal information, I think that
we basically got the same stance. It's just that I'm a bit more permissive of people saying the word dox in my
No,
server.
it's not even you allow bad behavior. It's at this point, in terms of like hard moral lines that you can argue people have violated, it is literally you tolerate the presence of people who have engaged in bad behavior in other spaces that you don't control. Your job is to moderate your own space. That's your job. Right? If somebody is using your space to go and do something bad, then yeah, it's your responsibility to step in. But if it's not happening through your space or the directive of your space, etc., and this is like a case of some chatter you're not really associated with, doing something bad somewhere else, I think if they continue to engage in the behavior in other platforms, you should give them an ultimatum or ban them. But that's a personal preference thing. Once again, that's not a moral, that's not a violation of a moral standard. You can have a totally anti-doxing community that is non-permissive of doxing and be categorically against it and still permit someone like that in your server. I'd raise an eyebrow, right? Like, why would you keep this person around? But it's not inconsistent with a server that is against doxing.
Enough of doxing activity, at least.
Well, good for you. You manage your shriveling, failing fucking community, okay? As your fucking career dies out, you manage it how you want to fucking manage it. I'm doing fine over
here.
Sounds
like you're really mad.
I'm not. Yeah, well, I am a bit mad because you've come with bullshit arguments and totally wasted my time. Listen, if I want to fight about a fair lesbian content creator, I'll come to you. But other than that,
I've got more evidence than you ever did, my dude. But okay.
What evidence of what? People talking about doxing in my server. You haven't got any evidence of any meaningful doxing. You've got fucking Eldrazi that you've grasped onto. And this thing I was aware of his first name being.
So I think what Chad is trying to say is that you and your community, you have your rules, right? You have a level at which, right, like if a user crosses this line, they've gone overboard, right? And then you're going to take action, right? So you're saying if you find out that they are doxing, right, like even somewhere else,
coordinating,
yes. That you're going to take action.
And if they are talking about in my server, that probably.
Thank you so much for the 10, Will. Much appreciated. That brings us over a quarter of the way to Streamly goal. Much appreciated, Will.
It means that they are coordinating in my server. Yes.
Yeah, sure. Okay. And Chud is saying that he simply has a different line. That when he is made aware of people like spreading that information, he will take action. But like simply the line is different, and he seems to be very publicly stating this is the case, right? So that if you want to be a part of his community, right, like you kind of have to accept that. Did I get anything wrong, Chud? There.
No. I mean, I just think that there's this massive argument when the standard is like not that much different, but you're trying to act like it is because you want to get a massive dub on me over that I'm a doxer or my community doxers or whatever it is. It's just,
I didn't say you were a doxer.
No, sure, but you sound permissive of doxing, which is one step removed.
I mean, I think that you are permissive of a lot of things that you shouldn't be. And honestly,
Okay.
like,
Did I ask at all? I don't care what you think about what I do in my community. What I care about is you.
Chad, when I first covered this, when I covered this stuff with Eldrazi, the reason that it meant so much to me is because I did respect you, and I do think that you're better. But when that happened, I was incredibly disappointed, and then everything that's happened after that has really made me lose my faith in you.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
You know, just
like,
advice from us.
The tell that she doesn't actually, like, this is not actually, like, for me, the tell that this isn't, like, concern over the Eldrazi shit is that if there was no, like, other ulterior personal motive, she'd have no issue conceding on her original claim and wouldn't be trying to employ dishonest tactics to avoid said concession. It seems like there is other motivation for needing this to be true or needing other people to believe this. Because somebody that isn't really personally vested or, like, they would just abandon the claim and concede.
A failing streamer, though. So, and a digital lyncher as well.
I mean, to be honest with you, I was hoping, I need to go in like 5 minutes anyway. I was hoping we could get into some of this because, you know, a lot of criticism of me and things that I'm not owning. But, you know, you give a very mealy-mouthed response when you're criticized for spreading revenge porn, which by Carissa's standards you did.
Okay, if that's Carissa's standard, sure, I disagree with her, but I'm not going to share it anymore. I've already made the commitment to not share that anymore, right? I still disagree with her, but yeah, I won't share it anymore. Then that's the end of it, right?
Okay.
What is this?
You know, I think
that
I'll put my hands on the same mic coverage at times gratuitous, but you decided to share my free cams account, which seemed completely unnecessary to crafting the story of what happened.
Well, you said that you actually went into Carissa's like Amazon wishlist, right?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
And then also you say that you take responsibility for the Spice Pit channel.
Hmm?
Well, the Spice Pit channel actually showed less censored photos of Carissa than I did when they were going over messages, which would make you actually more of a revenge pornographer than me.
Okay, have you got an example of that, please? Right now,
Yeah,
immediately,
here.
give me an example of that.
Yes, here we go.
Oh, wait a second. This image here, it's just her head.
Yeah, it is just her head. But again, this is less censored than what I showed.
You showed censored images of a nude body. They were, you know,
I showed
blurred.
incredibly blurred. The entire thing was blurred. You could not tell what was happening in those photos. And this one you can tell.
It's just a head. You can't tell what's going on at all.
It's a cropped blowjob video. It's a cropped blowjob video. We know what it is.
Sure, but on looking at it, you wouldn't know
With the context of it, with the context of the messages, you do.
Okay.
With the context, and that's what they were reading. They were reading the messages. With the context of those messages, you definitely know that that is a cropped blowjob vid.
Well, no, it doesn't show it's a crop blowjob vid. I admit it shows some sort of sexual imagery, perhaps, but the actual image itself is.
I think most people, if you think that most people know how people dox people, I would say most people know what a blowjob vid looks like.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you know, I'll take responsibility for that being broadcast. But I just think that in reality, you're saying that you showed these blurred images, but it's still pretty clear what was going on in these blurred images.
And I said,
if this is the first time he's hearing about it, or it was reported to, like, then he doesn't even have to take responsibility for that. So he's already like going an additional mile, and I don't even think that's revenge, because it's not like they're pulling up the image itself, right? They're covering some other messages where a blurred or redact. It would be like watching Stardust stream in the Spice Pit and then criticizing her for showing the blurred image if the blurred image came up while watching her stream or whatever. Like, this like seems categorically different.
I'll let you know what she. I mean, I disagree with you, and I disagree with Carissa. But you know what? I'll acknowledge she doesn't want them aired anywhere else, and I won't air them ever again. And that's what I can do.
Okay, well, you know, I mean, there's other things we can talk about, like your video, obviously, on the hunter traveling situation with Kingston.
I felt that Kingston was being dishonest to me when I tried to engage with him. And as a result, you know, it didn't help his case when I was going over all the information I was receiving. Him being dishonest with me, yeah, I'm not going to give him charitability. Yeah, I am going to be biased against him. If I feel like you're fucking lying to me, yeah, I will cover this drama against you because you are not being honest with me. And I don't think
so. You just concocted narratives out of nothing.
I didn't concoct it out of nothing. No, that's not what I'm saying. That's a huge. That's like incredibly like fucking bullshit. What I would say is, again, I was getting information from both sides. And based on the information I got, I presented what I thought was going on. And because what added to that is Kingston was being not forthcoming with me. It felt like he was being very dishonest with me. And as a result, yes, I was biased against him. And no other drama streamer, when they cover drama, is like, you know, would disagree. If somebody is being dishonest with you, yeah, you're going to be biased against them. But if I'm a digital lyncher, so are you, because you have covered drama in ways that have
bias is a part of like being human. The question is, are you making conscious efforts to combat your bias in your coverage? I cover people that I dislike, and I actively attempt to, even if I'm covering somebody I dislike, in certain instances, I will go out of my way to afford them additional charity that I wouldn't even necessarily afford to people that I did like or was like, bias will exist because you're human. The question is, are you conscious of it and actively attempting to combat said biases so your coverage is as balanced as humanly possible?
We digitally lynch other people.
Like what? What have I done that's digitally lynched someone?
I mean, you know, you could have digitally lynched Hunter, right? I mean, Hunter, you know, you criticize my coverage of that, and you criticize me for you criticize my.
In what way am I digitally lynching Hunter? I'm not accusing Hunter of some sex crime.
I don't know that I accuse Kingston necessarily of a sex crime, but I did accuse him of being dishonest, and I did accuse him of being pushy, sexually. But I didn't accuse him of doing a sex crime. That's like fucking crazy.
Sure, but I guess the point is I don't understand if I'm criticizing Hunter for something. Like, what relevance is that to you doing a sort of quasi-sex special allegation against Kingston?
If you are accusing me of digitally lynching somebody for being biased against somebody in my coverage, then I am 100% sure that any other drama streamer has digitally lynched multiple people. And once again, you accuse me, let me finish what I'm saying. You accuse me of being bad for Carissa and Hunter Avalon in my coverage, right? Being irresponsible towards them in my coverage. But Hunter only had a problem with you. He called you out. He didn't call me out.
Well, yeah, Hunter didn't call you out because you gave him the absolute fucking perfect Homelander interview and didn't really ask him any pressing questions whatsoever.
I don't care about any of this.
Essentially, like, I thought that Kingston was, incorrectly, I thought that he had caught.
All right, I'm done with this. Okay. Well, that's that. And I now fully understand why these people are do not actually debate or like to get into specifics, because this is literally the best they can put out. I mean, great stuff, man. Great performance here from Stardust. With that being said, I think we're gonna call it here, guys. I appreciate everyone who showed up. We were at over 100 for most of the stream, and I don't think we got any raids. So and we're streaming at an insanely late time. So truly, it is immensely appreciated that you guys showed up and we're here. And like on your way out if you haven't already. We're gonna be back here tomorrow with more groundbreaking coverage. But yeah, thank you guys for all the support recently. It's great to see the numbers get back up there. It's great to see myself get clipped again. And I appreciate all the support, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow. Take care, guys. Bye-bye.